You are watching Steelers Talk's live coverage of Day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Welcome into the show. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. And, of course, our first 2 days have gone pretty well, I would say, for the Pittsburgh Steelers, getting Derrick Harmon, who was at least one of the top draft targets for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. Then you get Kaleb Johnson, a perfect fit for your offense to fall to you in round 3. And, of course, use your round 2 pick on a certain somebody named DK Metcalf. So I think Omar Khan is doing a pretty darn good job today. Steelers have 4 picks today. We're going to be breaking down all 4 of those picks for you guys throughout the course of today's show. And we'll break down every single pick that is made throughout the NFL as well over the next several hours. We got a bunch of different giveaways coming up on today's show as well. We're going to be partying it up here as we celebrate kind of the last phase of the Steelers acquisition period of the offseason. So before we get into the content today, let's have a quick word from our presenting sponsors here, starting with Game Time. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with the Game Time app today. Download the app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. You can create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. That's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Then our other presenting sponsor today is Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. And with that, we'll bring on our producer, Mr. Coop. Coop, how are we doing here on Day 3? Is today the day Shedeur Sanders becomes a Pittsburgh Steeler?
I don't think he becomes a Pittsburgh Steeler. I don't. I think he gets drafted today, not to the Steelers, though. I just don't think the Steelers want to deal with the circus. I'll say this. If there is an organization equipped to deal with said circuits, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this quarterback room is arguably already going to be a circus with Aaron Rodgers coming in. So you can make an argument. If it's already going to be a circus, why not, just bring in more clown shows, right? Why not bring in more drama, because yes, 2 days ago, when there's people saying that the Steelers are going to take Shedeur at 21, I had people DMing me saying, so when are we firing Tomlin and hiring Deion Sanders as our next head coach? And, this is maybe part of the reason why Shedeur is falling, is because if you're an NFL head coach, Coop, and you're like, so this guy's not good enough to be my starter right now.
And his dad might take my job.
And fans are going to be calling for my head immediately if we don't play well this year because my backup quarterback's dad is super famous and people would want to be the head coach of this team. I don't think Tomlin gives a shit about that, if I'm being completely honest with you. If there's any head coach that doesn't care about, that kind of stuff, it's Mike Tomlin. If it's true that the Steelers like Shedeur Sanders, at least enough as to take him in the middle rounds, I think that they'll take him at 123. And if they don't take him at 123, I don't think they take him today at all.
I agree.
And I do want to say, too, I wouldn't be shocked if they take a different kind of backup level quarterback here in the middle rounds. I wouldn't be shocked if they took Kyle McCord today over Shedeur. I wouldn't be shocked if they took Will Howard over Shedeur Sanders either. So let us know down there in the comment section, will the Pittsburgh Steelers take a quarterback today? And if so, which one? Today we do have some promotions, just so you guys know. $20 raffle for the Steelers jersey. We're going to give away another Steelers jersey throughout the course of today's show. We'll do that raffle at the end of today's program. And if you guys do Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, you get to double your raffle tickets. All right, so a $20 super chat gets you into the raffle. But if you use Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, you double your raffle tickets and double your chances of winning that Steelers jersey. You can find me at Jack-Sperry on Venmo, # Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, and at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. All that information is down there in the description as well.
And also, we have a very special deal for you guys today.
Yes, we are we convinced our bosses here at Chat Sports to start investing a little bit in some Steelers Talk merchandise. All right, so these finally came in. We have 10 of these limited edition Steelers Talk hats. So you guys can see there with the logo. It's got the rope hat on there. It's got the netting here on the back. I think that these look absolutely sweet, guys. There's only 10 of these in the entire world. All right, so listen, because they're a limited edition, we're going to have the price for those be $100 Venmos today. Now, we understand that that's probably sounds like a lot for a hat, all right? But the kind of the benefits of that is that there's only 10 in the world right now, all right? Number two, we want to prove to our bosses that this is the kind of stuff that can make this channel and this company some money.
And if we sell them out, likely we can get more.
Yeah, and if we sell all 10 that we have right now today, then we can probably get more, and we can probably get even more merchandise.
For cheaper.
Yeah, and for cheaper. If you guys want, Steelers Talk T-shirts, if you want different designs on the hats, if you guys want different kind of stuff and different merch in the future, we need to be able to really prove to our bosses here that this is something that is profitable and something that is good. Plus, you get to help out a small channel like ourselves here, guys. Every single dollar that you donate goes towards improving our graphics, improving our equipment, making improvements to our office space, making your guys' experience on this channel even better. So we greatly appreciate all of your guys' support.
But also, we're giving one away for free.
Yes, we are going to give away one of the 10 hats for free today because we understand that maybe not everybody has $100 to spend on a YouTube show. So if you guys want a chance to win one of the hats for free today, all you have to do is give me a follow on X, all right? So if we get 100 followers on my X account today, 100 new followers on X, we're going to give away a hat to one of the people that gives me a follow. If you're already following me on Twitter, share today's stream on X and tag me in the post. If you do those two things, I will make sure you get into the raffle as well. So don't want to penalize anybody that's already following me. So if you're already following me, share this stream and tag me in the post on X. Or if you're not following me on Twitter, at Jack_Sperry, all you have to do is follow me on my social media platform there, and then you are automatically entered to win the free Steelers Talk hat that we're going to be giving away during today's show. But if you guys want to guarantee that you get one of the 10 spots, one of the 10 limited edition Steelers Talk hats, $100 Venmos will get the job done for you. Plus, you get into the raffle, and you get multiple raffle tickets with that Venmo. So what is that? So that is 10 raffle tickets right there. So 10 raffle tickets to win the Steelers jersey, and you guarantee yourself a Steelers Talk hat. There's only 10 of these things in the entire world. So if you guys want one of these limited edition hats, go ahead and send in those $100 Venmos.
Bob Locke.
My man Robert Locke, $10, says, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go, man.
We have about a minute left. Let's quickly talk about what Art Rooney said last night.
All right, so Art Rooney said this about the Aaron Rodgers saga. It sounds like Rodgers will be signing with this team next week. He says, we're still kind of getting the same signals we've been getting recently that he does want to come here. I do think we may get word soon. Obviously, with things starting to crank up here with the offseason program, etc. If he's coming, we would like to get him here soon for some of that. All right, so it sounds like the Steelers owner believes that this thing is going to come to a close soon. He says he wants to come here. But Jack, Rodgers doesn't want to be a Steeler.
But Jack, there's no way Shedeur Sanders lasts until 123.
Yeah, that's true. And now he might be here. All right, guys, you guys are familiar. If you've been watching the stream here for the last 2 days, we're going to be simulcasting with our NFL Daily stream for the first couple picks of the fourth round here, and then around pick 105, I will be transitioning back over here with Coop, or we'll be just doing a Steelers dedicated stream here for the rest of day 3 of the NFL draft. Obviously, the Steelers have 4 picks today. Shedeur Sanders could be available at 123. That's going to be a big storyline to start today's show. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Again, give me a follow on X if you haven't already as well for a chance to win. That's free Steelers hat. And we are going to shift over to our simulcast here momentarily. Coop is currently on the phone with our main producer, Sam. Hi, Sam. You want to get slapped with a tortilla for $20? Or a mouse pad for $50? You guys remember Sam. He's the Broncos fan that we slapped multiple times a couple months back. That was good times, man. So we got over 300 people watching the live stream already. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We'll see if Shedeur Sanders ends up becoming a Pittsburgh Steelers at some time. And we're going to be moving over to our NFL Daily stream here for about 30 minutes or so, and then I'll come back over here with Coop, where we'll break down the rest of the happenings going on day 3 of the NFL draft for your Pittsburgh Steelers. I will say the Steelers draft needs today. You know, they could get quarterback if they want. I don't think it's necessarily like a huge need, though. What I mean by that is it sounds like Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Steelers, and you have Mason Rudolph as your backup, and this is a win-now team. And honestly, you know, I don't know if there's any quarterback left in the draft. I think some people would say Shedeur Sanders, but I'm lower on Sanders that, you know, even if Sanders hits, he's like a mid-level backup. So, like, Coop says draft him at 229. That would be a phenomenal value. But, you know, I'd be fine with Shedeur in round 4. I was very adamantly against taking Shedeur in round 1, but in round 4, that's a really good value for the Pittsburgh Steelers if they want to get him. All right, so Coop's going to be counting me down here. I'm moving over to NFL Daily. I will see you guys over there in just a second.
Patriots, as we welcome in our Steelers Talk Live audience here for our simulcast. Jack Sperry will be along here momentarily. Early 4th rounders here. We'll see if there's some value picks, if there are some surprise picks. I do think we're going to get some interesting ones. The rules are I have to drink if the player wasn't on the board and if I didn't do them or deval them, and I think we will get some this year. I think we will get some of those in this year's draft class. So Jacksonville, Las Vegas, Chicago at 109, Jets at 110. Obviously, everyone wants to know when the Shedeur Sanders pick will happen, but we'll focus on the actual picks because that's what you guys are here for in the end. Jacksonville 107, Las Vegas 108, the Bears 109, the Jets 110 for the early round picks here. Eagles with a couple trades involving that pick at 111. Saints at 112. The Niners at 113. The Carolina Panthers. This was the Jonathan Mingo trade, by the way, from the Dallas Cowboys. So that's a 111, 112, 113, 114. Where we continue to go through the 4th round picks here on today's show. Jack Sperry will be coming in here in just a second. Then I will be stepping off, darting over to our Cowboys Report live stream and getting things set up on that front. So a lot of picks today, 4, 5, 6, and the 7th rounds. Lots of fun stuff to get into. Again, I am Tom Downey, and once again joining us is Jack Sperry. Jack, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Tom. We're bringing in our Steelers Talk audience right now, and we're going to be here for about 30 minutes here, kick off round 4, and then we'll move back over to Steelers, where maybe Shedeur Sanders will become a Pittsburgh Steeler, which is kind of crazy to say. So, Tom, you're going to be going over to Cowboys. Have fun over there.
Back in 15.
And we'll be talking here about the best players available on Tom's big board. Of course, Shedeur Sanders is at the top of Tom's big board, number 40 overall. It's kind of funny that's exactly where Tyler Shuck ended up going in the draft this year. Alec Iamaner, a wide receiver out of Stanford. Tom and I agree. Iamaner's a really good player, man. He's big. He's got decent speed. He runs in the 4.4s. Really good ball skills, good route runner. You know, he's got some decent change of direction ability for his size, and he's physical. All right, so I actually thought he was going to go yesterday at some point. I thought there's a chance he could go in round 2, but he ends up falling here to round 4, and I expect him to go pretty early. He's one of the only wide receivers that I saw throughout Travis Hunter's entire college career where he, like, really played well against them. That game he had against Colorado 2 seasons ago, was one of the greatest performances from a wide receiver in Stanford history, man. It was absolutely unbelievable, the performance that he had. He pretty much put the team on his back in that game. Marcus Bowe out of Purdue. Some people, he's kind of a tweener. You know, he's got guard size, but not really like guard power, which is something that, you know, maybe not a lot of teams necessarily love in the National Football League. Could also play center. I think that could be a future home, but he hasn't really played there in his football journey to this point. Jack Sawyer, edge out of Ohio State. Keep your eye on the New England Patriots or Sawyer. They could probably take another edge rusher, and Sawyer is an Ohio State guy, good culture guy, just screams Mike Vrabel to me. Number 5, Antoine Powell-Ryland, edge rusher out of Virginia Tech. Really productive and really athletic. So Tom's higher on him than most other draft analysts. But, I mean, I can't really disagree with his logic because he was very productive and he is very athletic. Jalen Royals, another wide receiver that could go early here out of Utah State. Going to be a slot weapon. good player. Dylan Sampson, running back out of Tennessee. I think Dylan's, he's really young, all right? So he's like 20 years old, super young player, and he's very explosive, all right? So I do think he's a little bit more of a projection because even though he was productive last year, I thought on film he left a lot of meat on the bone in terms of his vision. And, there's a very thin line to toe as a running back between being too conservative and then, not being patient enough. And, I think Sampson is still trying to figure out how to toe that line. And once he does, he could be an awesome running back. Like somebody could get an absolute steal in Dylan Sampson today, but also that vision could maybe never develop, and he ends up being a disappointment. Cameron Williams, a developmental offensive tackle prospect out of Texas. Going to probably need a couple years sitting behind a veteran before you can even think about starting him, in my opinion. Then you got Braden Swinson, a really productive edge rusher out of LSU that's going to be going at some point today. Bashal Tootin, out of Virginia Tech, a running back, really explosive. He's got incredible long speed for a running back. He's really good with wide zone. So if your team loves to run wide zone and you're a Shanahan or McVay offense, Tootin's going to be somebody that fits into your scheme. And then he does have a fumble issue, which is why he's falling this far. But he is a very explosive player, and if he cleans up the fumbles, he could be a really good player as well. Billy Bowman Jr., I'm lower on Bowman because he's got like a 25% missed tackle rate, which is unacceptable at the NFL level. Just can't have that. Quincy Riley, cornerback out of Louisville, as number 12. Cam Scatabo, number 13 out of Arizona State. Really like his profile. I think he's a top 6 running back in this class. He's not fast, but there's a lot of running backs that are successful in this league that don't have top-end long speed. Look at James Conner from the Arizona Cardinals, and there's plenty others as well. And Scadabo's a really good receiver, really good route runner, really quick feet, fantastic vision. Like, Scadabo's got everything else you want in a starting running back except for long speed. So I think that he's got a really good chance to be a really good back in this league. Torrey Horton out of Colorado State, another wide receiver, lanky receiver, but can make some really phenomenal catches coming off an injury-filled 2024 season. Kyle Kennard, who kind of wiped the floor with Will Campbell at South Carolina last year when they went up against LSU. And then Gunnar Helm, a tight end out of Texas, rounds out the top 16 on Tom Downey's big board. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're trying to get to 408,000 subscribers here. We're going to give you guys extensive coverage of the NFL draft all throughout today, and then we're going to have you guys covered with all the latest NFL news for the rest of the offseason heading into the 2025 NFL campaign. The latest trade rumors. It sounds like we're going to get a decision on Aaron Rodgers here relatively soon when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll probably be covering that on this channel as well. Jack, you have something you want to say?
Well, also, remember, every 100 subs is a Bean Boozled. So we need to get to 940.
940.
So 407,940, and Sperry does a Bean Boozled. And Sperry, if you guys are new here, Sperry does not like Bean Boozled at all.
I tried to veto them this year, and these bully producers are forcing me to do them because people like it so much. Yeah, I guess it's what the people want. So, I'll put my body on the line for Chat Sports, all right? So make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft here on Chat Sports. Going to be an interesting day. 4 rounds of picks for you guys to break down. It's going to be real interesting to see how the rest of this draft class shakes out, especially with some really good players on the board. We got some super chats from Steelers here. The Sports Dojo, $2, says your personal Kaleb Johnson pro comparison. It's a good question. I would say the one I want to make is going to sound crazy. He's a shrunken version of Derrick Henry. He's not as big, but the skill set is exactly the same. Great vision, outside zone, pretty much dependent runner. He's got some size to him. If he gets to the second and third level, you're not bringing him down. He's got some good breakaway speed too. Comparing anybody to Derrick Henry is kind of a lofty goal, but this is why Arthur Smith took him. And this is why he loves him, is because he runs kind of just like Derrick Henry, only he's a smaller version of him. He's not quite as big, but Derrick Henry was one of the best, if not the best, running back in football in this wide zone heavy system in Pittsburgh. And Kaleb Johnson, reminds me a lot of that. He's got excellent vision. He identifies cutback lanes better than just about anybody in this class. His ability to put his foot in the ground, find that lane, and then just explode into the second and third levels is really, really special, in my opinion. And he needed to go to the right spot. He doesn't have a lot of great quickness in terms of his feet. He's not the fastest, most shifty back in the world. He's not going to make you miss in that way, but he is somebody that's going to identify the right lane to run into, and then he just glides, man. He is just really, really bursty, really explosive, and that's something the Steelers' run game has been missing for many years because Najee Harris didn't have very good vision. So I think that Kaleb Johnson's a big upgrade from Najee Harris. Kind of the similar type of idea, bigger running back that's going to wear down an opposing defense, only he actually has good vision and can run outside zone, whereas Najee Harris was not able to do that at a high level. All right, our Super Chat menu today, guys. Again, every 100 subscribers we get, I have to do a Bean Boozled on today's show. $5 draft hat raffle. $5 Super Chat gets you into a raffle today here on NFL Daily to win an NFL draft hat of your choosing. And then $10, we will talk about your team.
We also had an interesting Slack come in, Sperry.
Okay.
Our boss, Brett Scott, said the first channel to get a $100 Super Chat, he will come in and do a full beer bat.
Okay. So,
on stream.
So we have beer bats here. So you guys are probably familiar with our boots here at Chat Sports, but we got beer bats that we've got from Globe Life Park here in Arlington, Texas. Or it was from Globe Life Field. Excuse me. All right, excuse me. But if we get a $100 Super Chat, by the way, right now the MVP number to beat here on NFL Daily is $100. So if somebody sends in a $101 Super Chat, all right, Brett Scott, our lead producer here and CFO here at Chat Sports, has to come in and do a beer boot or a beer bat here on NFL Daily. So if you guys want to send in that $100 or $101 Super Chat, we'd greatly appreciate you. And, of course, if you just want to go the $5 to get into the draft hat raffle or $10 to talk about your team, more than willing to take your questions on today's show as we get closer and closer to, Shedeur Watch here at the start of day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Listen, man, there's a lot of people still connecting Shedeur Sanders to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, you can see why, all right? There's been a lot of reporting from some of the bigger names that the Steelers, do like Shedeur Sanders. It's just Derrick Harmon fell to them at 21, and he was one of the top guys on their board. And then Kaleb Johnson, who we just talked about, is a perfect fit for the Steelers offense. He fell to them at 83. So could they be considering him here at 123? Yes. But would it shock me if the Steelers don't want to bring in, this much hoopla with what would be their backup quarterback? Art Rooney II, the team's owner, went on Pittsburgh radio yesterday saying that if they draft a quarterback in the draft, then they're going to be the backup. They're not going to be the starter, all right, which definitely points to the team signing Aaron Rodgers in the coming days. But you look at Shedeur Sanders, he'd be your backup quarterback, but there would be a lot of hoopla around him, similar to how there was a lot of hoopla around Justin Fields last year as the team's backup quarterback. All right, there's a lot of different people advocating for Fields to start during the season, and I won't get into all that stuff that happened last year. Both of them are not on the football team right now, but do we really want to go through that again? Where if you get Shedeur Sanders, you are going to be splitting this fan base once again into Team Sanders and Team Rodgers, and it's like, I don't know, man. I would kind of just rather prefer somebody that's not going to garner so much support from the fan base to start as a 4th-round draft selection. And by the way, there's a reason why he's going in round 4. All right? I think Albert Breer said it best. Albert Breer said he didn't go in round 1 because he wasn't talented enough and didn't show enough on film last year to be a round 1 quarterback. I completely agree with that. I had a day 2 grade on Shedeur Sanders, okay? But the reason why he fell out of day 2 is because of the other stuff. It's the reports about the poor interviews. It's about the poor meetings and all this different stuff that we've heard from him all throughout the draft process, turning teams off with the way that he kind of went about the draft process. It kind of felt like, Shedeur was feeling like he was for sure going to go in the top 3 of the NFL draft this year. And, teams didn't really like that kind of attitude. And they saw him watch they watched him play football on film, and they're like, this guy's not that good. So, like, he didn't go in the first round because he's not a first-round quarterback, but because of all the different reports coming out about interviews and meetings not going well, that's why he's still available at this point in time. So let me know down there in the comments section, who will draft Shedeur Sanders today? Or will he even get drafted? Let me know down there in the comments section. Brando says Steelers or Rams. I could see either one of those happening. Who else is going to get going here, man? A lot of people saying Steelers. Raphael says Eagles. Bobby Marie says Jaguars. Jaguars would be funny. Jaguars would be funny. Gary says double dip Titans. Eric Corley says Raiders or Steelers. Matt B says Shanghai Sharks. Ni hao. All right, there is a new live poll in our live chat. Who will draft Shedeur Sanders? The options are Steelers, Raiders, Rams, or other. There's almost 100 votes right now, and 45% are saying other. So, like, are they thinking, like, the next closest is Steelers at 27? We just added Cowboys to the list here. Oh, never mind. We're bringing in the Cowboys report, and we welcome back Tom Downey here. We were just talking a little bit about Shedeur Sanders here and where he's going to go here, Tom. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but honestly, it seems like the Steelers are the favorite to me, but if the Steelers don't take him at 123, I don't think they take him at all.
I would probably agree with you on that front there. Jack's going to sign off here. He's going to head back over to Steelers with – you're going to be on Shedeur watch, frankly, for the 4th round there. So I got you covered for the early part of day 3. I'll be here for the 4th round. Keep the comments coming. Who you think ends up drafting Shedeur Sanders? There have been a couple Cowboys supers. We'll get to those here in a little bit as well. We got plenty of stuff to get through here for day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Like I said on the Cowboys stream, it's a sickos day. It's only for the nerds, only for the diehards here. Only the psychos. A lot of other streams. Oh, we're not going to do day 3. We do day 3 because we care. We are locked in here for the entirety of the 2025 NFL Draft. I spend too much time to not be live for day 3. It just doesn't make any sense there. Vote in the pin poll for who will draft Shedeur Sanders. 31% voting Steelers, 19% Raiders, 9% Rams, 40% going on the others. We got 1 minute until day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft gets started. If you are ready, if you are excited, spam go in the comment section of today's show. Let's see if we can break the chat rate highs on both the Chat Sports live stream and our simulcast live stream right now on the Cowboys Report. Spam go for me in the comments section right now. We got 700, almost 1,000 people watching on the Cowboys Report, almost 3,000 here on the Chat Sports live stream. Get those comments flowing for me. I see the super chats, guys. Don't worry, we will get to those here early on with the Titans about to go on the clock here. 20 seconds left. As a reminder, we get a $50 super chat. I will beer bong a Red Bull to get things going and have some fun. Only had 1 yesterday, therefore I can have like 6 today, right? That's how math works. That's how the math works. I don't know what the caffeine content is there. Spam go in the comment section right now. Day 3, NFL Draft. Let's ride. Welcome into day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. I am Tom Downey, Jack Lauderay, Sam Brown behind the scenes, plus the entire Chat Sports crew here. We're going to break down all of day 3. We have a special deal, by the way, available. $100 super chat will make producer Brett come in here and do a beer bat, which I think would be hilarious and super fun there. Titans are on the clock in a minute. They have not officially been put on the clock yet, I don't believe. To kick off in the 4th round. 103, the Titans. The Jags at 104. The Giants at 105. Patriots at 106. The Jags at 107. the Raiders at 108. Steelers Talk. Get over to Jack.
All right, people, we are back here on Steelers Talk. I got the hat on because I'm not going to be leaving this stream again. We are here for the rest of the day, so I put on the Steelers Talk hat. This is mine, though. We have 10 other ones for this, though. If you guys want a brand new Steelers Talk hat, we have 10 available for you guys on today's show. $100 Venmos gets you the hat. It also gets you 10 raffle tickets to win the Steelers jersey that we're going to be raffling off at the end of today's show. If you want to put up my Venmo information when you get a second here, Coop. We've got $20 to enter into a Steelers jersey raffle. If you want Kaleb Johnson, if you want Aaron Rodgers, if you want Derrick Harmon, if you want Shedeur Sanders if he gets drafted by the Steelers today, you can choose the player that you want with the Steelers jersey. Again, guys, $20 Super Chat or Venmo to get into the raffle. It's double your raffle tickets when you Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. You can find me at Jack-Sperry on Venmo, # Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. And, of course, the $100 Venmo, Cash App, and PayPals today. You guys get to walk away with a limited edition Steelers Talk hat. And I know that's a lot, guys, but you're helping out a small channel here. There's only 10 in the world, so there is a very limited supply of these. And we are giving one away for free today. So if you want a chance to win one without having to pay a dime, all you have to do is follow me on Twitter at Jack_Sperry. I see a lot of people have already followed me. So thank you to everybody that has already followed and already shared the stream on YouTube as well. You guys are all entered into the chance to win.
I absolutely love the Sports Dojo's profile picture, by the way.
Yes, the Sports Dojo. We put this up on Maine, but he says your personal Kaleb Johnson pro comparison.
Arch Manning.
And with Arch Manning is the photo. Yeah, I said this on NFL Daily. Coop and our audience just heard this, but I think he's a shrunken version of Derrick Henry. And I
like that.
I think that he is somebody that needs to play in an outside zone scheme to be successful. We saw Derrick Henry actually not be that successful.
Did he get to this one as well, by the way?
No, he did not. Okay. But we saw Derrick Henry in the early portion of his career kind of be stunted because he went to systems that tried to use him as a power runner. And even though he's big, I think he's a lot better when he's allowed to get ahead of steam in this outside zone running scheme, put his foot in the ground, and then get to that second and third level using excellent vision. That's exactly the type of running back I see in Kaleb Johnson, and that's why the Steelers forwent getting Shedeur Sanders or another quarterback. Jalen Milroe was still on the board last night. They went out and got their future star running back at number 83. So I know that, whenever you throw the name Derrick Henry out there, one of the best running backs in football, that's a lofty expectation. And, but I think that, with me putting the label that he's smaller, I think kind of helps that out a little bit. I don't think he's going to be quite as good as Derrick has been in his career, but I think that he's a perfect fit, just like for Arthur Smith's offense, just like Derrick was when Arthur was in Tennessee. And I think that he's got the type of vision, the type of burst, the type of big playability in an outside zone running scheme that you're looking for and that you really needed to add to this offense this season if you are the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got Jaylen Warren, who's kind of that lightning type of back, really good pass protector, good receiver, makes guys miss, really good contact balance, really, really good player. But now you got your kind of every down bruiser type in the outside zone run scheme with Kaleb Johnson. So you're going to be able to run a lot of the play action bootlegs now, stuff that you weren't able to do last year with Najee Harris because his vision was just terrible. So I think you're getting pretty much the same idea as Najee Harris, as a bigger guy that's going to take up a lot of snaps, but you actually get somebody with good vision and more big playability. $5 from Nico. Appreciate you, Nico. Says, what could have Shedeur possibly have said in those interviews to drop to the 4th round? Listen, man, this is a big-time job, all right? This is a job where if you get hired, you're making millions of dollars to play in the National Football League. And these organizations, they invest a lot in these quarterbacks and in the research. And, I know a lot of NFL teams were very turned off by the way that he approached the process. He approached the process, or at least the way that a lot of people kind of viewed the way that he approached the process is that he was better than, the process, that he was a lock to be a top 3 pick, even though I think his film didn't really warrant that high of a selection. And obviously the NFL agreed with my evaluation of his film. He's somebody that does hold the ball for too long. He is somebody that takes a lot of unwarranted sacks. He drifts in the pocket. He's too frequently late when working through his progressions. I think he's accurate, but I don't think he is supremely accurate, as some people want to say, especially when he's throwing deep down the field. I think he underthrows a lot of his deep passes, and last year Travis Hunter and Will Shepard, to be quite frank, bailed him out on a lot of poor passes down the field. And obviously that goes towards his yardage and it goes towards his completion percentage, but they're not good passes, right? So I think he's also a limited athlete. I don't think he's a special dynamic playmaker or rushing threat. He's not terrible in those regards.
What would you say his best attribute as a quarterback is?
It's a good question. I would say pocket toughness is definitely up there. He will stand and deliver from time to time. Now, he does have a drifting problem too, so it's not the most consistent thing, but there are reps on his film where he is standing in a pocket where he knows he's going to get drilled and he's delivering a shot and a nice pass over the middle of the field in particular. Also, I think that he's got decent playmaking instincts. It's not great, and I think that it gets him in trouble because he's one of those guys that just doesn't know when to accept when a play is dead. He likes to scramble around, and he takes a lot of really bad sacks for 10 or more yards lost, just scrambling around, and that's not the best thing in the world. And, he's going to need to be somebody that, anticipates better at the next level, in my opinion. That's going to be the main area where he needs to develop to be a starting caliber quarterback. He's got a below average NFL arm in terms of the arm strength and the anticipation. I think I can count the true anticipation reps he had at Colorado last year on one hand. All right, the entire season. He just doesn't really anticipate open receivers. And, the combination of lack of anticipation with lack of arm strength in the NFL, when the windows get tighter, it's going to mean interceptions, all right, especially when he's throwing over the middle of the field. So I actually think he has a pretty darn high chance of just being a straight-up bust in the league. And at this point, if you take him in round 4, you can't really say he's a bust. I mean, at this point, if you're taking a quarterback in round 4, you're drafting him to be a backup that you're hoping, maybe he turns into a starter someday, but you're definitely not hitching your wagon to him for the next several years. You're not giving him a giant contract or anything like that. I think it's going to be I would be okay if the Steelers took Shedeur in round 4. I think it's a great value at this point. I do think he has starter upside. But long term, if he gets to the second contract and he's making $60+ million per season, I just don't see him competing with guys like Burrow and Mahomes and Allen and all those guys that are making the big bucks. You take a look at Tom Downey's best available here for you guys to keep in mind. Shedeur Sanders, of course, is number 1 on Tom Downey's big board right now. We'll see where he ends up going.
Would you have him as the best QB remaining?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The 2 guys yesterday I said I would take above him were Shuck and Milroe, and both of those guys went. So the way that I would rank them, Shedeur, Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers, and Will Howard would be the way that I would rank them. Now, I will say I think that Shedeur is the most likely scenario for the Steelers at 123, but I could also see them taking Kyle McCord, who I know they're very high on.
I think they're going QB here?
It depends, if there's a player that they really love that falls to them here.
Chimere DK goes to the Titans.
Chimere DK, there we go. Goes to the Titans at 103. We are officially underway in round 4 of the NFL draft here. Of course, that's pick 103. The Steelers pick in 20 picks. So we will continue to be on Shedeur Sanders' watch here as we continue to scroll through Tom Downey's best available. Cam Scatabo still available. Torrey Horton still available. There's some good players still on the board. Can we show the best cornerbacks available? I think corner's another position that they could be looking at.
Let's go to this first.
$5 from the Sports Dojo. Appreciate you, Sports Dojo. Says Steelers like players with a chip on their shoulder, and Sanders must have one. I think a 4th is okay to spend on him. We don't have to commit. And this is why I'm exactly okay with Shedeur Sanders, Coop. I think that the chances that he becomes a legitimate starting quarterback might be lower, especially if you're drafting him round 1. But in round 4, the expectation is he's going to be a backup, all right? So that's the expectation with a 4th-round pick at quarterback. And, it's going to be weird because it's going to be a lot of drama surrounding your bona fide backup quarterback. Your QB3 is what he'll be on the Steelers next year. But, who knows? I think that Mike Tomlin loves his intangibles. And if he can develop some more anticipation and he can learn from Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins, whoever's the true veteran number 1 quarterback here in Pittsburgh next year, I mean, I don't hate the idea of Sanders being here. I really don't. I think there will be too many people calling for him to play right away. Then they're going to try, and a lot of fans are going to treat him like he's a first-round pick that's been named the heir apparent. I don't think that'll be the case. I think he'll be more of a backup. And then, hey, if the Steelers stink this year with Aaron Rodgers, they might give Sanders a chance at the end of the year. But then if he doesn't play well and they have a high first-round draft pick, I don't think that they will blink twice in taking a first-round quarterback next year and replacing Sanders if he's not up to snuff. That is if he gets a chance to play. The top cornerbacks available for the Pittsburgh Steelers to consider.
Riley.
I like Quincy Riley. He's really fast, and he can play in the slot a little bit. But then Dorian Strong out of Virginia Tech, very good player, very steady Eddie is what I like to call him, is because he's not crazy athletic and he's not going to be a number one corner or anything like that. But if you're looking for a good backup and a potential future number 2 starter that you can trust on an NFL field, I think Dorian Strong fixed that. Kobe Bryant, if you're looking for a slot, Kobe Bryant or Denzel Burke out of Ohio State is an option. I think the Steelers may consider those 2 guys potentially.
You think Kobe as well?
Yeah, Kobe. I think that he's exactly the type of corner Mike Tomlin likes because he gets in your face, he talks shit, he does all that stuff.
Dude,
Zy Alexander actually had a had a combine meeting with the Steelers, so keep your eye on Zy Alexander maybe in round 5.
Your guy Justin Wally went early.
Yeah, Justin Wally out of Minnesota. The Steelers brought him in for a top 30 visit. They seem to really like him. If he was still here, he would maybe be a consideration for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but that is not the case at this point in time because he is an Indianapolis Colt. So best of luck to him in Indianapolis.
Let me just adjust this real quick.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. So the Jaguars pick is in. We'll see who they end up taking here. As we continue to be on Shedeur Sanders' watch here on Steelers Talk. And the first sip of the invisible Mountain Dew. Very nice. Bashal Tootin comes off the board.
Wow.
Jacksonville Jaguars. And I like that pick to pair with Trevor Etienne. Oh, there's a lot of smoke, Coop, around Ashagenti to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They ended up going up and getting Travis Hunter, and I'm starting to like how that offense is starting to shape up. Now, Tootin has a fumbling issue. He's going to have to clean that up at the next level, but Etienne's been a big disappointment, and Tootin's got a legit ability to be a potential number 1 running back in the league, in my opinion. Of course, our profile so far, guys, the Steelers took Derrick Harmon and Kaleb Johnson with their first 2 picks, and then, of course, they got DK Metcalf for their second-round pick this year. So if you ask me, Derrick Harmon, DK Metcalf, Kaleb Johnson, Omar Khan's getting an A+ from me so far in this NFL draft. And I think that, moving forward, you've got 1 pick in each round, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't expect the Steelers to move around all that much. And we'll see where they end up with the quarterback position by the end of today. I do think they will take a quarterback by the end of the day, by the way. It might not be in round 4. We'll see. It might be a quarterback, but I think they do take a quarterback at some point. And, I think that, you address running back, you address defensive tackle. I think they're going to take a wide receiver at some point today too. So whenever we get a chance, Coop, after this comment drive, if we can look at wide receivers still available. But now's the moment of truth, guys. Who will the Pittsburgh Steelers take next? Will it be Shedeur Sanders? Will it be Kyle McCord? Could it be Will Howard? All right. I do think Sanders is the most likely to be picked because I don't think the Steelers expected him to be here at this point. But I could certainly see them going Will Howard or Kyle McCord. They've done a lot of research on those 2 guys, and they like those 2 guys as prospects. So if they don't want the circus of getting a guy like Shedeur Sanders as your 3rd-string backup quarterback, maybe they would prefer to go with someone a bit quieter in Kyle McCord and Will Howard, who they both like. All right, so here's our top wide receivers available here, guys. Alec Iamaner out of Stanford, really good player, but kind of redundant with the skill sets of DK and George Pickens. Personally, I think that the Steelers, if they do go somebody here in this top 4, it'd be either Jalen Royals out of Utah State, who they haven't really shown a ton of interest in, to be completely honest. He's more of a slot threat than anything. And then Torrey Horton is somebody to keep your eye on here. The Steelers did have a combine meeting with Torrey Horton.
He's a little similar, though, to DK as well, is he not?
Yeah, but he's lankier. He's not big. He's tall, but he's lanky. He's got long strides. He's pretty good yak threat for somebody. I kind of like him, man.
Yeah.
He makes some great catches. If you're looking for maybe a future George Pickens replacement on the other side of DK, in the future when George Pickens eventually moves on from this football team. Horton could be something that you kind of consider. Tez Johnson, kind of redundant with Calvin Austin III. Don't think he's on the Steelers' radar.
I think you might weigh more than Tez Johnson.
Maybe. I think I do. Yeah. Ricky White is somebody that is a good special teamer. So keep your eye on Ricky White like in round 6, round 7 today because Danny Smith might be pounding the table to take this guy because he's got a bunch of blocked punts at UNLV. So
no shot they're looking at tight end here, right?
No, I highly doubt it. They've got 3 guys that they like here. Xavier Restrepo, another slot type of wide receiver. With him running so slow, I think it was like, a 4.9?
Yep.
At best case scenario is Jarvis Landry, where he's a super slow, but, great route running type of slot receiver.
Wow, Cam Scatabo to the Giants.
Oh, my God. Dude, Marsh is going to love that shit.
That's awesome.
Jackson Dart and Cam Scatabo? Are you kidding me with this offense here? All they have to go get now is George Pickens. Oh, my goodness, man. I like that pick for New York. They've got Tyrone Tracy, who's a burner, and you got Cam Scatabo. Thunder and Lightning. I mean, I don't hate that at all for New York. I think he's going to fit right in. Good for New York. Good for Marshall Green, man. Their offense just got a lot better.
Ugh.
The Tasmanian Sun Devil goes to the New York Giants. And, the thing about Scatabo, Coop, is that he has everything you want in a starting running back except long speed.
Absolutely.
He's got quick feet. He's got great vision. He changes directions quickly. He makes people miss with great contact balance. He's shifty. He's a good receiver. I think he could be better as a pass blocker, but he's not terrible. He's certainly got the size to do it. I think that's a phenomenal pick for the New York Football Giants, man. Good for Russ. I'm rooting for him when he's going to be in New York this year. I think last year, the team kind of crumbled around him. You guys know how I feel about Russ.
Let's hit this, and then we'll hit the super.
Sounds good. So we will get to our more coverage of Day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft here in just one moment. But first, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Game Time. And guys, I'm somebody that likes to go to baseball games. I just watched my brother Joe pitch for the Minnesota Golden Gophers yesterday. Unfortunately, the Gophs gave up 16 runs to the USC Trojans. So tough day for the brother at the ballpark. But I also like to go to the Rangers ballpark here in Arlington on the weekends to watch them play and just take my mind off of work, take my mind off of, the Aaron Rodgers saga, Shedeur Sanders, is he going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, all that stuff. I just love going to baseball games because that was my first love growing up. I was a college baseball player, and it's just my favorite pastime, guys. So Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, and it makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier, all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. On the Game Time app, it's super easy to use. They've got great features like Game Time Picks that does the research for you to find you the best deals with the best prices on the best seats. And then also, you get the lowest price guarantee on any ticket to any event, whether it's a baseball game like I usually go to, whether it's another sporting event, whether it's a comedy show, whether it's a theater performance, whether it's a concert. If you can get tickets to a live event, you can get it on Game Time for the lowest price guarantee. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Had to throw Joe under the bus like that?
Hey, man, pitch better. Pitch better, little jit. $10.
Come on now, Joe.
Come on, little jit. $10 from Justin says, "Yo, Jack, you appeared pretty ecstatic whenever you were crapping on Shedeur yesterday."
I don't think
I was crapping on him.
I don't think he means crapping. I think he means shitting.
Was that because his fall confirms your assessment of his talent, or you just don't like the kid?
You have nothing against him personally.
I mean, I don't know him personally,
Exactly.
So listen, I don't root against any of these guys. All right, but I think that the reporting has been pretty clear that he has turned some people off in the NFL. All right, I don't think he would have fallen this far if that wasn't the case. Now, obviously I don't know him, so I'm not going to make any personal, judgments on him. For all I know, he's a great kid. What I do know is the film, because I've watched every single snap of his from Colorado last year. And, I get paid to watch film and to give my opinion on these guys, all right? And, the fact that I had him as my 5th quarterback in this class just based on the tape, I think kind of confirms why he didn't go in round 1. And, I think Albert Breer said it best. He didn't go in round 1 because he's not good enough to be a round 1 quarterback. He didn't show enough on film last year to warrant a first-round selection. But the reason why he's falling even further down the board is because of all the extracurricular stuff that happened during the draft process. Saying he was going to practice and show up and play in the Shrine Bowl, then showing up in sweatpants in the first day and then leaving after the first day without practicing. And by the way, because Shedeur was going to be there, they invited more of his Colorado teammates than would have been invited, and that he probably cost a couple of more deserving players to be at the Shrine Bowl this year because of that. He helped out his teammates at Colorado, but there's probably some other prospects that would have really liked to be a part of that process, like Shedeur Sanders, for example. Shouldn't have been there. Got toasted by everybody. But because Shedeur was supposed to be there, Shiloh got an invite as well. Then, at the combine, there was multiple reports from a bunch of reputable sources: Josina Anderson, Todd McShay, Matthew Berry from NBC, saying that multiple teams said that his interviews did not go well, and that he kind of approached it as kind of indifferent to those football teams, and that turned people off. And then the 2 teams that spent the most time with him, Cleveland and New York. New York traded up for a different quarterback in Jackson Dart, and the Cleveland Browns had multiple chances to take him. They didn't take him.
And they took Dylan Gabriel.
And they took Dylan Gabriel instead. All right, so listen, man, I actually am okay with the Steelers taking Shedeur Sanders here in round 4. I think it's a really good value. I think that this is exactly the type of culture that can handle him. Mike Tomlin is the biggest voice in the room. That's not going to be an issue. And then Aaron Rodgers is going to be the biggest voice in the quarterback room, so he's going to be able to come in here, have a chip on his shoulder. That's something that I really love. And I will 100% root for Shedeur Sanders if he is a Pittsburgh Steeler today. I 100% will. All right, $5 says, I fucking love the KJ pick. I was upset when Harmon was drafted over Hampton in round 1, but this was 100% turned me around, A+, and hate how well Ravens draft.
The Ravens always get lucky with these guys, man.
Yeah, man. Mike Green, I guess they didn't learn their lesson with Justin Tucker because they bring in another guy with a sexual assault history. Now, I do think Mike Green, with a guy with character concerns, stuff like that, I think that, a place like Baltimore is the right fit for him because I think that's the type of culture that can cultivate him and kind of rein him in. And then Malachi Starks was my favorite safety in this class. He's unbelievably good. So that sucks that you're pairing him up with Kyle Hamilton for the next decade. But, yeah, man, I honestly think the Browns are – everyone's glazing the Browns with their draft. They passed on the best – player in this entire draft. They took a mid-level defensive tackle prospect, in my opinion, at number 5. Then they get a linebacker with their first pick in round 2. I thought Quinshon Judkins is not as. I don't think Quinshon Judkins is as good as Kaleb Johnson or somebody like. I think Quinshon's fine, but everyone is just glazing the Cleveland Browns. I actually don't think they're having that good of a draft. And then they draft freaking Dylan Gabriel, who they could have had in round 5 today or round 6. In the 3rd round. And then the Bengals. Don't even get me started on the Bengals, Coop. I mean, Shamar Stewart in round 1. And then you get you could have had Kevin Winston Jr. in round 3 yesterday, and you took some guard out of Georgia that was expected to go midday 3. What are we doing here, man? In my opinion, Bengals and Browns not doing that great, and then the Steelers and Ravens are killing it. So we'll see what the Steelers do. And by the way, the Las Vegas Raiders, my guy, linebacker out of Notre Dame, Jack Kaiser, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Good for him.
Golden Domer?
Golden Domer. When you get a second here, Coop, if we can recap the last few picks.
Yep, I'm just making a little listicle here.
So let's see who the Raiders take here, because this is a team that could potentially take Shedeur Sanders.
Please?
So we'll see. I will say, if Shedeur Sanders goes to the Raiders report with Mitchell Renz is going to make $30,000 today.
Maybe not that much, but I won't rule it out. Oh, it's Dante Thornton.
Oh, so they're going wide receiver. Once again, the Raiders passing on Shedeur Sanders. Dante Thornton out of Tennessee. And we can take a look at the last several picks here. Starting with 103 is the first pick here in round 4. Chimere Dike out of Florida. Bashal Tootin goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 104. Cam Scatabo goes off the board at 105. Craig Woodson, I actually like Woodson out of California, Berkeley. Maybe not the craziest physical profile, but I think he'll be a good player for New England. Jack Kaiser goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Good leader, a good locker room guy to add. I don't think he's going to play right away. I think he's physically limited. But then Dante Thornton Jr., somebody that some people think the Steelers were targeting in the later rounds. Big body. Big body.
He is.
So they're hoping that he's going to be like their deep threat for Geno Smith to unload those deep balls to. Because he's big. He's got a limited route tree. But, he's got long strides. He is fast I can't even remember his measurables, but he is big and fast, and he is a big play machine. So they've got Jacoby Myers, who's kind of your crafty type of run-blocking type of guy. Then you got Thornton to come in and be their deep threat. And then you got Brock Bowers to be your do-it-all tight end / slot receiver. And, of course, you got Genty. And then you got Jack Besh. You took Jack Besh yesterday, too. Yeah, I kind of like how that wide receiver room is playing out in Las Vegas. By the way, if you guys have any questions, feel free to super chat. We'll put you up on screen. We also have 10 of these awesome Steelers Talk hats that we are currently selling right now. Limited edition for now. So if you want to support the show, it's $100 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal to get one of the Steelers Talk limited edition hats. If we can sell all 10, then we can order more, and the more success that we have, we can even start talking about T-shirts. We can start talking about hoodies and other merchandise. So you guys have been asking for merch for a while. This is our opportunity right here, guys. If you want to help out the show, also you get 10 raffle tickets for the Steelers jersey raffle if you put in $100 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. So not only do you get a guaranteed Steelers Talk hat, but you also go out and get yourself a really increased chance of winning that Steelers jersey at the end of the show today. Also, if you want a free raffle entry to win a free Steelers Talk hat, because we understand not everybody has $100 to spend on a hat on a YouTube show, you guys can just give me a follow on X. Every 100 or the first 100 followers that follow me on Twitter today will be entered into a raffle to win one of the Steelers Talk hats. So once I hit 3,700 subscribers or followers, that is when I hit 37. Yeah, so right now I'm 44 followers away from giving away one of these hats. So if you guys haven't already, give me a follow at Jack_Sperry. And if you want to guarantee yourself one of the 10 Steelers Talk limited edition caps, make sure you guys send in that $100 Venmo and support the show. All right. So now the Bills are up here. And, I'm looking at the teams coming up. We got Bills, Jets. Could Philly take Shedeur?
It wouldn't shock me if a team like Philly or the Niners took him.
Dude, who's their backup quarterback?
DTR, right?
Is it DTR? I think Shedeur is an instant upgrade over DTR for them. Let me see here.
This is
Depth chart. Tanner McKee.
Oh, he blows.
I kind of like him, man. I liked him coming out as a mid-round guy, but
that brother stinks.
I mean, with Shedeur Sanders, I mean, I could see him. Oh, here we go. The big body Dion Walker comes off the board.
That's a big boy.
All right. Now, Dion is one of those interesting players in this class because he is huge. 6'7", 331 pounds. All right. He's got above average play strength. And, he's a pretty darn good pass rusher, actually. He was dealing with a back injury last year. He was playing with a back injury, so that's why he appears pretty stiff on film, and he doesn't play with great pad level. So he is a pretty big risk, Coop, but he's got crazy physical upside.
He's not a guy that you're expecting to play on every down, right?
Probably not, but he is a true unicorn as a player profile that could potentially be like a game-changing defensive tackle for them if he's healthy and if he can fix up some of the kind of little details that he was missing on his film there at Kentucky. But his 2023 film was awesome when he was healthy. So I think that Buffalo was like, listen, man, we believe that he is that he's healthy, and we believe that he's going to be able to come in here and play like he did in 2023, where he was being projected as like a potential top 15 pick.
Sports Dojo with the 2. If we draft Sanders, does that affect Rodgers?
No.
It does not.
No. Art Rooney II went on Pittsburgh radio last night, and he said, we're taking a quarterback in this draft, but it's going to be as a developmental backup. So, and then he said right after that he expects Rodgers to sign with the team and that he wants to play for us.
Would having Rodgers and Shedeur in the same quarterback room not be an absolute circus?
By the way, we have some breaking news here. Derrick Harmon's number has been announced. He will be wearing the number
55.
99.
That's chills.
I kind of like 99, man. I'm not going to lie. That's a cool number. I hope they give Kaleb Johnson number 2. Sorry, Mason. You can have number 11. You know,
is Mason's official number already too?
Well, they announced it earlier this week.
Did they?
But, like, Mason should know that his role is the backup quarterback. You got your new star running back. Let him have the number he wants.
Kaleb Johnson can pay Mason for it.
That's true. And I mean, Mason.
Even though Mason's got way more money than Kaleb right now.
Yeah, exactly. Tom Downey's best available. Shedeur Sanders. We are on Shedeur Sanders' watch here on Steelers Talk.
Marcus Bowe.
Alec Ayamaner. Jack Sawyer. I kind of thought the Patriots were going to take Sawyer there.
He seems like a Patriot. Mike Vrabel would love Jack Sawyer.
Apparently not enough to take him here in round 4.
I believe, wasn't Vrabel on the Ohio State staff as well?
Yes. He went to Ohio State for his college games, or for his college days. The Jets have made their selection.
Wow. Interesting pick.
And it's the speedy receiver.
Arian Smith.
Out of Georgia, Arian Smith, kind of a deep threat type. He was not expected to go this early. On the consensus big board, trying to see where he ranked. On the consensus big board, Arian Smith ranked 274th.
Nice. So he wasn't even projected to be picked.
Obviously, they feel like, he can be like their Calvin Austin III type for Justin Fields to target down the field, I guess. But there's a number of receivers that I have higher than Arian Smith. So I think that's a reach for New York, personally. Let us know who's Pittsburgh going to take next. Dominic asks, Jack, how would you feel if we drafted Tez Johnson out of Oregon? Kind of redundant, honestly.
He plays the slot, right? And
well, he's going to have to. He's too tiny.
And you already have Roman and Calvin.
Yeah, I think George is going to play more in the slot than people think.
They should put him there
because Calvin, you can make an argument, is actually better on the outside than he is in the slot. He's as a Z. He's just such a good route runner that I thought his college film coming out of Memphis, he was better on the outside than in the slot. People think because he's tiny, he's just like a slot only. That's not really the case. But yeah, I wouldn't love the pick if I'm being honest with you, man. If I'm going to take a smaller receiver that's going to play in the slot, I would rather take Jimmy Horn Jr. out of Colorado. I think that would be a better value. You can get him later in the draft, and I think he'd be just as, if not more effective than Tez Johnson. So that's where I kind of come down on him. He's pause. And then, Tez was awesome at the Senior Bowl, but he ran slow.
Yeah.
For a supposed to be speedy receiver, what was it, 4.5?
Yep.
Something like that. I mean, I'm out.
Who's this lady?
This is the lady that makes the picks on day 3.
What a joke.
Every year. Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant this year? Could it be Shedeur Sanders?
It could be.
So I look at the teams ahead before the Steelers that could take a Shedeur. The Eagles are up next. This could be a potential landing spot for him to be the backup to Jalen Hurts.
But he has no chance of starting anytime soon for the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. We're in round 4. If someone's taking a quarterback, it's to be a backup.
Oh, for sure.
Unless you're the Steelers, where maybe they feel like Shedeur could eventually develop into a starter.
That's kind of my point, is you're taking a guy to be a backup here. But
pick is in.
That
pick
probably
is in.
means you don't want Sanders, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think if you're
No, but like at this point, if he's available, you take him.
I think if there's a team that's going to take him, it's going to be eventually to develop him to try to make him a starter.
So teams that could potentially pull the trigger, there's been some talk about San Francisco.
Cardinals?
There's been some talk about Arizona, even though they got Brissett this offseason. Miami has been thrown out there as a place for Shedeur. Could Indianapolis throw his name in the ring in that competition? Is that completely crazy in round 4?
No, that's not crazy. Flacco's gone. Gardner's gone. Ty Robinson,
a hell of a pick by Howie
pick.
Roseman here. This is somebody that I thought was going to go on day 2. He's a corn-fed white boy that is going to.
What do you mean by that?
He's thick. All right, like he's big. He's been fed.
How many C's?
Very well. How many C's?
You said he's thick. How many C's?
Oh, a couple C's at the end there. He is thick. All right, but he had a lot of production last year with the Cornhuskers. First time I saw Ty Robinson was actually when I was watching Shedeur Sanders film at the beginning of the draft process this year, and I saw this number 8 guy, interior pass rusher for Nebraska, just absolutely destroy the terrible Colorado offensive line. I was like, who's this guy? And at the time, PFF had him ranked as like a 7th-round pick. And I was like, I'm going to be higher on this guy. And then by the end of the process here, a lot of people were higher on Robinson. And, I mean, the rich get richer. They have the best trench play in the National Football League, Coop, and they just got another guy to fill out their coffers.
There's a reason Howie Roseman's among the very elite GMs in the league, man.
Ain't that the truth, man? By the way, guys, if you want a chance to win that Steelers Talk hat, I am now 18 followers away from giving away this hat. This one here. We got our first batch of Steelers Talk merchandise. Our bosses said that we have to sell them out, all right, before we can get another batch. So it's a $100 Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. To get that, we'll bang for you on camera here. Pause. If you guys send that in, we'll go crazy. And then we'll give you 10 raffle tickets for the Steelers jersey. We'll be raffling off later today as well. $20 to get in on the jersey raffle, as you guys can see here. $20 super/Venmo. You enter the jersey raffle that we'll give away at the end of today's show. By the way, Voxy, I saw you in the chat asking if I saw your email. I did see your email, Voxy. $100 Venmo Steelers Talk hat, plus you get the 10 extra raffle tickets for the jersey. And then 100 followers on X today, we're doing a hat giveaway. So the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints, who took Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. And you guys know, if you've been watching the channel, I've been saying Shuck's a better quarterback than Shedeur, and the NFL clearly agrees with me, Coop.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do. You can take your victory lap.
Oh, I have been. A lot of people made fun of me for thinking Tyler Shuck was going to go in round 2, but I was right. That's why he subscribed to Steelers Talk, by the way. We were right about the Russell Wilson thing. We said everyone was saying Mason Rudolph and Kenny Pickett. We said, nope, they're going to go get Russ. What happened? They went and got Russ. This offseason, everyone was saying they're going to bring back Fields or Russ. We said, nope, they're going to go get Aaron Rodgers. And what are they doing? They're probably going to get Aaron Rodgers here within the next week. We said the Steelers are not going to take Shedeur Sanders in round 1, despite everybody saying they were going to take him in round 1. Guess what? We were right about that too. So, as Coop knows and as Cassie knows, I spend every waking hour thinking about this football team.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so, and when I'm not thinking about this football team, I'm doing draft research. All right, linebacker comes off the board for the New Orleans Saints. Danny Stutzman out of Oklahoma. Bigger guy, decent athlete. I think he's got good instincts in coverage. But he's a bit of a mess as a run defender. So they're going to have to develop him a little bit, but I think he's got some potential.
He's a scumbag,
down.
like I said.
Scumbag, like you said. There's a decent chance that he stinks. Like, this linebacker class sucks, guys. I cannot describe to you how bad it is.
It really does.
Who's the best available linebackers right now? I'm curious.
Let's go.
Steelers don't need one, but I'm curious about this situation here.
Oh my God, it's this bad?
That's bad, dude.
Jesus.
Those are the best available right now. I like Chris Paul. He's undersized. I like him a little bit more than Carter, Bassa, and Mondin.
What a
Kobe
joke.
King, Cody Simon.
Not a good year to need a linebacker.
No, it's not. That's why you saw the Browns take Schlesinger so
Yeah.
early. That's why you saw some of these guys come off the board so quickly. Mickey Loomis. What a joke. So San Francisco's up next. Looking at the teams picking ahead of Pittsburgh, the ones that would probably be the most likely to take Sanders, who is San Francisco's backup quarterback?
Let's
see here.
They always have a different one. It's not Wentz, right?
It's not Josh Dobbs. Who do they have as back? Right now, they have Mac Jones.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, baby. We just got a Venmo.
Oh, man.
Sending it to you now, Coop.
Is it spicy?
It's spicy.
Oh.
All right.
no.
It's about to get fun here on Steelers Talk, man. It's about to get fun. So Mac Jones, I think, is kind of the ideal backup for San Francisco. I don't think they will take Shedeur Sanders here.
Do you think that this is Brock Purdy's last year in San Fran?
No, I think they're going to get a contract done
They'll
this
get a deal
off.
done.
I actually think they get a deal done this offseason. I think that he is the perfect quarterback for Shanny's offense. So underrated as a player, man. So underrated. He's like, in terms of the nuances of the position, footwork, anticipation, mental processing, off-schedule playmaking, Brock Purdy's one of the best in the league, man. He really is. And the production speaks for itself.
I don't disagree.
Oh, what a selection. So the San Francisco 49ers got Alfred Collins in round 2. Now they get another run-stuffing DT in C.J. West.
He's a beast.
One of my favorite run defenders in this entire class. What a phenomenal DT draft from San Francisco. I said coming into this draft, Coop, that because San Francisco did pretty much literally nothing to address defensive tackle in free agency, that they would need to get 2 day 1 starting caliber players in this draft. And they get one in round 2, and they get another one in round 4.
Oh,
and
yeah.
by the way, they're adding Michael Williams to be their number 2 edge rusher. They have drafted 3 starting defensive linemen for them day 1 to start alongside Nick Bosa. What a draft on the trenches for John Lynch.
All right.
So there are some reports here that are leaking that the Steelers are not taking a quarterback here in round 4.
That doesn't surprise me.
It surprises me a little bit. I will say, though,
You were saying it wouldn't shock you if they didn't take one at all.
I said it wouldn't shock me if they didn't take Shedeur. I'm trying to find another player or position that I would really, really want to take here.
We can talk about that in just a moment, but first we have to do some partying.
This one's rolling in from Elevate LT's bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Elevate LT's coming in with a $100 Venmo, and he's the first recipient of a Steelers Talk hat and he gets 10 raffle tickets to win the jersey later this evening.
Elevate.
Woo!
Email Sperry right there with your shipping info.
Yes, email me, Sperry at Chat Sports. We've already given away a ton of stuff. We've already given away multiple jerseys, multiple hats, because we want to thank you guys for supporting this channel all through free agency, all off season, all that stuff. So this won't be the last thing we give away today, but obviously we're not giving it away. We've spent $100 on it. So the first ever Steelers Talk hat, it's on its way to you. Elevate LTs. Everybody spam those LTs in the chat. Woo! All right, man. Coop, so both me and you got one of these hats.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be wearing them here a little more consistently. But we got 10 more, so we ordered 12 total. So 10 of them are available. Now it's 9 that's available
That's right.
for you guys to purchase today. And, listen, man, we understand $100 is a lot to ask for a hat, but it is a limited edition. There are very few that exist, and it really does help out the channel, guys. And we know we need to prove to our bosses that this is the type of thing that can that the people want, and we want to prove that to them so that we can get T-shirts and we can get hoodies. And it took them a lot of convincing just to do these 10 hats. All right, so if you're a real one, you support the show. And you want to show your support, you guys can send in that $100 Venmo to a Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal for the hat if you want. And also, if you want a chance to win the hat for free, because we understand that not everybody has $100 to spend on a live show.
We were literally banging on our boss's door demanding hats.
Yes, this has been in the works for a long time, guys. So if you're a real one and you want to be one of the only 12 people in the world, including me and Coop, with one of these hats, you guys can send in those donations. Right now, we're 15 followers on Twitter away from giving away the hat. All right, guys? So make sure you guys click that follow button on X. I appreciate your guys' support. And Carolina makes their selection here, and it's Trevor Etienne over Jaden Blue.
Interesting.
So Etienne, of course, the brother of Travis Etienne.
They took a Texas running back last year, and Jonathan Brooks, who has a bunch of knee problems. Don't know if he's
and they've got Chuba
going to play. They have Chuba as well.
Trevor's going to be kind of their third down back is what I'm guessing. Arizona, we are getting close to the Steelers pick, by the way, so if you're excited, let us know down there in the live chat.
Steelers pick 123, so 9 picks away.
We've got over 1,600 people watching live. Just so you guys know, our promotions today, $20 gets you into the Steelers jersey raffle. We're going to be doing at the end of our live coverage today. Also, $100 Venmo gets you one of the only 12 Steelers Talk hats in the entire world.
And also, we have a special giveaway that we're not telling you about yet.
Yes, and later on in the evening, we have a very special giveaway that we will be getting to later in the evening as well. So
Stay tuned.
Today, we're giving away a lot of stuff, all right? So
it's freaking Christmas, dude. It's draft day.
It's football Christmas, baby. And it's the final day of football Christmas, so we might as well make it count here, Coop.
So does that make tomorrow? What is tomorrow then? Funeral day?
Tomorrow is garbage day. Tomorrow is the day where you scrummage through the garbage and see if any of the
leftovers.
See if any of the rich kids threw out any of any of their toys from Christmas. See if there's anything good in the rich people's trash after Christmas. Cody Simon out of Ohio State, linebacker, goes to the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm lower on a lot of these linebackers. I think Simon probably undersized, but he led the Ohio State, the national champion defense there at Ohio State with 112 tackles.
Let's go ahead and hit our other sponsor read here.
Sounds good. All right, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks, and you can also turn your playoff hot takes into tickets into basketball's championship series. Every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes Two ticket sweepstakes, which would get you and a +1 a VIP trip to the championship. Sign up today and get $50 instantly. When you play just $5, you don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday, where every Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. You guys can see here. You can even do futures on the NFL or on football here. So I'm taking the less on passing yards for Lamar Jackson because F the Ravens. And I'm also taking the more on DK Metcalf. And yes, George Pickens receiving yards because they're both going to be on this football team next year. So download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game.
Let's touch on George Pickens here briefly. Now that day 1 and 2 have come and gone and there's no trade for him, I would assume that means he's staying.
Yeah, I mean, trading him for another 4th-round pick here, like,
what's the point?
It's just not worth it, man. Yeah. Like, you can get that in 2027 via a comp pick if he leaves next offseason. I just want to see what the Steelers can do. I do think the Steelers will take another receiver sometime today. We'll see if they take one here at 123. I know that they've shown some interest in Horton. I know they've shown some interest in Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss. It's going to be interesting to see what they do at that position.
Would you like Jalen Royals?
Jalen Royals would be interesting because he's another slot guy. But, like, I don't know, man. Honestly, I would probably not want to use this 4th-round pick on a receiver because right now I think the Steelers like their 4 receivers. They spent a relatively high draft pick on Roman Wilson last year. They still want to see if he works out. And then they've got, obviously, their top 2 guys in DK Metcalf and George Pickens. They're going to be playing a lot of 2 receiver sets, too, by the way, because they got, Arthur Smith loves to put out multiple tight ends.
Where do you think they go here, then?
I think they go, it's tough to say, corner, safety, quarterback. They could go in a bunch of different directions, man. Did we get to Jamie's Venmo?
No, I think it just came in.
No, oh my God.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, I see it.
All right. So we got 3 Venmos to get to here momentarily. Keep those Venmos coming in. Got some, it's starting to get to a party here. Looks like some people are wanting the hats.
I'll tell you this. I would like Quincy Riley. I like Kobe Bryant, Denzel Burke. These safeties, I kind of think they stink. I like Jalen Reed, though.
Yeah, I think the Steelers like Jalen Reed, too. He reminds me a lot of Juan Thornhill. Bigger safety.
Who's on the Steelers roster.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So, like, short-term Juan Thornhill, and if they want a long-term Juan Thornhill, they can go get Jalen Reed. Billy Bowman Jr. can't tackle. I don't want him on my football team. Good in coverage, but he sucks as a tackler, dude. Lathan Ransom, kind of
in high school,
unremarkable athlete.
In high school, Billy Bowman was doing the Travis Hunter, playing both ways.
Yeah, that's 100% right. So Jalen is runs in the 4.4s at over 210 pounds. The Steelers want to run 3 safety packages, man, and right now they just got Minka, they've got Deshaun, and they got Warren. Oh, what's that?
Who the Texans selected?
Oh, Woody Marks.
Who?
A running back out of USC. Let me see where the consensus big board has him.
How much film did you watch on Woody Marks?
I have an well, I didn't watch film on him.
Shout out Jamie Bradley with the $5 Venmo.
No way.
Top 300.
This is right? No way this is right. It's a running back, right?
Yep.
Oh, I know him by a different name. I know him by Joquavius Marks.
That's a better name than Woody.
I guess he thinks that Woody's easier to say, but this guy's actually okay. He's not bad. He's kind of expected to go a little bit later than this, like round 5, round 6 area out of USC. 202nd on the consensus big board, so this is early from where the consensus kind of landed on him, but
let's run through these Venmos here.
Let's run through the Venmos, man. We got Jamie Bradley. Let me see if he sent a message here. Where are you, Jamie? Don't see a message from Jamie. Just sent in a 5. Appreciate you, Jamie. Thanks for the
Appreciate you, Jamie.
for the 5. And then we've got Timothy with a 5, and he says football and celebration emoji. So thank you, Timothy, for the 5.
Football, baby.
Appreciate the support for the channel, my man. Thanks for watching today.
And then
this one's rolling in from Elevate LT's bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Elevate LTs with another $100 super chat, or Venmo, I should say. And he sent a message here. So let's see. He says, could you give away the draft hat to J.K. Bradley? Keep up the great work. So another Steelers Talk hat goes to Jamie Bradley.
into the cup.
So J.K. Bradley, make sure you send me that email, J.K. Or if you follow me on Twitter, you can DM me as well. But J.K. Bradley, one of our Black Diamonds, gets a channel hat. So what are we at now? 8 hats to go?
8 hats to go.
Only 8 more hats. They're starting to run out here, folks. By the way, the Los Angeles Rams have made their selection, and this is one of my favorite running backs in the class. Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn. Now, he doesn't play with a lot of power, but, man, he is explosive, all right? I think he's a perfect fit for what L.A. wants to do in the running back room. They got Kyron Williams, who's kind of a similar type of back as well. But I think that Jarquez Hunter is an awesome fit with Sean McVay. I think that he has a chance to be a real steal. Anthony James says, hey, boys, why not take Bond? Also, you get my email. Yes, we got your email, Anthony. Your hat will be on your way.
Isaiah
soon.
Bond in the middle of a sexual assault case.
Yeah, Isaiah Bond. Now, listen, man, the Steelers, they've taken personalities before at this
Yes,
position.
they have.
So I didn't think his film was actually all that great, Coop.
I did not like how he played at Texas this year.
I was very underwhelmed with
I
how
agree.
he played this past season. Smaller receiver. Runs decent routes, and he's fast and twitchy, and he's a bit of a deep threat, but
Had major ankle problems last year, too,
oh, man, Billy Bowman Jr. was born to be an Atlanta Falcon.
because he can't tackle.
And missed tackles, yeah. He stinks, man. I mean, what the hell is Daniel Jeremiah doing saying that he's good defending the perimeter? He's got a 25% missed tackle rate.
How much is it?
You shall see.
No, I meant his tackle rate.
25%.
No way. He misses a fourth of his tackles?
Yes. Well, I think that it's either that or 20. I can't remember. It's astronomically.
That's a joke.
It's too high. It's just too high.
Too high. Name that movie.
Too high?
Too high.
I don't know.
You've seen it.
What
Major League.
Oh, yeah.
When he hits the
Just a bit outside. I would say name to keep your eye on here for the Steelers is Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle out of Florida State.
Is that what the rumors are saying?
Steelers showed a lot of interest in him, and he is still available. So if they really like him, I could see that being the pick for the Steelers, not Shedeur Sanders. So keep your eye on Joshua Farmer. But in the meantime, this one's rolling in from Elevate LT's bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go, Elevate LT's. His third bang of the day. And
Elevate.
he says, let's go, Steelers family. Jack, could you raffle a draft hat for this one? Absolutely, we can raffle a draft hat for this one.
Let's do that after the cut because we're getting close to the pick.
Yeah, we're gonna do the raffle. And you know what I'm gonna do? Everyone that has Super Chad today, any amount, gets in the raffle.
So you have until the end of the Steelers selection when we do our video to enter.
So here's what you guys are gonna do. All right, anybody that sends in any Super Chat dollar amount until we get to the raffle. So we're gonna do our pick cut coming up here when the Steelers select at 123. After that, we're gonna give away this Steelers Talk channel hat. All right. So if you want a chance for this, all you have to do is send in any dollar amount Super Chat. It can be $1, it can be $5, it can be $10, $20, whatever you want. If you want in on the raffle and you haven't Super Chatted already, make sure you get those Super Chats in. If all it takes is $1, all right? Just $1, get in on the raffle, and we're going to be raffling one of these things off here.
If you've already Super Chatted, you're already in.
Yes, and you've already Super Chatted, you're already in on the raffle. So you guys got about 10 minutes or so, I'd say, maybe 15 minutes maybe. To get your Super Chats in. Again, any dollar amount, 99 cents, $2, $5, $10, you get in. And if you put in a 20, of course, you get in on the jersey raffle too that we're going to be doing later today.
All right, we are about 3 picks away from the Steelers.
And by the way, don't be afraid to get a question in there with that Super Chat if you want to get on screen as well. Oh, yeah, baby.
They're flowing.
The Super Chats are coming in. Gotta love it. Let us know. We are so close. We're at pick 119. Who do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers will take? Will they take Shedeur Sanders? Will they take Kyle McCord? Will they take Will Howard? Honestly, man, I could see this being a position player because I think they feel if they're going to be drafting a backup quarterback, why not take one in round 5? There's still plenty of good quarterbacks still on the board that they like as developmental guys, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah. We will rapid fire all your Super Chats as well after the cut.
Yes, we will. Again, guys, any dollar amount. It can be $1, $2, $5. Any dollar amount Super Chat gets you in on the raffle to win a Steelers Talk hat. And if you want to guarantee you get a hat, there's only 8 left, and soon to be 7 left. Oh, my gosh. Holy schnitzel.
No way.
Coop says no way. So who is this here? Gunner. So we have a couple picks that have come in. The Cincinnati Bengals have taken Derrick Carter, linebacker out of Clemson. I mean, once again, the Bengals are just shitting themselves in this draft class. Then Gunner Helm, tight end out of Texas, comes off the board. I like Helm.
My man Gunner.
I think this is around the right spot for him. He's very he's not the most athletic guy in the world, but I think he's a good football player. So you pair him up with another Texas, right? No, Jatavian went to Carolina.
Yeah, he's in Carolina. All right.
Well,
I believe we have a new Black Diamond member.
Well, he's already a Black Diamond member.
Well, we have a new Black Diamond member.
This one's rolling in from Elevate LT's bang! Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. All right, man. Oh, man, what a pick by Tampa Bay.
David Walker.
One of my guys, a Sperry Psycho.
All right, I'm going to take myself off until the pick.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm just going to read. All right, we got a couple more. So let us know who's going to be the pick. Is it going to be Shedeur? Is it going to be Joshua Farmer? Oh, can you go get the gong, please?
I don't know if that's a good idea today.
He hit 500.
But we're about to pick, so not.
Yeah, no, okay. So because that's $500 from Elevate LTs today, we will be doing we'll hit the gong for him eventually, but we're about to get into our pick cut. Elevate with the 200 says, let's raffle these awesome draft hats. So we're going to give away 3 more. Well, 2 more.
2 more.
So 3 total. 3 draft hats. So keep super chatting.
Keep super chatting until the end of our pick cut. And then we'll do the hat giveaways. And then we have another giveaway.
Pick 140.
Is that when we're doing it?
Yeah, 140. Pretty sure that's what it was.
He said whenever.
Oh, okay. Then we can do it. We can do it whenever.
Let's do it after the pick cut and after the hat giveaways.
Cool. 122 for the Carolina Panthers. Pick is in.
Which means the Steelers are on the clock.
And the Steelers are now on the clock, and Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. I mean, listen, man, I know the Steelers don't necessarily need like another big receiver, but Iamaner, the fact that he's still here would be an absolute steal. I don't know, though, man. I kind of get Joshua Farmer vibes from this, even though they took Derrick Harmon. You know, you can never have too many defensive tackles, especially ones that can play right away like Farmer as a run defender. Lathan Ransom from Ohio State goes to Carolina. So now the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. And I'm not going to look at my phone. I'm not going to look at the chat, all right? I don't want to be spoiled.
You don't want to be spoiled.
I don't want to be spoiled here.
Everybody spam go. We're on the clock.
Everybody spam go in the chat. I think Omar Khan has had an A-plus draft to this point. Steelers don't pick again until I believe it's 156. So honestly, it's not that. It's kind of a quick turnaround here.
Yeah, a little bit.
So maybe we want to do the special giveaway after that second pick cut because we get a little bit of a break there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe.
We'll play it by ear.
Yeah, we'll play it. We'll see how much time we have. All right, spam those goes. Who's going to be the next Pittsburgh Steeler? If I know anything about Omar and how he drafts, I'm guessing it's going to be a good player. I would be okay with Shedeur here, but I want people to realize that if it's Shedeur, he's going to be a backup, all right? And I understand I'm probably going to have to deal with people saying start him over Rodgers and start him over Mason and all that different shit, and people are going to try to treat him like a first-round pick. This will be a fourth-round selection if it's Shedeur, all right? He's going to be a backup. He's going to be probably the third-string QB this year, and he probably won't see the field as the team starter until 2027 if things go to plan with him, but honestly, if there's a position player that you love here and you think can be a contributor, I'd take a position player. You're going to have Rodgers.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. Okay. I'm going to close my eyes.
I'll let you know when it's in the graphics.
Okay.
I don't think it's in the graphics yet.
Time to open up a new present. By the way, any dollar super chat amount gets you into a raffle to win a Steelers Talk hat. There's only 8 of these things left, all right? We're going to be raffling 3 more of them off after the pick cut. So there will only be 5 left after that. We're not ready yet?
Not ready yet.
Is the pick in? Do we know who it is?
It's not in the graphics, but we do know who it is.
Do you think I will like it?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. The anticipation is building.
Hurry up, Brown. Let's get this done, dude. You can open your eyes for now.
Okay. I'm just sitting there with my eyes closed. I'm looking like an idiot. Pick 123 in round 4. All right, I'm going to see it right here.
Oh, yeah, you are going to see it right here.
Wow, edge rusher, Jack Sawyer out of Ohio State.
Like I said, I didn't know if you'd like it.
I mean, I'm just a little shocked. Steelers didn't really show a lot of interest. I mean, he's 260. I am a little bit surprised that they went edge rusher here. They probably just went best player available on their or on their board. I mean, the thing that I'll say about him is that he's pretty good. He's pretty good against the run. Is what my takeaway was from his film watching the Ohio State defense. I don't think he's going to be a real pass rusher type. Let me just read you my scouting report on him here. Jack Sawyer. There it is. I have a round 3 grade on him. Decent athlete. So here's my scouting report that I have in my notes on Sawyer. Sawyer is a high motor rusher with good, not great traits to be a 3-down edge in the NFL. He has his signature swipe to bend move that threatens the corner and was a solid source of production for him at Ohio State, but he currently lacks the power and or secondary moves that would help him be a more dominant player as he projects to the next level. He is an adequate run defender with quickness and instincts, but has shorter, weaker arms for the position and played with worse pad level than expected, hurting his ability to anchor and set the hard edge. He is a solid player and overall athlete who really turned things up a notch during Ohio State's championship run, but he might lack the length, athleticism, and power profile to be much more than the low-end 2 or high-end 3 in the league. So, yeah, man, I think this isn't a position the Steelers needed. You have T.J. Watt. You have Alex Highsmith. Obviously, TJ's in a contract year, but they clearly want to get him that contract done. Obviously, Nick Herbig is your number 3 guy. Now, I think what this is, guys, is it's kind of like the Preston Smith kind of move, where it's like you have a rotation where you can keep guys fresh, and if there's injuries, you have a player that you trust on the field. And I think Sawyer fits that role nicely, where if, God forbid, TJ gets hurt like he has over the last couple seasons, or Alex Highsmith, who's been injured on and off the last few seasons. Herbig's dealt with an injury. Injuries are going to happen. And right now I think the Pittsburgh Steelers, they know that they have their starting players kind of in place, and they felt like getting a 4th edge rusher. And by the way, this shows you that they're not taking Shedeur today.
No.
Shedeur is not going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. And he was pretty much off their board. All the reporting that the Steelers wanted him and that they were in on him, if you're not taking him at this spot and you're taking a 4th edge rusher with your 4th round pick, you were not in on Shedeur Sanders, especially not as a long-term solution at quarterback. Period. So I like the player, national champion. He's going to be a hard-ass worker. And if, God forbid, there's an injury, you can trust him as a 3rd guy in the rotation. I have no problem with this. He does have shorter arms. Play strength can be a little bit of a concern. He's a more than serviceable athlete, which is good. So I don't hate this whatsoever. Green Bay Packers just took Baron Sorrell out of Texas. Sorrell out of Texas, my bad. Edge rusher.
Yeah.
He's got some style. Look at him now.
All right, Baron.
Wait a second. He's in the green room?
That's pretty cool.
He got invited?
Because the Packers picked him? Was that premeditated?
Why is he there? Was he there on night 1?
No.
Or do different players get invited for different days? All right, well, that's pretty cool that they're inviting different players for different days now. All right, what's our pick cut here for the sponsor? All right, so, maybe I'm not super thrilled with this pick, guys. I think it's a fine pick. I don't think it's a bad pick. I think it's a pretty decent player, but, would I have rather had a corner or a safety or a quarterback even? Yeah, sounds good. So, just a reminder here. We're going to get into our pick cut here where I'm going to be breaking down this pick. Make sure you guys get your super chats in there because right now we are doing a raffle for 3 of these bad boys. 3 Steelers Talk hats we're going to be raffling off after the pick cut. Any dollar super chat gets you in the raffle, all right? So $1, $2, $5. If you want a chance to win this hat here, go ahead and get your super chats in. By the way, it's $100 to purchase one of these outright. So if you can get a $100 hat for $1 or $2, man, I think that's a pretty darn good deal. So appreciate your guys' support. Let's get into it. Right now, Jack Sawyer is the next Pittsburgh Steeler. Round 4 for the Pittsburgh Steelers has officially passed, and no Shedeur Sanders. And instead, they go 4th edge rusher here with edge rusher out of Ohio State, Jack Sawyer, national champion. I know there's a lot of Ohio State fans out there that are also Steelers fans, so I'm sure there's a lot of Buckeye fans that are excited to see Sawyer play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're going to be breaking down this pick, my thoughts on it, how he's going to fit into the dynamic of the Pittsburgh Steelers defense moving forward. But first, make sure you guys click that subscribe button. We're going to give you guys extensive coverage of every single pick that the Pittsburgh Steelers make throughout the afternoon here on day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. And then, of course, tomorrow it's UDFAs. Then we've got rookie minicamp. Then we got OTAs. Apparently, Aaron Rodgers is slated to sign next week. We got a bunch of great coverage coming your way here coming up. So make sure you click that subscribe button to join the largest Steelers news channel anywhere here on YouTube. All right, so let's take a look here at Jack Sawyer, 6'4 and a quarter, 260 pounds. So he's got some decent size, especially for somebody that would be playing outside linebacker edge for the Pittsburgh Steelers here. And for me, guys, this is a pick where the Pittsburgh Steelers are filling their coffers and building up their depth. They feel like the picks that they've already made have filled out their starters for the season. All right, so they feel good about where they're going to be in terms of starters for this year because you got T.J. Watt, you got Alex Highsmith, you got Nick Herbig. T.J. Watt's in a contract year, but it certainly seems like that they're going to give him a contract extension at some point this offseason. Of course, Alex is already locked up, and Nick Herbig is still on his rookie contract. So Sawyer is somebody that, to me, is a relatively unremarkable prospect. I don't think he's ever going to be like a true number one or anything like that, but I think he brings very solid athleticism to the table, a national championship pedigree. He's known as a fantastic leader in that Ohio State locker room, which is why probably Steelers are really high on him, and it kind of injury-proofs this Pittsburgh Steelers edge rusher room, which has had injuries in the past. TJ's been injured in recent seasons. Alex Highsmith has been injured on and off. Same thing with Nick Herbig. And Sawyer's the type of guy where if one of those guys is injured, you can trust Sawyer, kind of like you could trust Preston Smith last year in this fourth kind of edge rusher role. The Pittsburgh Steelers are making it abundantly clear that they want to compete right now. And Sawyer had 9 sacks last year for the national championship. Buckeyes, 64 pressures, a good amount of pressures right there, and 9 TFLs. So I think that the Pittsburgh Steelers are getting a good player. Now, his lack of length and overall play strength and a lack of pad level as a run defender, I think, does limit him at least to start his NFL career. But I do think, the numbers speak for themselves in that Ohio State defense, guys. And then also, I think that he's going to bring some really nice juice to the Steelers locker room. I think that he'll get along with everybody in this group. And if, like I said, if there's an injury, I think you can trust Jack Sawyer to be out there on an NFL field in a rotational capacity. So overall, I like this pick. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. Give me an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F. Let me know what you guys think for today's pin question. YouTube's going to throw you an ad break here in just a couple of seconds. And when that happens, take advantage of that time by answering today's pin comment. Now, for me, guys, I like the pick, but, I think that there's other positions that maybe the Steelers could have used a little bit more help in. Safety, cornerback. Obviously, I think they want to get another quarterback, and I do think they will draft one eventually during the NFL draft this year. But them going edge rusher here, I think just absolutely points out that the Pittsburgh Steelers are probably out on Shedeur Sanders, and, right now they want to just fill out their coffers with players that they trust on the field in case there's injuries. We'll talk about Shedeur Sanders here in just a little bit, but a scouting report from our NFL draft analyst here at Chat Sports, Tom Downey, talks about a multi-year starter who had some of his best games down the stretch in 2024. I mean, he played awesome in the college football playoff. That is absolutely true. Very good and willing run defender, plays with solid power to help push the pocket. I do think sometimes his arm length can get in the way of his bull rush at times, which is a little bit makes him a little bit more of a projection. And he says not an elite athlete and lacks bend. He does lack bend. I do think he moves pretty well, but in terms of his ability to dip around the corner, I think that kind of limits his ability to be a speed rusher. Before we get into the rest of today's instant reaction for Jack Sawyer, the next edge rusher for the Pittsburgh Steelers, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Game Time. And I'm someone who likes to go to baseball games on the weekends, guys. I've had to deal with the Aaron Rodgers situation here over the last month plus at this point. And then, of course, the draft can be really stressful as well. But I love to go to Globe Life Field here in Arlington, Texas, where I can take my mind off of football for a little bit and focus on my first true love in sports, which is baseball. If you guys didn't know, I was actually a college baseball player, and I love just going and relaxing and taking my mind off of the stresses of my life and going to enjoy a ball game. Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports and makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier, all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, and with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. I will be buying tickets to go see Paul Skeens pitch when I make my yearly trip to Pittsburgh to go watch the Pittsburgh Steelers practice in Latrobe during during their training camp this year. And I absolutely love PNC Park, guys. But I hate the Pirates ownership, and I don't want to give them an extra dime that I don't have to. So with the guaranteed low prices on the Game Time app, I can go see the Pirates play here this summer without giving Bob Nutting a single dime more than what is absolutely necessary. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports, for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So I think with the Steelers going with a fourth edge rusher to fill out their edge rusher room here, I think that, and the fact that they didn't take Shedeur Sanders, I think that probably points to the Steelers not taking Shedeur at any point during the 2025 NFL draft, and that he was probably off their board entirely. All right. I think at this kind of value, and if you really liked him as a prospect, especially if you were thinking about him in round one, like many people were suggesting, I think they would have taken him already. But it looks like the report we got here at Chat Sports from Aaron Wilson from NBC Houston, he said he's not going to be a Steeler and that the meeting didn't go well. Well, with the Steelers passing on Shedeur Sanders yet again at 123 and instead taking an edge rusher, I think it's pretty safe to say Shedeur probably won't be a Pittsburgh Steeler at any point this afternoon. The Athletic's Dane Brugler had this to say about Jack Sawyer. Says Sawyer often plays one-dimensional as a pass rusher and lacks ideal suddenness or length for an edge player, but his activity level and the strength in his hands make him an every down factor, similar in ways to George Karlaftis. He had the competitive play personality that NFL coaches will welcome. And I actually don't hate that comparison to Karlaftis. Karlaftis is a very functional player that's a good run defender, and I think Sawyer's going to bring a lot of those kind of qualities to the table as a fourth edge rusher here. But, if the Steelers really felt like that it was a big need to get a quarterback, first of all, they would have addressed it in round one. But I actually think that the Steelers maybe don't want to get Shedeur Sanders. It's starting to really feel like that meeting that he had with the Steelers really didn't go well. The Steelers didn't like him. I've heard stuff from people saying that he wasn't good on the whiteboard, and that concerned them a lot. And because of that, he's off their board. So we'll see what ends up happening. Maybe in round 5 he falls to them and he ends up getting taken by the Steelers. But I think a lot of people were expecting this pick to be Shedeur, and the fact that it's a rotational edge rusher, kind of a backup player here to fill out the depth instead of getting a potential future franchise quarterback, at least to some people's opinion there. I think it's an indication that they're probably looking at Kyle McCord, Will Howard, maybe Quinn Ewers later on today. I do think the Steelers will take a quarterback eventually, but I think if it was going to be Shedeur Sanders, it was going to be right here at 123. So take a guess for me down there in the comment section. Who will the Pittsburgh Steelers draft next? Will Shedeur Sanders still fall to the Steelers in round 5? And if so, if they didn't take him in round 4, do you really think they're going to take him at 156? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. Really do appreciate all of you guys' support. Click that subscribe button right now. When the Steelers are on the clock again and they make their selection, we will get you guys another cut on this channel. Really do appreciate your support. Until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, so the Washington Commanders are selecting here. I want to see who they pick here. Are they going to take an edge rusher? Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech. I mean, I knew they were going to take a wide receiver at some point there. Okay, raffle is cut off with the Super Chats. So we're going to be giving away these three channel hats here in just a second. Yeah, I have Jalen Lane ranked as my 22nd ranked wide receiver. And, 4th or 5th round grade, really fast receiver is something to keep in mind. Super, super fast. But, I think he's got a long way to go. He kind of reminds me of like Tyquan Thornton. But I think he could be Darius Slayton as well. Like that's like a high-end comp. So honestly, don't love the pick for the Washington Commanders. I think there's better receivers on the board for them, but, fast receiver for sure. That could be a kind of a vertical downfield threat. All right, man. Jack Sawyer, let us know what you think down there in the comment section. We're also going to be doing this raffle courtesy of Elevate LTs. Elevate is getting one of these hats. He's already given one away to J.K. Bradley, and then we're raffling off 3 more. So I think a lot of people wanted quarterback there, Coop, because there's a lot of people giving an F for this pick.
Yeah.
And it's like, I understand why people are saying that, because I think a lot of people don't like Aaron Rodgers and they'd like to have somebody that could feasibly start for this team next year. But I think the Steelers are actually really high on a couple of receivers here. I think they'd be fine with Kyle McCord. I think they'd be fine with Will Heyward, and they feel like one of those guys will probably still be available in round 5. And I'm starting to get the sense here that the Steelers are not going to take Shedeur Sanders, and he was just off their board, and they were never really interested in him. And, that smoke screen that they fed to Dulac and Schefter and Rappaport and Schrager, it was once again brilliantly done by Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan in the Steelers organization. They are the masters at this, Coop. They do it every year. They convince the public they're doing something at the quarterback position and then do something completely different. It's unbelievable how well they're able to convince people every year.
Some would call them master baiters.
Yeah, exactly. You know what, man?
You missed it.
I know, masturbators. I see it. Is your mic on? Can they hear your laugh?
Oh, they heard me.
With the little snicker that you got going on over there. Unbelievable.
Oh, I cracked myself up. All right. We are ready.
All right, man. Let's get to this raffle. Let's raffle off 3 Steelers Talk hats. We've already gotten 5 off the board here. And we're going to be giving away at least one more at the end of this, or whenever I get to 100 followers.
You ready?
I am ready.
Spin that wheel, baby.
Spin that wheel. Let's see who's got it.
Who's it going to be?
And by the way, we will run through all your super chats after this. By the way, I am 12 followers away from giving away.
Dojo!
The Sports Dojo! Let's go, man. All right, so get my email down there in the L3 Coop. So the Sports Dojo. Give me an email here, Sperry@chatsports.com. Let me know your shipping address so that we can send you one of the Steelers Talk hats. So congratulations to you, Sports Dojo. We got 2 more to go here. So remove Sports Dojo's name from the wheel. And we will spin again.
Sports Dojo. There's your most recent picks, by the way.
Yeah, Kyle Kennard. I like that pick for the Chargers. Long arms, kicked Will Campbell's ass this last year. He's got long arms. Dylan Sampson, another running back. I think PD probably really likes that pick, and he probably really likes their running back room right now.
All right, spin number 2.
Spin number 2.
Exify!
Hey, Exify! Again, email me, Sperry@chatsports.com. Exify. Appreciate you. By the way, Baltimore just picked Teddy Buchanan, California linebacker. He stinks.
We have someone named James Yoder in the chat.
Oh, no, James Yoder.
Should we enter him into the raffle?
Yeah, you want to win one of your own hats here, James?
Hot Rod, I did just put you into this one, by the way.
Yes, Hot Rod, you can see it. You're right here.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Should I give it a shuffle or just rip
Give it a shuffle. Give it a shuffle.
Shuffle?
There we go.
There we go.
We don't want it to be rigged.
All right.
All right, who's going to win this next one? By the way, shout out to Elevate LTs for donating all these hats. It's crazy, man. $500 already.
Chris!
Hey, Chris! One of the real ones. All right, Christopher. Make sure you send me an email. And we will make sure to get that hat out to you guys. Right now, Chris, Exify, the Sports Dojo, J.K. Bradley, and Elevate LTs are all slated to get this Steelers Talk hat. There's only 5 more left, and we're giving one away once we get to 100 followers on X.
Yep.
So there's only 4. So there's only 4 more available to purchase. All right.
Boss will skip the line here, so we'll read his super chat first.
Yep. He pays
us. So
he pays the bills around here. So Mason Graham just called Jack Sawyer and Ohio State. The rivalry continues. Yeah, man. It's fun.
I knew you were gonna come in hot, Yoda.
You know, I don't even know what to say. You know, I would have gone in a different direction if I were the Steelers. I wouldn't have gone 4th edge rusher. But obviously they feel like, they traded for Preston Smith at the trade deadline last year to make sure they had extra depth at edge. So I can't say I'm that shocked that they're filling this spot. But I guess we'll see how it all plays out.
All right, let's rapid fire through these because we got a lot.
20 from Rad Doctor. You're in the jersey raffle today, Rad. And he says, say no to Rodgers. I think the Steelers are very much saying yes.
The Steelers are absolutely saying no.
No, they're not saying no. They're saying yes.
Oh, I thought that said Sanders. My bad.
Yeah, I think they're definitely saying no to Sanders at this point. By the way, is anybody going to apologize to Aaron Wilson? This guy got called a schmuck for weeks because he was the one that reported the meeting with Shedeur and the Steelers didn't go well and that they weren't going to draft him. Well, looks like that was 100% correct. 100 or not 100. 99 cent from David. Thank you, David.
Appreciate you, David.
Appreciate you. Wayne with the 2 says, thanks, LT.
Xify won.
Xify won with a $1 super chat. So congratulations, Xify. DJ KJ with a 2 says, wish me luck on the hat. DJ.
Sorry.
By the way, DJ KJ.
I believe he won something.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Steelers' dad, which is I think
right.
I think DJ's dad won something. It was a draft hat on day 1. Ronnie Williams, $2 says, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. There we go. $1 from Shajoin. Shajon? Shajon?
It's like Jade.
Jean?
Jean?
Jean? $1. Appreciate you, my man. 2 from Chris. He ended up winning the hat with a $2 super chat. Says, guys, pick QB Sanders or McCord or wide receiver Io Manor.
I would take.
I would have taken a receiver.
Yeah.
I think. Or I would have taken a quarterback. Even if it wasn't Sanders. If Sanders is off your board and you rather have McCord. I think I probably would have rather taken McCord than Sawyer, personally. But, if the Steelers feel like they have a need at 4th edge rusher, I guess you got to fill it. $2 from Robert Del Percio. Appreciate you, Rob. Braden with a 2 says, if we take a QB in the 5th, who will it be? My guess is Kyle McCord. All right, my guess is Kyle McCord. I think Will Howard could be in play, and I don't think it's impossible it's Quinn Ewers either. Coop would actually cream himself over here if Quinn Ewers is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
I would splooge.
You would say start him over Aaron Rodgers.
I would.
You would say that. $10 from Robert Locke says, who's the best safety and cornerback left, Jack? Well, we can take a look at those 2 positions. Cornerback, there's still some good corners left on the board. And that might have actually been where I went because the Steelers, I think, could upgrade nickel corner. Quincy Riley can play in the nickel if you need him to, but he played mostly outside at Louisville. He's really fast, but really grabby. Then you got Dorian Strong, who I think is just a very solid player. Little bit undersized, but Quincy Riley, by the way, just went to the New Orleans Saints.
So he's off.
So Quincy Riley's off the board. He goes to the Saints. Kobe Bryant, I think, would be an awesome nickel in this defense. I probably would have taken him. Physical player. I think he's got Mike Tomlin written all over him. Pause. John, Zaya Alexander is someone to keep your eye on. The Steelers met with him at the Combine. And then when it comes to the safeties, the guys that I would be targeting if I'm the Steelers, I would be targeting this guy, Jalen Reed. I would have been okay if Reed would have been the pick because 210-plus pounds, ran a 4.4, really, really aggressive, trying to go get interceptions. Sometimes he can bite on double moves. He still needs a little bit of development, but in the Steelers system, he could be a 4th safety, backup type, special teams contributor, learn from Juan Thornhill instead to my pro comp for Jalen Reed is Juan Thornhill. So, you have Thornhill here on a 1-year deal. I would like to have somebody learn behind him. And Jalen Reed would be a really good player for that. R.J. Mickens out of Clemson is another guy to keep your eye on.
Keaton Crawford, former Longhorn.
Yeah. Yes, he is. That's going right there. The Jets take Malachi Moore, safety out of Alabama. He was another guy that I would have considered at safety if I was the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's a good player, man. Maybe physically limited to some degree, but
I am Hit Mac with the $1. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you with the one.
Ethan Dennis as
Ethan
well.
with another one. Appreciate you.
Woodrow
at the 5. You think Aaron Rodgers wants to hear Sanders bellyache that he's a better QB?
I do not.
Listen, man, this is a good argument because I think there's two ways of looking at it. First way is you're already going to have drama with Aaron Rodgers, so why add more drama with Shedeur Sanders?
100%.
Then the other way to think of it is there's already going to be drama, so what's a little bit more drama going to do?
Fair enough. That's a good point.
There's you could look at that two ways. Now,
oh no.
I just think the Steelers think that I just think the meeting went poorly with the Steelers. That's what I think. I think that he wasn't very good on the whiteboard. I think he just wasn't very impressive to the Steelers. Because obviously, if they liked him, they would have taken him by now. Especially over a fourth edge rusher. All right, the fact that they're taking a backup edge in round 4 over a quarterback, especially that quarterback, tells you that they're not interested in him, in my opinion. $1 from L Train. $2 from Kermit is my God. It's his favorite channel. Jack and Coop, you rock.
Appreciate you, Kermit.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping by. $2 from Joseph Grimaldi. Says, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. No, you are awesome,
You're awesome,
Joseph. You're awesome, my man. Looks like a beautiful family, too, by the way. $2 from Charmander and Froky. Says Sanders might play for the UFL.
That's what I said. DC Defenders.
I mean, Coop, if
that would be unbelievable.
If you hit that would be unbelievable, man. I struggle to really think about who's going to take him.
That's what I'm saying. I really
don't know who's going to take him.
Jerry Jones is delusional enough to where he'd do it.
7th round? Honestly,
why
not?
Why not?
Why not in round 7? If you're
Jerry loves headlines.
He does love headlines.
So.
And for a 7th round pick, you definitely get headlines. Brian Schottenheimer can be replaced by Deion Sanders next year.
He might.
And he might.
You joke.
He actually might. That is actually a possibility. So don't count out the Cowboys in this whole situation.
Dave Mofo Show.
Appreciate you, Dave. Thanks for the 1. 2 from Chris is I hope Sanders wins Mr. Irrelevant. Who has the last pick this year?
Last pick. Let's look.
Who does have that last pick this year?
Let's look. Who the hell is Ruben Hippolyte?
I don't know. Like I said, this is a terrible linebacker
class,
man.
Last pick is Kansas City.
The Chiefs. Who do they have as their backup? Carson Wentz isn't back, right?
No, they signed a vet.
Gardner Minshew
Yeah,
is who they got. So it won't be Mr. Irrelevant unless they trade it.
Sports Dojo, winner of the hat. B pick for me. Sawyer has that TJ Watt mentality.
Yep.
I like the pick.
Listen, man, the thing that jumps off the charts with Sawyer is his football character. Right now, Terrell Austin, the Steelers defensive coordinator, is talking about him right now in his post-draft press conference, talking about him. And the thing that he's talking about is that this guy brings the right mentality to the field every Sunday or every Saturday in college, now going to Sundays. And I can't agree more. All right? In terms of 4th edge rushers go, Jack Sawyer is going to be one of the best 4th edge rushers in the league. But, you can make an argument, with this edge rusher room being really locked and loaded with the first 3 guys. It would be one thing if there was somebody that was slated to hit the open market that was actually realistic. I don't think TJ Watt will be traded or let go. I think the Steelers will extend him. They have Alex locked up for a long time. They still have Herbig here for at least a few more seasons. I probably would have gone in a different direction, a different position, but this guy's a fit for the culture. He just is, and the Steelers do value depth at this position. So I can't say it's a terrible pick. I would agree with you, Sports Dojo. I'd give it around a B, maybe B-. It's not a bad pick in the round 4. He's a good enough player. $2 says, did you see the faked draft call story for Sanders?
Did you see that?
No.
So he got a phone that was only for the NFL draft. And somehow somebody got the number and prank called him and was acting like they were part of a team, telling they were picking him.
And he fell for it?
For a second.
Which team? Do we know?
I don't think we know which team it was.
Oh my God, that's so embarrassing. Is that true?
Yeah, there's video. It's bad.
Was like his entire draft party, like, was that on night one?
No, it was yesterday.
Oh. Well, he's still on the board. Could Vegas take it? I want him to go to Vegas. Because
Vegas would be great.
He's not going to be a Steeler.
He will not be.
At least I don't think he is.
Hot Rod. I heard the Battlehawks may draft him. He might.
If he goes undrafted, he would be the first overall pick.
And I think he would play there too. Well,
or I think that'd be too good for him.
Their season's going on, right?
Yeah, it's going on right now. But they do the draft this time of year.
Oh, really?
Well, actually, no. They do the draft closer to training camp.
Should someone just sign him right now? You know they would make an exception for him. They would let him go into the league right now.
He wouldn't do that.
Scarface.
I mean, if he was too good not to be taken in the top 3 picks, he definitely feels he's too good for the UFL. $2 from Scarface Assassin says, "Let's go Steelers." I think we take Heyward in the 5th. I wouldn't be surprised.
Possible.
He's gotten some Ryan Tannehill comps. I don't think he's Tannehill. I don't think he's nearly as accurate. Let's put it this way, man. Like, he honestly wasn't that good last year for Ohio State. He played better down the stretch. He did. He played very clean football down the stretch, and good for him. But, like, he had excellent protection. He had one of the best, if not the best run game in college football, and he had arguably the best wide receiver in all of college football in Jeremiah Smith to throw to, and Emeka Egbuka, a first-round pick, as his number 2.
Chills.
And he still was spraying throws to every level. Like JT O'Sullivan, QB School, check him out on YouTube if you haven't. He's a great watch. He ranked him as his 7th quarterback in this year's class. And he said, for somebody with such great help, like, it makes you wonder why the tape is so bad. And, it's absolutely true. Like, Mac Jones got drafted in the first round playing with great talent like that. If Will Howard, isn't a first-round talent playing with that group, like, he's probably not going to be making it in the league, guys.
Love this pick for Kansas City, by the way, Jalen Royals.
They let Jalen Royals fall to these guys. Are you kidding me? So obviously Hollywood Brown. Obviously they got Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy. Like now, like wide receiver has been an issue for them in past years. It's not a problem for them anymore if they stick.
Chris says
Rice can stay healthy.
I don't trust Jones. What offensive line guys are left? I don't trust Jones either. But you're not finding a Jones replacement here.
Yeah, if you're hoping for a Broderick Jones replacement, you're not going to find one. By the way, I've been telling you guys that for months. All right, I've been telling you for months. The Steelers are sticking with their offensive line. They invested a first-round pick in Broderick Jones to play left tackle, and he hasn't played left tackle yet. It's kind of hard to give up on Broderick Jones, the guy that you drafted to be your franchise left tackle, if he's never played left tackle.
Correct.
So, like,
when's our next pick?
156.
We'll show the next super chat, and then let's do the giveaway.
Oh, by the way, we got another Venmo.
There's your top tackles. Cameron Williams. I'm obviously biased because I'm a Texas fan. Would be a great pick. Excuse you.
Stinks. Sorry.
He only started 1 year, which is kind of worrisome.
Yeah, Chase Lunt's okay, I guess. I actually like Jordan Travis. If you're looking for a developmental tackle, Jordan Travis I'd be fine with, actually.
Would you take Marcus Bowe?
Marcus Bowe, he's a tweener, though, because he's not powerful enough to be a guard. But
I know Jackson Slater's one of your guys.
Yeah, I love Jackson Slater. Last year, the thing if the Steelers go O-line, I think it's going to be like Mason McCormick last year, where they took somebody to be a backup this year, and say Amalu's on a contract year here. So if they want to let him go, maybe get another comp pick. If they believe Jackson Slater or Bowe or one of these other interior linemen, I could see that being the case for the Steelers here. I'm not going to count out offensive line. All right, the starting offensive line is set. All right, so if you're hoping they're going to get a starting offensive lineman here, they're not going to do it. okay? Unless there's somebody that gets injured in training camp, which is a possibility. But they're going into the season expecting Broderick Jones, Sayamalu, Frazier, McCormick, and Fautano to be the starting 5. But that doesn't mean that they won't bring in depth and they won't bring in developmental pieces to potentially be future starters. So keep your eye on that, actually, here heading into the later rounds.
L-Train,
$2, says Philadelphia takes Sanders last despite the old school Dallas fans.
that'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, man, it's definitely possible.
And
yeah.
guess what?
But guess what?
We're giving away another hat, baby.
This
This
one's rolling in from Elevate LT's Bike. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Elevate with another $100 Venmo. And he says, hey, Jack, did you get my email? Just checking. Yes, I did. I did, Elevate. Appreciate you. Sperry
go,
at
Elevate.
Chat Sports. Appreciate you, Elevate. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. And then we're giving away another hat now because of you. So make sure. Oh, how do you want to do this here, Coop? Do you want to just do another wheel?
Yeah, let's do it.
With the same people that have super
Yeah,
chatted?
and I'll just add the new ones as well.
Yeah, we'll add all the people. By the way, if we're giving away a hat at any point during this stream, make sure you have super chatted at least $1 today, because the people that are in that raffle are the people that have donated. By the way, Broncos take Q Robinson out of Alabama, and he looks like a first-round edge rusher from a physical standpoint on tape. I think he's going to be one of the sleepers in this class, and obviously Denver saw it the same way, long-limbed type of edge rusher. I think he fits them perfectly. So love that pick for Denver. Chris says, could we take Bo and use him as a swing tackle? Listen, man, Calvin.
He's not a tackle, right?
Well, he was in college, but he's probably going to be a guard in the league. Honestly, I think listen, man, you paid Calvin Anderson to be your swing tackle. So that's what it is. Could this be Shedeur Sanders with the Raiders? Come on. Shedeur. Imagine being this fan and announcing Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders.
Come on.
Come on, Shedeur Sanders.
Come on, baby. No way.
Oh, my God.
All right. Let's spin.
So Cassie's saying people are asking, does Venmo count for hat giveaway too or just supers? Venmo counts too.
Yep.
Venmo counts too. So do you have everyone that's Venmo'd in
Yep.
there? Okay, cool.
Let's spin.
All right, let's spin it here.
Except for Elevate.
Except for Elevate, of course. Yeah, because he's already bought one. All right. So what? 3 more left to purchase here before we get a new slate? Is it going to be Nico? Nico, one of the longtime supporters. All right, so I'm adding Nico. Nico, make sure if you're still in the chat, Sperry at chatsports.com. Give me an email, and we will send you a channel hat. Giving away 10 limited edition Steelers golf hats here, where you got the rope on there. You've got the Steelers Talk logo. You got the netting in the back. Perfect for supporting the channel, man. There's only 12 of these in the entire world. Me and Coop have one. And then we're giving away the first batch of 10 today. We might be giving away another one. Could we be giving away another one too here with the followers on Twitter? By the way, guys, I'm 13 followers on Twitter away from giving away another hat here. So you can follow me at Jack_Sperry if you guys want to have a chance to get a hat for free today. Only 13 subscribers or 13 followers away. I'm at Jack_Sperry on Twitter.
Okay. It's time to tell them about these special giveaways, Bear Dog.
All right. The special giveaway here. Do we have the link to Steelers IG? All right. So here's going to be the giveaway. Our friends at Chubby's is going to be giving away one of their either NFL licensed t-shirt, polo shirts or shorts to one lucky Steelers fan today. All right. So this is what the shirt looks like. All right. And it's what their special NFL partnership polo that they have going on right now. And it's got Steelers logo on there. It's got the bridge of the Roberto Clemente bridge on there. They've got the Steelers logos on there. I'm telling you, man, these shirts are absolutely awesome. Coop, do you want to maybe go grab the one that we have that's just out there?
I will in a minute.
You will in a minute? Yeah, so I want to show you guys what it actually looks like in person. But you guys can get this shirt if you win, or you can get shorts that they have available with the Steelers as well. You guys can see it's the same kind of branding on there with the Steelers branding, or you could get the inside kind of lining right there, or you could have it on the outside where you've got the Steelers branding on the outside. Let me tell you, man, rocking these during the summer, during like a 4th of July party, or rocking these to Latrobe next year when Aaron Rodgers is slinging that pill at St. Vincent, I gotta say, man, you're gonna be looking pretty fresh. And people, if you want to be noticed, this is definitely the shirt that you want to be wearing. All right, so I'm not really somebody. You guys, if you watch the show, I like kind of base colors, all that stuff. But sometimes I like to party. All right, I'm like Cal Naughton Jr. I like to party. All right, so if you like to party too, all you have to do is give us a follow on our Steelers IG page.
Link is in the chat.
Link is in the chat right now. We put out daily shorts and short form content on the Steelers every single day on that channel.
We need 50 followers.
And we need 50 followers to give away either a polo or a pair of shorts. It's up to you. You can't have both. You have to pick one. But you have 3 options. The polo, you could choose that, or you could choose either one of the shorts options that they have as well. So if you guys want a daily blast of Steelers news every day, I have my latest short on there explaining why I love the pick of Derrick Harmon at number 21 overall in the first round this year. So check out that short. Click that follow button for that daily blast of Steelers news. And appreciate all of your guys' support. Once we get to 50 new followers on our IG page, we will be giving away a pair of either the shorts or the polo shirt. So thank you guys so much. Man, the Titans got a steal here, man. Alec Ayamaner finally off the board, going to the Tennessee Titans. So the Titans get somebody that I would have taken in round 2. I think he's awesome. I think he's a good route runner. I think he's big. I think he's physical. I think he runs decently fast. He was running in the 4.4s. I think that he's going to be a good player for them, man. Cam Ward getting some good weapons to use here.
One more time, just make sure you follow our Instagram in the chat right now at SteelersCS. Once we get to 50 new followers on our Instagram channel, we will give away a free pair of either Chubby shorts or a Chubby's polo.
So, okay. Oops. Am I responsible for tallying it up here?
James is following it.
James is following it? Okay. So make sure you guys give us a follow. Right now we're at 640 followers. So if we can get 50 more here, guys, we'll give away a Chubby shirt or pair of shorts for you guys on today's program. We also got a couple more donations here that I'll send your way.
Where's the polo?
Fast receiver, probably low-end comp, Tyquan Thornton. Really fast, downfield threat. But I'd say kind of high-end Darius Slayton. Kind of that kind of ilk.
Where's the polo?
What's up?
Where's the polo?
Oh, it's hanging up somewhere in like the main area, or maybe in James's office. So if you want to see
the Steelers one?
No. It's a Vikings one, but it's the same design. So I just want to see. I just want to show them.
Oh, I don't think we should do that.
We shouldn't do that.
No.
All right, that's fine.
That's what it looks like. I mean, that is it.
I mean, this is the shirt. So if you guys want this shirt, if want the pants,
look.
I was saying this. Alec Ayamaner is off the board to the Tennessee Titans.
I'm gonna go to the restroom and then grab the gun.
So we've got sounds good. And then we just added quite a few followers here. So thank you guys so much for joining us on Steelers by Chat Sports on IG. Yeah, 156. is our next pick here. So got a little bit of time here, but I'll send you some of these donations here. Do have some Venmos that we need to get to here. Oops. So our coverage of Day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft continues here on Chat Sports Steelers Talk. Steelers still have 3 more selections. All right, cool. We are caught up on donations. So Coop will be back here in just one moment. Alec Ayamaner, our Ironmaner, goes to the Tennessee Titans to pair with Calvin Ridley. I mean, that's a fun combination right there. And the Patriots take Joshua Farmer, somebody that the Steelers have really shown a lot of interest in. Got some good first step quickness, good run defender, got some good power to his game. So I think the Steelers, if he would have made it to 156, I think he would have been the pick for the Steelers. Adding even more depth to the defensive trenches. Because the thing you got to realize, guys, and I know a lot of people are upset that you're taking a 4th edge rusher with your 4th round pick, but you got to realize, like, this team is building their team in the same kind of vision as the Philadelphia Eagles. And what do the Eagles do? They beef up the trenches on both sides of the football. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they take another defensive tackle. It wouldn't surprise, like Yaya Black is still available right now at defensive tackle. I could see him getting picked by the Steelers here. He's more of a true classic nose tackle type. All right, so if you want a true nose tackle type, Yaya Black from Iowa. They've shown a lot of interest in him. He's still, I think, on the board, if I'm not mistaken. But they could also go offensive line. You know, even though I think their starters for this season are kind of set in stone, I also think that they could get depth. And last year they took Mason McCormick on Day 3 to play behind James Daniels for a year and then take over as the starting right guard. Maybe they do the same thing, only this year with Isaac Seumalo. Excuse me. I mean, we're at pick 138 here, guys. Is Shedeur even going to go in round 4? I just don't know where Shedeur's going to go. It just seems like a number of teams have taken him off their board entirely. Like Pittsburgh, I think that, you know, if they really believed in Shedeur Sanders, they would have taken him at that round 4 selection. Like, why take a 4th edge rusher if you feel like you have a potential franchise quarterback in your grasp in round 4? I think that just shows that they're not going to take him today, guys. I think it's going to be Kyle McCord or Will Howard with an outside chance it's Quinn Ewers. I do think the favorites are McCord and Howard because those are kind of the Steelers types. Wow. Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss, my guy, goes off the board in round 4. That's fine. We don't need it. Yeah, did they throw it away? But Jordan Watkins, guys, this is somebody that I wanted the Steelers to target. Honestly, now that San Fran has taken him, I kind of wish the Steelers took him at round 4. Because he can play inside or outside. He's a vertical threat. He runs a 4.38. He's got good, decent size for his height. He's a shorter receiver, but he blocks his butt off. I mean, the consensus big board was way too low on him, in my opinion. He had 5 touchdowns. 5 against Arkansas this past year. 5. Cinco Vexino. But Jordan Watkins, just to show you how low kind of the consensus was on him, he was expected. He's ranked as the 284th ranked prospect on the consensus big board. Now he was a lot higher on my big board, so Sperry knows ball, Coop. But man, I think he's gonna be a good player for San Francisco. They're gonna find ways to get him the football. Chris says, think the Ravens would use a 5th on Sanders. They brought in Cooper Rush. I don't know, man. I don't know. The answer is I don't know where he's going, because every team has had multiple chances to take him at this point, and they haven't. $2 from Jay Luke says, hey, you, with a little, is that a butt? No, there's no crack in there. That would have been hilarious if there was a crack in that peach, dude. Oh, man, things get weird on day 3 for sure.
Hang on.
All right,
We
are officially into round 5, ladies and gentlemen. And Shedeur Sanders has not been drafted to an NFL team.
Ready?
It's absolutely unbelievable. You know what else is unbelievable? Another Steelers hat comes off the board. This one's rolling in from Robert Lock. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go, man. Robert Locke, $100. Let's see if he had a message.
How many more hats do we have? 3?
5
from Elevate, 6 from Elevate,
6 from Elevate,
and 1 from Robert Locke.
1 from Robert Locke. So we have 3
More
left.
hats.
But if we get 13 more followers on my Twitter,
Another one.
that's another one. So
yes.
the hats are running out, guys. The hats are running out. So let me see.
Bob
here.
Locke says no message.
Yeah,
no
yeah,
message.
yeah, no message.
Bob Locke.
Rob, make sure you put my email down there
Yes,
again.
or DM, Twitter, whatever. Just make sure you get in contact.
Just make sure you get in contact with me, Robert, and we'll make sure you get your hat. Thanks for being a real one.
Robert Locke.
Robert Locke. Robert Locke. Rob. So
All right.
2 potential Steelers draft targets here come off the board, one after another.
So round 5.
So now we're into round 5 with the
Is
Minnesota
this
Vikings.
the round he goes?
Well, we've been saying that 4 times now. So
As Jack Sperry would say, is this the day?
I'm not sure if he goes today.
I don't know.
I'm not sure if he gets drafted at all.
I don't know if he does. I'm so serious.
Like,
I was kind of joking when I said that yesterday.
Did every NFL team take him off their board?
I also think it's feasible that he told teams not to draft him today.
Maybe.
So he could pick his destination.
It's not a 0% chance, but what would he choose? Not the Steelers.
Yeah, I don't know where he'd choose. But you
The
could
Steelers don't want him.
You could give him a signing bonus.
Yeah. The thing, too, with Shedeur is that even if he's a UDFA, the fans of that team are going to treat him like he's a first-round pick.
Of course.
Because they're going to be clamoring for him to play, even as a UDFA.
Yep. Who the F is that?
Cam Jackson out of Florida. You should know him. Cam Jackson, Florida Gator.
No, not Cam. I know who Cam Jackson is. I'm talking about
the Vikings pick.
Tyrion Ingram
Dawkins, an edge rusher out of Georgia, kind of a rotational guy for Georgia. Didn't really see the field a ton.
Cam Jackson, solid DT.
By the way, right now, guys, I'm just 4 followers away. 4
more followers on Twitter for giving away a hat.
4 followers away from giving away another hat. We only have
Sam Howell to the Vikings.
Oh my gosh, a trade. No way, man.
Sam Howell to the Vikes.
Whew. Sam Howell.
So they trade QBs.
Some people thought that the Steelers would be interested in Howell. The Steelers did bring him in for a pre-draft visit back in 2022. And And then Arthur Smith was also looking for a quarterback in that 2022 draft when he was in Atlanta, and he was very complimentary of Sam Howell. Now, he didn't take him. He took Desmond Ridder, but some people thought that he might be traded here. I always said that was probably not going to happen. Listen, man.
Sam Howell might be starting week 1 for the Minnesota Vikings.
No, he will not. Well, by the way, that completely kills any Aaron Rodgers speculation.
He might be starting week 1 for the Vikings.
No, he will not. I hope James isn't watching. I hope James isn't watching.
I hope he is.
Because you might be
boss man. JJ stinks.
JJ stinks. A direct quote from Jeffrey Cooperstein. I don't know, man. Sam Howell, decent backup. I think that he works fine there with the backup quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, and that, of course, means Aaron Rodgers is definitely not going to Minnesota. And he definitely is coming to Pittsburgh. I am convinced he is going to Pittsburgh.
Are you ready to say 100%?
No. I'll give it a 97, 98% though. It's Aaron Rodgers. Anything could happen. Until it's officially official. It's not officially official with Aaron Rodgers, but this is as officially as official as it can get without being officially official. And how many times can I say officially official?
I don't disagree.
You have the owner of the team going out on radio saying that Rodgers has told the team he wants to play for them this year. That's a pretty cut and dry kind of explanation right there. Ravens on the clock here. Let's see who the Ratbirds take. Do we know the compensation?
I think it's just for their next pick.
So wait, the Vikings, who came into the draft with 4 picks, are trading one of their picks for a quarterback in this year's draft or next year's draft?
Pick swaps.
Oh, pick swaps.
142 and 172.
Got it. That makes sense.
So Minnesota's picking next.
LOL. Did you see what Jack put in production? That's so funny. All right, let's see who the Ravens take here. Cam Jackson, by the way, defensive tackle out of Florida, goes to Carolina at 140 overall.
Did you see my response?
Yeah. Okay. Let's refresh. Let's see if we're giving away another hat. We are just 5. So somebody unsubscribed.
Whoever did that.
Whoever
unfollowed you?
Whoever unfollowed me. We're 5 away now. We were just at 4.
You.
So we still need 5 new Twitter followers to get there. Oh, here's a guy. This is a pick I like for Baltimore. Carson Vincent out of Alabama A&M. I like what
you like him.
I like him, man. I think small school guys, you can find some untapped potential on day 3 with smaller school guys. And I think he's got some nice tools that I think could translate to the next level. I doubt he plays year 1, but like developmental type guy, I think he's the type of player that Baltimore needs on that offensive line. Pretty good pick from Baltimore. Honestly,
they just know how to draft,
honestly,
man.
I think Baltimore's having a pretty darn good
draft.
Darn good draft, man. They do know how to draft. That is something that they have done well for a long time. So the official trade compensation, Seattle gets pick 142, and then the Vikings get Sam Howell and pick 172. So, I mean, they're pretty much trading like a 7th-round pick.
Just a reminder, the Chubbies giveaway is in the chat. Follow us on Instagram.
Yes, follow us on Instagram. Once we get 50.
You want to double-check the followers? Just Yoda's not responding, so.
Sure.
Just wanted to see. Jay Luke says just followed you on X.
Appreciate you, Jay Lukes. I don't think we're at 50.
Okay.
I don't know where we started, but we're at 656. Last time I checked, we we're at like 651.
Okay.
So we have to get to 50 new followers on Instagram.
Link is in the chat.
Link is in the chat, or you can find us at Steelers CS.
Boxy says, been following you on X. Boxy, if you share the stream on Twitter, you'll be entered as well.
Yes. Cassie just sent me something. Oh, okay. So this is a really cool move, man. Robert Locke wants his hat to go to Ali the Reaper, because he lost his brother this week, unfortunately.
Yep.
And Ali, if you're watching, you guys have our support and our love, and our hearts go out to you and your family. You're gonna get one of the hats, all right, buddy? So he's getting 2 hats because he got a draft hat yesterday, or I think on day 1 actually. So he's gonna get another one here. So Ali the Reaper, if you haven't already emailed me or gotten in touch with me on Twitter, do so right now and let me know. So Robert Locke, appreciate you, my friend. That's a really cool move by everyone. Give it up for Robert Locke, man. That's a cool move from Robert Locke.
I don't know if we showed this one yet. Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah, we showed Jay Luke.
Got a 2 from Chris coming in. We'll get you up on screen here, Chris.
So listen, man. Well, I'll address this and then I'll talk about it. It says, am I crazy or has the NFL left swiped Sanders? Listen, man.
They went on Tinder
by the way,
they swiped left.
By the way, Notre Dame Fighting Irish, my Irish. Riley Mills, defensive tackle, going to the Seattle Seahawks.
Are you going to sing the song?
What song?
The Notre Dame fight song.
Rally Sons of Notre Dame. Awesome song.
It is a good
Chief for golden blue and Chief. Voice is true. Rah, rah, for Notre Dame. Ooh, rah, rah.
You know Moose's great-grandfather was the coach of Notre Dame?
No shit.
Yep. In like the 40s.
That's cool, man. When Rudy was... before Rudy. When they were actually winning.
What were you going to say?
Oh, so Albert Breer says there was a discussion that Minnesota could bring Kirk Cousins back in a trade with the Falcons.
Wow.
If Atlanta took on more of Cousins' money.
Which they did not.
But they did not, so they ended up trading for Sam Howell instead.
Which as I put my mic back on, which leads me to believe that the Steelers wouldn't trade for Kirk Cousins either, if they're not willing to take on money.
Well, if Rodgers doesn't come here, they don't have leverage. They have to take on money. At least a little bit. Maybe not the entire contract, but they'll have to take on some of it.
He really blows.
I understand. Now,
could you not?
The positive spin on Cousins is that he's coming off a second year off the Achilles instead of the 1 year off of the
Fair
Achilles.
enough.
And if you know anything about Achilles injuries, it usually takes 2 years to fully recover. And by the way, the same thing can be said about Aaron Rodgers. All right, this is why a lot of people think that Rodgers is going to be a lot better this year with Pittsburgh than he was last year with the New York Jets. It's because it's the second year off of an Achilles tear, not his first.
Do you think?
By the way, Miami takes Jordan Phillips. Love this pick.
Good pick.
Good athlete. Good run defender. He was awesome at Shrine Bowl this year. I love the quickness he plays with, man. That's a good selection right there.
Do you think that who's the better quarterback right now, Mason Rudolph, Kirk Cousins?
What's that?
Better quarterback right now, Mason Rudolph, Kirk Cousins. I kind of think it's Mason, dude.
No, I think it's Kirk.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Mason was not good last year.
Yeah. Sure.
Neither was Kirk.
Dog shit team.
But Kirk had moments last year. First half of the season, Kirk.
He was all right.
He was actually pretty good. It's just he lost his arm strength in his final month of his final month where he was starting, and he threw like 9 interceptions over 4 weeks with like 2 touchdowns or some shit like that. And they benched him. And for reasons, all right? They benched him for good reason. I'm not trying to say they didn't, but listen, man.
The Browns have just traded up for this pick, by the way.
Okay, the Browns are
this
trading
is the
up
Browns
here.
At 144.
So the Browns.
Is this it?
They jump the Eagles. Could they be getting Shedeur Sanders? By the way, this should be the funniest fucking draft of all time from Cleveland. You had the best player in the draft in your sights. You take Mason Graham instead. Then you take a linebacker with your first pick in round 2. And listen, Schlesinger's a good player, don't get me wrong, but
I think this is it.
The wait is over.
Let's go!
The Cleveland Browns have selected Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
LMAO, the Cleveland Browns strike again.
Dude, he's going to be Dylan Gabriel's backup to start this preseason.
I think it's the other way around.
No, why would they take Gabriel first? They had him higher on their board.
Wow.
He says, I'm glad I won the cap, but please give it to chat. All right, cool.
We'll do that in a moment.
We'll spin the wheel again, Chris. Wow. Shedeur Sanders, Dillon Gabriel, Joe Flacco, and Kenny Pickett. What a ridiculous quarterback room. All four of them stink. I'm so happy that the Browns selected these two quarterbacks, man. Yes, Cleveland, you play in the AFC North. Let's take two weak-armed quarterbacks to play in the AFC North. Great thinking, Cleveland. Thank you for doing this.
So evaluate this pick for Cleveland at round 5, number 144 for Shedeur.
I mean, it's a fine pick, but you already took a quarterback.
Yeah.
This is so dumb. It's so beautifully dumb by the Cleveland Browns.
It's exactly Cleveland.
I mean, is Shedeur going to be QB4 on their depth chart to start the preseason?
You have Pickett.
Because you brought in Flacco to be your start.
Then
you're going to have Flacco and Pickett kind of competing, and then maybe Gabriel. It's going to be a 4-way competition in camp.
Christ.
This is a dumpster fire in Cleveland, ladies and gentlemen.
Does Pickett get cut?
Somebody,
I'm so serious. I think Pickett's out.
Somebody's getting cut from this group. You can't have 4 quarterbacks.
I think Pickett's out.
That is hilarious. Oh, my God, man. By the way, never wrong, just early. I predicted earlier this week that Shedeur Sanders would be a Cleveland Brown. I had them trading up to 18 to get him. And they get him. Oh, my gosh, man. This is too funny. This is too good. Oh, my gosh. Spam F the Browns in the chat. This is hilarious, man.
They are so funny.
Bro, I'm so happy he is a Cleveland Brown. Now Stefanski gets to deal with the circus of, let's hire Dion.
I know this.
Oh, my God.
Hear me out. I know this
so
is
good.
This is a 5th-round pick. Is this a fireable? Could this get Andrew Berry fired? I'm not even joking.
The way he's dealt with the quarterback position has been something. That's all I'll say, man. Dude, they would have been so much better off if they just traded for Kirk Cousins. They would have been so much better off if they just would have taken Shedeur in the 3rd round.
Why did they take
Dillon Gabriel over him? And if you thought Dillon's the better pick, why are you taking Shedeur? The Cleveland Browns are a fucking joke. And I am here for all of it.
I can't wait to hear this.
Watching history right now.
The crowd went crazy.
The Browns fans are cheering.
They don't know anything about football, clearly.
Oh, my God, dude.
Dude, it's legitimately such a shit show in Cleveland.
Oh, my God, man. Oh, my God. There's Browns fans saying, thank the Lord.
My buddy just texted me. He goes, if I was the Browns and I haven't had a QB in 40 years, I would take one every round.
Well, that's what they're doing,
That's
it seems
basically
like.
what they're doing.
Listen, man, I don't think this is a terrible fit for Shedeur, and I actually think there's a chance that he could be okay if he develops there in Cleveland. You know, what if they
Remember when they gave Deshaun Watson 5 years and $230 million fully guaranteed?
Yes. I don't think this is this. I think this is going to be yet another crazy PR stunt here where it's not going to work. Right now, it's not like their offensive line play last year, Coop, it was not very good. They gave up a lot of pressures, and Deshaun Watson is somebody that likes to drift in the pocket. You know who else likes to drift in the pocket? Shedeur Sanders. And right now their number one receiver is Jerry Jeudy.
Do we think that
pretty good, but other than that, they got Cedric Tillman and David Bell as their 2 and 3 receivers. Shedeur is fucked.
Do we think they traded up for him because the Eagles were going to take him here?
Well, they probably thought he was.
Yeah.
They would. Just a historic slide. A historic slide. And now the Cleveland Browns, the biggest joke of an organization in professional football, takes Shedeur Sanders after they take another rookie quarterback, Dylan Gabriel, in round 3. What an absolute clown show. So, obviously, Deshaun Watson's not playing this year, but obviously he's still under contract with the Browns. The quarterbacks under contract for the Browns: Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. None of them are any good. Honestly. So, okay, Coop. I am going to read off to you my quarterback predictions for where quarterbacks would be going in this draft. Are you ready for them?
Mm-hmm.
Once I find them here. All right. Cam Ward, Titans, check. Shedeur Sanders, Browns, check. Jalen Milroe, Steelers, cross that out. Jackson Dart, Giants, check. Tyler Shuck, Saints, check. I have Kyle McCord to the Rams. We'll see. I think he's going to be a Steeler. I think the Steelers are going to pick Kyle McCord here. That's my prediction. Quinn Ewers, Dolphins. Dylan Gabriel, Falcons. Cross that one out. Will Howard, Raiders. So right now, I've gotten Cam Ward to the Titans. I've got Shedeur Sanders to the Browns. I've got Jackson Dart to the Giants and Tyler Shuck to the Saints. That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good.
Oh, it ain't bad at all.
Do I know ball or what, ladies and gentlemen? That's why you click that subscribe button and join us here. Mick Williams, a cornerback out of UCF, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles here in round 5.
That's just crazy.
How do you guys feel about this? Do you guys feel like this is a bad thing?
I think it's an A grade for the Browns because it Fs them up even more.
Like, listen, man, I actually think Shedeur Sanders has a better chance to succeed than Dylan Gabriel there.
Oh, of course he does.
I kind of feel like they're just going to throw away their third-round pick here because I think Shedeur will be on the roster and Dylan won't be because I don't think Dylan's going to be any good. Like, Shedeur, I think at the very least is like an okay backup. But I would not be surprised. You know, Joe Flacco is their week 1 starter. Kenny Pickett is their week 1 number 2 pick or number 2 quarterback.
I think Kenny Pickett's getting cut.
You think Gabriel and Sanders will make this team and Pickett's getting cut?
Yep.
Dude, I'm not even joking. I think Kenny Pickett might be better than Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
He's better than Gabriel. I think Gabriel blows.
Like, I had the same grade, day 2, on Kenny Pickett and Shedeur Sanders. But Kenny Pickett has multiple years has multiple starts under his belt.
Yes,
I think right now Kenny Pickett's the better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
And that's saying something because Kenny Pickett stinks. God, dude, worst quarterback room in the National Football League, the Cleveland Browns, and you're absolutely here for it. 3 wins next year. Kevin Stefanski gets fired. They bring in Deion. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling my shot. Deion Sanders will be coaching the Cleveland Browns in 2026.
You might be, man.
I'm calling my shot.
What a joke.
I wonder how Steelers fans feel about this. Are they feeling like, no, we let our guy fall to the Browns?
I actually believe Pickett will be cut. Or he might request a trade again.
But here's the thing. I think Pickett might be the best quarterback on that team.
He might be.
Honestly, Flacco's probably the best, but
No, Deshaun's the best. Well, who knows now?
Dude, he was bad. He was bad last year. You have 5 quarterbacks that you are theoretically going to give another shot to be the starter of that football team. I don't think any of them pan out. Because with Shedeur, he's used to having like the best wide receivers on the field with him. Travis Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner, as a safety blanket. He's not going to have that in Cleveland. You got Jerry Jeudy, who's got a little bit of a drop issue.
Justin Gordon says, "Yo, Jack, is Sanders a steal in the 5th?"
Yes, it is. He is. If they wouldn't have taken Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd, I think this would have been a really good pick for Cleveland. But you're throwing away a draft pick one way or another here. If you're Cleveland. Like if Shedeur goes above Dylan Gabriel on the depth chart, you threw away a 3rd-round pick that you could have used on a starting level player at a different position.
I can't believe the Browns passed on him like 10 times. Drafted a quarterback, and they are going to take Shedeur Sanders.
They traded up for him.
Above the Eagles. What a joke.
It's a joke, man.
Doc says, "I told y'all Sanders to Browns." He's there.
You told us, man.
And then he says, "Will Howard fall to us?"
What's up?
He said, Will
Howard fall to us?
Will Howard fall to us?
I think yes, I think he will.
Steelers picking
pretty soon here. Yeah, 9 picks here. We're at pick 147 with San Francisco. This is I love that the Steelers don't have to deal with the Shedeur Sanders circus that's going to be coming his way, because Browns fans are going to want him to start immediately. And he may. Could we see 4 different quarterbacks start for that football team this year?
You could.
I think we could see 4 different QBs.
Yeah, it's very possible.
144 is a gross. Yep. Congratulations, Browns. You took a quarterback nobody else in the NFL wanted.
Chris says, "If the Browns take McCord in the 6th, holy crap. Could they do it again? Take another one."
What's that?
Could the Browns take another one in the 6th?
At this point, anything's possible. I actually think the Steelers are going to take Kyle McCord if he's there at 156. Now that Shedeur's off the board, options are starting to dwindle. By the way, Jordan James goes to the 49. I love that fit.
Good pick.
He reminds me a lot of Kyron Williams. Undersized, but really good running the outside zone stuff. I think the Niners are going to love Jordan James, man.
By the way, there were an NFL scout told Arash Markazi, who has covered the NFL for a long time, and he said you'd be surprised how many teams don't even have him on their board.
Well, that's apparent, all right? I think what happened with Shedeur is a bunch of teams just either weren't interested in him from the start and weren't interested in taking a quarterback, so he wasn't on their board at all, or they were in need of a quarterback, they met with him, and they didn't like what they heard. And the interview was terrible. We had multiple current NFL personnel leaked to the media. It was the worst interview we've ever had. Shedeur Sanders is the type of guy that threw his teammates under the bus after a game against Nebraska last year. All right, threw his offensive line under the bus. There was a time last year where I think there was a photographer or maybe it was a staffer. Touched Shiloh Sanders, and he goes up to him, pushes him, and says, "Get away from my brother." Then there was times last year where he would take sacks. I remember specifically the Nebraska game where he would take a sack, his offensive lineman would offer to help him up, and he would slap his hand away from his face.
I remember that.
Those are not good looks, man. Those are not good looks. There's a reason why people took him off their boards.
Guys, the Steelers were confident or content with Pickett backing up Russ. We got a draft pick for him and might get him back. Kenny Pickett will not be back. He requested a trade.
Yeah. That's not going to happen.
So,
by the way, Kenny Pickett has a chance to be their week 1 starter.
He does.
So does Shedeur Sanders, by the way. So does Dylan Gabriel, and so does Joe Flacco. It's going to be a 4-way competition to see who's going to be the starting quarterback in Cleveland this year. If you're having a 4-way competition for a position, that position group stinks. Hell, if you have a competition, your quarterback room isn't very good, period. So I'm loving this, man. And I can't wait for Matthew Peterson to have to deal with the Shedeur Sanders cult and the people saying we have to fire Stefanski and hire Dion. God, I'm so happy I don't have to deal with that carnival.
Brian
says Ohio State versus Browns. Give me OSU.
I would take the Browns to beat
100%.
Ohio State. The Browns would beat Ohio State.
Dude, I really hope Shedeur Sanders plays, or I really hope Kenny Pickett plays against the Steelers one game, and then Shedeur Sanders plays the other one, and then we can absolutely trounce them.
You know one of those games will be on a Thursday night, and the Steelers
Oh,
will
it's always a Thursday night
Steelers
game.
will fuck around and lose one of those games.
Because it's the division, and it always happens.
Let's go! Jaden Blue to the Cowboys.
Ooh!
Great pick.
That's a good pick.
Let's go!
Jaden Blue, you are a Dallas Cowboy. By the way, Ty Hamilton from Ohio State went to the Los Angeles Rams at 148. Jaden Blue, another small running back for
He's
Tom
a small
Downey.
boy.
So you got Deuce Vaughn, who is the king of the small running backs.
Look at what Trace just said.
No way. Dude, Jordan Schultz is like just glazing Shedeur Sanders right now.
Dude, I just showed him too. So good.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Trace Gerard, what's up, man? Doing all
Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck.
Tyler
Tyler Shuck.
Hey, we wanted Tyler Shuck the black and gold, and he is. No matter what, one of the two teams, he was.
That is true. And I think the Steelers are about to get their own quarterback here.
Are you sad it's not Shedeur?
No. Fuck no. I'm happy that Carnival's going to Cleveland.
Will Howard? Oh, dude, that's actually a good point for y'all.
I can't wait. I can't wait for Petey to have to take questions on, should we hire Dion as our next head coach? That's my prediction. I'm calling it right now. Dion will be the Cleveland Browns head coach in 2026. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it right now. Clip this. Coop's going to go potty here, folks. Jason Marshall, cornerback out of Florida, goes to the Miami Dolphins. Coop says he stinks. And he's a Florida fan, so if he's saying he stinks, that's probably not a very good pick for the Miami Dolphins right there. I mean, you want to talk about drama. The Cleveland Browns, who brought in, somebody with over 40 sexual harassment lawsuits, gave him a shit ton of money in one of the worst decisions in the history of football. And now they have a quarterback room consisting of Joe Flacco, who throws 1 million interceptions and was not very good for the Colts last year. Kenny Pickett, who played pretty well for the Eagles, if I'm being honest, but the Eagles' situation is really, really good. Obviously great protection, great weapons, and even then he didn't play phenomenally. Then you have Dylan Gabriel, who has the body of Kyler Murray and the arm of Tua Tagovailoa. And then you have Shedeur Sanders, who is constantly late on film, who drifts in the pocket, who doesn't know when to throw the ball away, to acknowledge when a dead play is dead. He has a below-average arm for an NFL starter. If you're asking me which one has the best chance of being a success in the league, I would have to say Shedeur. But the fact that you're talking about Shedeur Sanders, who I have ranked as the 5th quarterback in this class, as your best option long-term to be your franchise quarterback, I mean, Cleveland Browns are living in hell right now. They're living in hell. As a Steelers fan, we can absolutely bask in that reality that the Browns will once again set their franchise back at least another half decade. And listen, man, for the people saying we can't talk any shit because we got Mason Rudolph as a starter, we're going to have Aaron Rodgers as the starter, guys. It's going to happen. The owner of the team said on radio yesterday that Rodgers has told the team Browns suck. Trader Joey.
And also, we can talk shit if we want because it's our channel.
That's true. Have fun in Cleveland where they
Yeah.
literally have a meme of all the quarterbacks.
It's not a meme. It's real.
It's reality. This is the team that got rid of a legitimate franchise option in Baker Mayfield to trade multiple firsts for Deshaun Watson.
Jordan Schultz.
Oh, yeah.
Twist your tongue, Jordan.
Gary Frank, $2 super chat says Sanders and the Haslams are a group made in heaven. All I'm going to say is that this is going to be very entertaining, and it's going to be an absolute. It's going to be a dumpster fire.
Oh yeah,
It's going to be a dumpster fire, and I can't wait to watch it unfold. By the way, Cleveland, even if Shedeur is your long-term option, you going to compete with Joe Burrow in this division? You going to compete with Lamar Jackson in this division with him on a second contract? Good luck. Good luck, Cleveland. Oh, man.
Oh my God, did you see the video of him and Shiloh?
No.
As soon as he got drafted, they're dancing.
Well, I'm sure they are. All right, we're almost at the Steelers selection here, by the way, guys. So, listen, man, the Steelers quarterback situation isn't like ideal. I'm not trying to sit up here and say we have like Patrick Mahomes, but I'm taking Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph and then whatever rookie we take here at the end of the draft here as my quarterback room over what the Cleveland Browns have. Because I see zero legitimate long-term options that could legitimately be star players. So where are the Colts going to take here? Because at least with Aaron Rodgers, you have the hope that you're going to get the Brett Favre magic from Minnesota, that you're going to get the Tom Brady magic in Tampa, that you got the Peyton Manning magic in Denver. Like you're hoping that you're bringing in a future Hall of Famer with really great arm talent, second year removed off an Achilles, and he's going to be able to come in here with a really good defense, a run game that looks like it's going to be a lot better. Good pick by Indianapolis here. DJ Giddens out of Kansas State.
Good pick.
This was a guy that the Steelers were really looking at. Really high cut, tall running back that's got some wiggle, man. You're going to see on these highlights, Coop, he can make some guys miss at the second level now. Like he's got a really nice ability to get to that second level. Then boom! Boom! Puts his foot in the ground, makes a guy miss, and he's got the long speed to take it to the house. That's an awesome pick for the Indianapolis Colts guys to pair with Jonathan Taylor. So good for them. And now we have a trade.
The Cowboys again!
Cowboys are trading up.
Is this for Shiloh Sanders?
Cleveland, the only thing else that would turn this into keeping up with the Kardashians in Cleveland would be them drafting Shiloh in the 7th. Can we get Hard Knocks in Cleveland this year?
I would beg. Weren't they on it rather recently?
Yeah, AFC North was the in-season.
That doesn't count, does it?
Not in terms of the preseason version. They were on there when Baker was in his rookie season, so it's been a while, but it's relatively recently. But Hugh Jackson was their head coach during that season, so it's been a while.
Shamar James.
And Shamar James, linebacker out of Florida, going to the Dallas Cowboys.
He's an okay player.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. This linebacker class stinks. Listen, man, when it comes to Shedeur in Cleveland, if he does win the starting job, I don't think he's going to play all that well in year one. I don't think that he's particularly pro-ready.
I just don't see a scenario where he starts.
Like, yes, his offensive line was bad at Colorado, but he drifts in the pocket. And according to PFF, he had more sacks that were on the quarterback than any other quarterback in this draft.
Damn.
So, like, even though the offensive line sucked, like, he drifted into pressure. He didn't throw the ball away when the play was dead. There's a lot of things about his game that are not savory, man. He doesn't have a strong arm. He's a decent athlete, but anybody going out there saying that he's like a dynamic rusher of the football or that he's an incredible out-of-structure playmaker, I mean, defensive linemen in the Big 12 were catching up to him and tackling him from behind last year. He's not that special of an athlete, guys. And, if he can develop into a Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Kirk Cousins, weaker-armed quarterback with great anticipation and mental processing and accuracy to all levels of the field, could he become a mid-level starter? Sure. But he's got a long way to go before he gets there. I can't wait for Cleveland fans to feel like they have their next franchise quarterback with him and for him to just fall on his face. So we're coming up here on 156, which is the Steelers' next selection. By the way, do we have an update from James on our IG promotion on Chubbies?
We do not.
We're up to 674, so I don't know.
So that's
I don't know where we started. That's the thing.
Okay.
I know we've added at least 34 since I last checked.
Yeah.
So we should be getting
Be
close.
close. So we are here.
Bengals pick is in. I think the Bengals have had an awful draft. Shamar Stewart in round 1. They passed up on Kevin Winston Jr. to take a guard they could have had at this pick in the 3rd round.
Let's see what they do here.
And you got. I think it's going to be Kyle McCord.
You think this is McCord or Steelers?
No. I think that the Steelers will take McCord. I've heard that the Steelers have really liked McCord, and I've also heard that McCord's camp really feels like the Steelers are a team that would want to draft him. So if it's quarterback here, my guess would be McCord, but I know the Steelers have also shown a lot of interest in Will Heyward, and I know that they have also been in contact with Quinn Ewers throughout this process as well. So I think you would absolutely this would be your dream pick, Quinn Ewers here in round 5, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Another guard, Jalen Rivers from Miami, Florida, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals here.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a nothing burger. So we'll see what ends up happening here for the Pittsburgh Steelers at 156.
I do have a feeling this will be a quarterback.
God, man.
It's 156 and then 183.
What's that?
Is 156?
183
183.
sounds right. Maybe it's, I think.
I'll double check.
Yeah, it should be in my doc today. Should be in the live copy.
185.
Yeah, 185. That sounds right. I kind of love, because you guys know, I haven't been too complimentary of Shedeur Sanders. So I'm happy that
we don't hate the kid.
Yeah, I don't hate the kid. I'm just glad that I don't have to deal with the circus that comes along with him. Because if the Steelers took him in round 4, people in this fan base would have said start him over Rodgers. You just know it. Mm-hmm. And it's no. There would have been people saying fire Tomlin and hire Dion, and I'd be like, no. I didn't want to deal with that, man. And now that he's on Cleveland, now I can make fun of them. Giants take Marcus Bowe, guard out of Purdue. Based on where he was on the consensus big board, Coop, this is a steal. Let me check where he was on the consensus big board. I think he's listed as an interior player. Yeah, he was the 65th consensus player in this entire class, and he goes to the Giants here at 154. That's a hell of a steal for the New York Football Giants. I'm loving what the Giants are doing in this draft, Coop. I
think they're having a really good draft.
Of course, you get Darth Vader, and then you get Anakin Skywalker in the first round, which is pretty cool. With Jackson Darty wears the Anakin Skywalker eye black, and you get Darth Vader and Abdul Carter. Then you get a really good running back in Cam Scatterbo today. Marcus Bowe, I think they've done pretty good, man. So we're coming up here soon. We're currently at pick number 155. Miami is on the clock. Oh, no. Did we trade? I think the Steelers just traded.
I do, too.
I think the Steelers just traded out of their pick, ladies and gentlemen.
Back, it looks like 6-7 picks.
The Steelers have traded back with the Kansas City Chiefs. So we will have to wait a little bit longer here. Are they getting an additional, like, 7th rounder?
Yeah, I don't know what they got. They traded with Kansas City, it looks like.
So we will get word on what the trade details look like. So they trade pick 156. They get 164 and 226 back. So they got an additional 7th rounder.
What was it?
156 in exchange for 164 and 226. So the Steelers move down, get an additional 7th rounder. So there must be multiple players in round 7 that they're targeting if that's the case.
That's what it sounds like. So no pick.
So no pick for now, but they don't move down that far, so stay tuned. The Steelers will make a pick eventually here. But you know what that means, Coop? There's nobody that's going to be on the board here that they feel particularly good taking. It's either that or B, they really wanted to get another round 7 pick because they have multiple people in round 7 they want to get. Tristan is asking what quarterbacks are available. If we want to show that graphic, Coop.
Yeah. Who had the trade details?
It's all over Steelers Twitter, but it's you could look at Mike DeFabo, Nick Farabaugh, cool. Brooke Pryor, cool. Alan Saunders. By the way, we got almost 2,000 people watching live with us around the world. Thank you for joining us for our live coverage of Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Pittsburgh Steelers will be drafting eventually here. We'll see if they take a quarterback. It will not be Shedeur Sanders. It seems like the Steelers were not all that interested in Shedeur this year. They might have not even had him on their board because they took a 4th edge rusher before they took him. So here are the trade details here. The Steelers are moving down from 156 to 165, and they're getting an additional 7th round pick. Likely what this is, guys, is either one of two things or both. Number one, they wanted to get an additional 7th round pick because they're targeting multiple players late in the draft. Or B, there's just nobody here that's going to be available that they want to take.
I think that's supposed to be 164.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 164 as well. Dante Trader Jr. out of Maryland, safety, goes to the Miami Dolphins. 5 interceptions in his college career. By the way, I just want to remind you guys of our promotions today. By the way, I think we're giving away we will be giving away a Steelers Talk hat. Can you ask James to choose one of my last 100 followers? So what we're going to do is we're going to choose one of my we're going to pick randomly out of the last 100 followers or the people that shared the video. If you shared the video on your X today, you're also entered. I'm going to have our boss, James Yoder, go over my Twitter and pick one random person that has followed me over the last 100 follows. And we'll be giving away a Steelers Talk hat. How many is that now, Coop? I think we have 2 more to give now. There's only 2 more hats. All right, so if you want one, a $100 Venmo gets that job done. Also, a $100 Venmo gets you 10 raffle tickets to win the jersey today. And honestly, I'm thinking about just, I don't know. So let's see who the Chiefs take here as they trade up for somebody with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
let's look at the quarterbacks.
Yeah, let's look at the quarterbacks here real quick. The top guys, Kyle McCord, in my opinion, is my number one quarterback. I have both McCord and Ewers above Howard. Tom disagrees with me. He has Howard ranked as his 5th quarterback. He's my 9th quarterback, all right? So even though he's got good size, he's got a strong arm. If you watched his combine performance, Coop, he had like 7 or 8 balls at least hit the ground. Like, compare that to Tyler Shuck, who had 1. You know, like it's a workout in shorts. You should not be having those kinds of accuracy issues in a controlled environment like that. It was so bad, according to Brett Coleman, people were booing him in the stadium. And there's a lot of Ohio State fans
booing
in it.
Will Howard?
Yes, because he was that bad during the combine. And then when you watch him on film, you see.
No way.
Yes.
That's crazy.
And then when you watch him on film, the accuracy issues are the same. You know, whereas like a guy like Jalen Milroe, who went yesterday, you know, dynamic with his legs, but accuracy is spotty to all levels of the field. Will Howard can also run a little bit. He's got some power to his game, but he's not dynamic with his legs.
Jeffrey Bassa is the pick, by the way.
Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker. He's their type. Athletic freak, developmental type, but he's their type for sure. So, personally, I wouldn't love the Steelers to take Will Howard. But listen, man, it's a 5th-round quarterback dart throw. Like, I'm not going to be too upset if they take Will Howard. All right? Like, the difference between Will Howard and Kyle McCord is not astronomical. All right? So, if they take Will Howard, great. Welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers, Will. All right? Hopefully you play like you did in the college football playoff because he actually played pretty darn well in those games. And I think he at best, he'd be a career backup. I don't really see him as a long-term starter option for the Steelers if they take Will Howard. Who knows? You know, maybe he can surprise me and, you know, other people. But, you know, I would personally take McCord. I think he does a better job seeing the field than Howard does. You know, a little bit of a longer release, but he throws with anticipation. He has his eyes in the right spot consistently on his first read. He does throw too many interceptions, which is why I'm not saying McCord is going to be a starter in this league. I think if they take a quarterback here, it's going to be a backup level guy. So if there's a guy the Steelers like that they think can be a contributor at a different position, honestly, I would be okay with them not going quarterback here as well.
Elijah Roberts from SMU goes to Tampa Bay.
That might have been, well, that was probably somebody the Steelers were looking at. Elijah Roberts had a top.
But they already took an edge.
Yeah, it's true. I'm a little surprised. I'm guessing they didn't have a top 30 with Sawyer because they kind of knew him a little bit more. They were at his pro day at Ohio State.
Oh, they didn't have a top 30 with him. Interesting.
They had a top 30 with Roberts.
And the other SMU edge as well, right?
Has Yaya Black been taken yet? Can you check defensive tackles?
Don't believe he has. Let's look.
I could see the Steelers taking Yaya Black out of Iowa here. I could also see them taking Jalen Reed, safety out of Penn State. I had the Steelers take. Oh, J.J. Pegues is still available too, but kind of redundant with Derrick Harmon.
Black is on the board.
Yaya Black still on the board. I wouldn't mind him at all.
They did have a visit with Jared Harrison Hunt as well, right?
They did.
What about Stackhouse?
Stackhouse is a run defending nose tackle type. Kind of in the same mold as Yaya. But they obviously have done a lot of scouting of the Iowa players here. They took Kaleb Johnson, and Yaya got a lot of attention. A formal combine meeting followed by a top 30 visit.
My head hurts.
I know, dude. Coop is complaining about his headset. Welcome to the world of a watch party.
I do watch.
Yeah, I know.
James said he will pick a winner for the hat in 5 minutes.
Sounds good. So we'll have a winner for the hat for following me on Twitter in just a few minutes.
You want to double check the Insta?
Yeah, we're at how many followers on Insta? 175. 675.
Okay.
So we should be somewhere pretty close to 50, but I don't know the exact number.
Probably need like 10, 15 more.
Yeah. So if you haven't followed us on IG yet, we are giving away a either Steelers polo shirt or a pair of Steelers shorts from our friends at Chubby's.
In the chat right now.
If you guys want to check that out down there in the chat, just click the link, hit that follow button. We give you guys daily short content on our Instagram account. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. And if you click that follow button, you get entered into a competition here, a raffle. We're going to choose one random follower to win this Chubby's shirt, or you can choose to get one of the pairs of shorts. They got kind of like the kind of solid color with the white and the gold on the waistband, or you can get the design, which I kind of love, man. Like I imagine wearing a pair of these to Latrobe. I mean, people are going to be like, the
ladies will flock.
The ladies are going to flock, man. I mean, look at that. You got people waving towels. You got the Roberto Clemente Bridge. You've got footballs. You got Steely McBeam.
I can't wait for this, Spare Dog. We have some Browns fans shit talking in the chat.
Yeah! Brad, thanks for the 10, my man. It's funny you're talking about our quarterback room when you're waiting on the guy that was born in the Reagan era. The hat is really doing his job covering up that unibrow.
Lyndon B. Johnson was the president the last time you won a Super Bowl. Or not even a Super Bowl.
Not even Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl didn't exist.
0 Super Bowls, Brad. 0.
The Super Bowl didn't exist.
And before you say they won NFL championships, tell me how many AL championships the White Sox won before the World Series. They won a lot of them. But nobody counts those. They only count World Series.
Dark City. Browns drafted Sanders to keep him from the Steelers.
I guarantee you Aaron Rodgers will be better than any of the quarterbacks that the Browns have this year.
I would bet $1,000.
I guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee it. $2. Browns drafted Sanders to keep him from the Steelers.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think if the Steelers wanted him, they would have drafted him at round 4. I mean, they took a 4th edge rusher instead of this guy, man. He said, and then Chris says, draft Yaya Black or Kyle McCord.
I'd be in on either.
I'd be fine with either too. Now, McCord's like a backup to me. I don't think he's going to be a starter. Some people compare him to like Brock Purdy. I don't think he's anything near Brock Purdy. We'll see. Brock Purdy was a 7th round pick, so nobody thought he would be anything either. But we'll see.
Brad, if you're still watching, tell Petey hello.
Yes, tell Petey hello. Have fun with the Deion Sanders at Head Coach Rumors over the next year.
For Petey. I really do. Chris says, "What the fresh hell is this?" Yeah, would have been. We could still pick him.
Yeah, we could still take Yaya. I could actually really see that
I like
being.
this from Justin, by the way.
Justin says Desmond Watson extra
Yes.
7th. I kind of love it.
Yes.
Give me the fatty.
Put him in at fullback. Cheeseheads are picking.
And the Packers. Look, even the baby's got a cheese head on. Look at that, Coop. Even the baby's got the cheese head on, bro.
And they pick a linebacker.
Colin Oliver, linebacker out of Oklahoma State. He'll be nothing.
Does he stink?
Yeah, he stinks. There's like 5 linebackers that are like pretty good in this class. And then the rest of them are either projects or not good at all. Again, guys, we're going to be giving away a Steelers jersey of the winner's choosing at the end of today's stream. $20 to get in on that. And we still have 2 more Steelers caps that we can give away today.
Well, including the Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Including Twitter. $2 says, my concern is Rodgers get hurt or retires. And if that's the case, I don't think he's going to retire. It sounds like, he's been working out all offseason. Apparently, he's told the Steelers he wants to play for them. That's what Art Rooney said yesterday. Like, he's coming to the Steelers, and then the injured part of it, I actually think his risk for injury is less the second year coming off that Achilles. So, is it obviously injury is a risk, but injury is a risk for any NFL team out there with a starting quarterback. And Mason Rudolph is serviceable as a backup. He is. The season's not over if Mason Rudolph has to play. It's kind of over in terms of your Super Bowl chances, but you can be competitive with Mason Rudolph, which is why he's the backup quarterback here. And I love him as a backup quarterback. Do we want to recap some of the latest picks here?
Yes, sir. Yoda is getting our winner right now.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll do a cut for this pick, right?
Yeah, we will.
Okay. I was gonna say let's do a game time read, but we'll do it in the cut, so that's fine.
What is the next pick for the Steelers is 185, right? So
No, we're coming up here in 4 picks.
I know, but like after that, so like,
Do you want to combo it?
does that make sense?
I'll ask Brett.
Yeah, ask Brett if it would be easier if we combo it, because they're relatively close together.
Oh, there's the best available here. We'll go to the picks as well.
So last few picks: Elijah Roberts, edge rusher out of SMU; Keandre Lambert-Smith, wide receiver out of Auburn, going to the Chargers; Colin Oliver, linebacker out of Oklahoma State, going to Green Bay. And now the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Hey, the CEO of Chat Sports, James Yoder, stopping by.
Weren't you a super chatter of today's show? You were.
You were.
Jack Sawyer.
Okay. So you want me to do a screenshot here? Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, go. Don't look at my nudes, he says.
Cassie's watching,
Yeah,
dude.
unbelievable.
We're gonna do a combo, by the way.
Perfect. Okay. So the cut we're gonna do for the next couple picks are we have 164 and 185. So we'll do the cut for both of those picks for the Steelers, which is coming up here. Ah.
What is this run on linebackers?
I don't know, man. Smile.
Yeah.
Smile. Mondon Jr.
Some are saying Will Howard is the next Steelers quarterback.
It might have. I think it's going to be McCord, though. Yeah, we have a source here that says that they're really interested in McCord.
Some are also saying Sam Howell's going to start over JJ.
No, they are not. Okay. I can just. Okay, cool. I'll just slack them on to you. Yep.
Thanks, boss man.
Thanks, boss. Somebody's going to be coming away with a Steelers hat here once we pick the random winner. I have delegated that to our boss, James Yoder, so that no one can
accuse us.
No one can accuse me of playing favorites. Says an unexpected error happened. What the fuck?
What do you mean?
There's an unexpected error. Trying to slack this to James. Is this just too many photos? What's going on here? Unexpected error. Do I have to send these individually?
No, try doing like 3 at a time.
Boom, boom, boom. Bing, bing, bing.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bing, bing, bing. Let's see.
Steelers coming up in 2 picks.
Steelers will be making their selection momentarily. And we will have instant reaction and analysis for you guys here on Steelers Doc once that comes in.
Who will the Steelers take next?
Steelers are now on the clock. Carolina's pick is in. Now let's see what they do. They are taking Yaya Black, defensive tackle, Iowa, nose tackle, run stuffing extraordinaire, to pair with Derrick Harmon in this draft class. Of course, to go along with Jack Sawyer as well. It's very apparent that Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan felt like there wasn't enough depth on this defensive line last year, and they are beefing up their defensive line literally with Yaya Black, who is a true nose tackle type, two-down player, so he's not going to provide much in terms of the pass rushing department, but on early downs, short yardage, push situations, goal line, Yaya Black is going to be a big body that they can utilize as a true run-stuffing nose tackle type. I love the pick. I love the value for him. I think I had the Steelers taking Yaya in my final mock draft as well, so kind of broke that one.
Yaya Black.
So Yaya Black, you are a Pittsburgh Steeler, another Iowa Hawkeye, joining the black and gold. Grade the pick for us down there in the comment section, A, B, C, D, or F. For a round 5 selection here, Coop, I'm going to give this a very, very solid B+.
B+? I like it.
He's not going to be like a true impact player, at least I don't expect him to be, but like, we saw what happened in the Ravens playoff game last year, right? So grade the pick. Jerry Robbins says F-. Scar says F. Frank is giving it a B. King Zeus is giving it an F. Jason L giving it a B-. Olivia giving it a D. Darwin Nolan giving it an A+. Woodrow's giving it an A. Patricia's giving it an A. Chris is giving it an A. Mimic Tarzier said, I wanted JJ Pegues. Listen, man, he would have been a lot of fun because he can double as a fullback too. But he's kind of a similar type of player to Derrick Harmon, where he's more of like a penetrative type of player, with really good quickness. You know, you're getting a different type of defensive tackle in Yaya Black here, where he's the true put him at nose, run stuffing type of player, where 7 or 4 minute drill on defense, you need to make a stop and stop the run. You're going to put him in those situations. He's not going to be an every down player. He's going to be a rotational guy. But in the 5th round, that's perfectly fine value, and the Steelers absolutely needed help with the run-defending defensive lineman. That was abundantly apparent at the end of last season. So I think it's a good pick. I think it's good value. I think you're getting a player to legitimately help you win. And, having a player like Yaya Black, who's a legitimate run-stuffing nose tackle, is exactly, the type of player that they needed. In this piece, it's exactly the piece they needed in the defensive line, in my opinion.
Panthers go Mitchell Evans, and our graphics should be updated momentarily.
And again, we'll get into our pick cut, breaking down Yaya Black and then whoever the Steelers pick in round 6 here, coming up at 185. And, this is exactly the right time to take a player like this, Coop, because like Mike Tomlin said in his pre-draft press conference, the nose tackle position is getting a little bit extinct in the National Football League because there's so many teams that play in 4-down fronts because they play so much nickel. Even the Steelers that play more base than pretty much any other team in the league were in 4-down fronts like 80% of the time last year. So because of that, you have guys like Keanu Benson who can play nose and did play nose for this team last year. But I think they saw that he's just more of a penetrative type player. And that's why they're getting Yaya Black here, so that when you're in those true run-stuffing situations, when you're going up against the Baltimore Ravens where they're going to run the football or try to run the football down your throat, Yaya Black is a big, hulking nose tackle that doesn't have great movement skills, but he is absolutely a space eater. And I think that, he's another guy here that can put his hands on the football. We know Cam Heyward, the amount of PBUs he had last year. I think Cam Heyward led the team last year in PBUs last year with deflected passes, Coop, and it honestly wasn't close. This is another guy here where he can get his hands on the football, and he's not going to be able to get to pass rushers all that often. He's just not a great mover, but he's very strong. He's very stout in the run game, and if it's the 4-minute drill and you have to stop a team from converting a first down, and they're running the football, Yaya Black is the guy you want out there on the field. So I think that this is a position that this team really did need, and they end up getting it here in round 5, a player that's going to be a contributor for them on day 1. So, star upside? No. Is he going to be potentially a fan favorite? Yes, especially in these moments that are really critical to helping a team win a football game. This is what Dane Brugler from The Athletic had to say about Yaya Black. He says, Black looks every bit of the role of do-your-job defender who clogs run lanes and does the dirty work, although he will need to improve his disruptive skills to be a 3-down player. He offers the scheme versatility to become a role player in any system. So, if he develops some pass rushing upside in the future, great. That's not why the Steelers are taking him. They're taking him to be that run-stuffing type of nose tackle, and he can do that. Absolutely. So, Coop, I see we have a message.
We do indeed.
That we have a winner for the Chubbies giveaway. Or, no, this is the hat giveaway, isn't it?
Hat giveaway.
The hat giveaway. So, we currently have just 2 more hats to give away today.
I'll let you know when we're ready.
All right. Coop says he'll let me know when we are ready. Grade the pick for me down there in the comments section.
All right. Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please.
Our winner
The Steelers Talk hat winner
is
John Cazales. John, if you're watching, give me a DM on Twitter. My DMs are open. Give me a DM. Let me know what your shipping address is so that we can get that Steelers Talk hat to you as soon as we can. Congratulations to John for winning that one. We appreciate you. And then, do we have an answer on the Chubbies? We're at 696 now.
We're good.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
So, I would say,
Yep.
Ask him if he needs screenshots again? By the way, Steelers pick is being announced in Dublin, Ireland, where they're going to be playing in just a few short months.
Sick.
Lots of Steelers fans in Ireland, by the way. Steelers have done a really good job cornering off that part of the world. And I can't wait to see them play this year in Ireland, probably against the Packers. I mean, that's going to be electric. Aaron Rodgers versus the Packers in Dublin? So I really like this pick, guys. I might even give this an A-. I'm going in between A- and B+ for this pick because I think he's going to be a day 1 contributor. You put him at the nose, he's going to be able to be a run stuffer. Like I said, not much of a pass rusher, but you have Keanu Benson, Cam Heyward, and Derrick Harmon to rush the passer on those types of situations. So not an every down starter, but he is somebody that's going to play a very important role in the Steelers defense. Very important role. So grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. I mean, if you're getting a player to contribute for you right away in round 5, I think it's a good pick, a really good pick.
He said he's doing a Raiders giveaway, so he'll get back to us.
Okay, so James will get back to us on the winner of the Chubbies giveaway.
But John Cazales, if you're watching, DM Sperry on Twitter.
DM me on Twitter.
You should know his Twitter already since you followed him.
Yeah.
We got a couple super chats here.
Splendid.
Wunderbar. I don't know about you, but right now, don't feel that tired.
I feel dead. I mean, we have been live for how long? So we started at
10:30.
10:30 today. It's 2:14, so that's
Almost 4 hours.
Almost 4 hours. Yesterday we were live from 4:30 on Main all the way till. So I've been live since 10. So it's been almost 2.5 or 4.5 hours for me today. Yesterday it was, I believe, 4:30 to around 10:30, 11 o'clock is when we came off.
Yeah,
maybe 10:30. So
Meech.
Meech X or H says, with all this depth at edge trust, do you see us offloading Highsmith? No. That's not why they took Sawyer. Maybe eventually, but not this year. The Steelers, they showed last year, they traded for Preston Smith, and they showed that it was important for them to take an edge rusher and have 4 edge rushers on this team that they trust, because injuries happen, guys, right? And they like to have that 3, edge rusher rotation. They don't want to be hampered with just 2 players that can rush the passer.
Watt, Highsmith,
Herbig, Sawyer. And, I think that's a really good edge rusher room. That might be the best edge rusher room in football right there, guys. So,
Nate Herbig starts on most teams.
Is it a little bit early? Maybe, but Sawyer just fits the Steelers culture so well. High football character. He's going to work hard. He's going to do his due diligence here to, be the best player he can be. I think his upside is limited. I don't think he's going to ever be a full-time starter for the Steelers, but could he develop into a nice rotational piece whenever Alex Highsmith or Nick Herbig moves on from this team? Yeah, I think so. So I don't hate the pick. I didn't love the pick, all right? So I don't want to sit up here and say, oh my gosh, what a pick, Jack Sawyer. But, he's a good player, national champion, really played well down the stretch, and I don't hate the pick is what I'll say. I'll probably give that one a B- or a C+ in my final grades. $2 from Dom says, Will Howard available still, and is he any good? He is still available.
That's the reason he's still available.
By the way, I am loving the Tennessee Titans draft. They took Cam Ward.
Jackson Slater.
They just took Jackson Slater, my guy out of Sacramento State, the guard. Also, they took Kevin Winston Jr., my guy, my safety out of Penn State that I love. I'm loving the draft that they're having. They took Ayamaner. God, what a draft Tennessee is putting together, man. But to answer your question on Will Howard, he is available. And is he any good? Well, I have him ranked as my 9th quarterback in this class.
On the Titans and Cam Ward, what do you think his ceiling is?
Brock Purdy.
Ooh, okay. That.
And listen, man, for all of you that think Brock Purdy, that comp's bad, his career averages are higher than what Josh Allen, his stat line was last year, and he was the MVP of the league. All right, so Brock Purdy is an extremely, extremely good quarterback, guys. $5 from John P. Says, Dear Browns, please take Kyle McCord in the 6th round. The Browns front office has 2 brain cells, and they're both competing for 3rd place.
Well, I want the Steelers.
John, this might be the super chat of the night.
I would love the Steelers to take McCord, but if not, it'd be hilarious to see the Browns do it.
$2 from Chris says, I am trademarking Kaleb Johnson as Baby Bettis.
Make sure you get that trademark.
Baby Bus.
Ooh,
Baby Bus. Now, he's not just the pure power back that Bus was, but Kaleb is an outside zone runner through and through, and that's what we run here in Pittsburgh. So
Kaleb goes boof.
He goes boof. Love it. You know who else goes boof? Cam Scatabo.
This is true.
I'm excited to see him play in New York this year, man.
Yeah, let's do a read here.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Game time.
Okay, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Game Time. And, guys, I'm somebody who likes to go to baseball games on the weekends to, relax, get my mind off of, the Aaron Rodgers saga that we've been dealing with over a month at this point. And thanks to our friends at Game Time, I can always get guaranteed low prices to tickets whenever I want to go see the Rangers play here in Arlington, whether I'm in Pittsburgh for my yearly trip to Latrobe for Steelers training camp. I always make sure I want to go to PNC Park because it's absolutely gorgeous. And, of course, I want to go when Paul Skeens is pitching because he's the best pitcher in baseball. So Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports and makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, and with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. It's super easy to use interface on their app, guys. Lowest price guarantee. They've got great features like, Game Time Picks that does the research for you, filters out the best possible deals that are on their app so you guys can save a ton of money on whatever tickets that you get for any live event. And it's more than just sports, guys. It's comedy. It's theater. It's all these different things, and, of course, sports as well. You guys can take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. You can create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Our man Gary.
My main man Gary says Steelers thinking this: QB1 Rodgers, QB2 Mason, QB3 Cousins. No,
No, they won't trade for Cousins.
That's
if
what.
Rodgers
Yeah,
signs.
they're going to sign either Rodgers or they're going to trade for Cousins. That's what it is, Gary. QB3 will either be Skylar Thompson or a rookie. That's what it will be, in my opinion. That's why they ain't drafting a QB. They will wait till next year. I've said it.
They might draft a QB again next year.
But that's the thing, Coop. You look at the Steelers situation. They don't need to take a quarterback for the future this year. They really don't.
Nope.
All right, because the reason for that is because they got 2 years left in this quote-unquote win-now window that they have, okay? Where Cam Heyward has 2 years left in his career. They want to try to win him a Super Bowl. So they're doing whatever they can do to help them win a Super Bowl this year. They believe Aaron Rodgers gives them the best chance to do that. And it sounds like Rodgers might be open to playing 2 years with the Steelers. He's going to sign a 1-year deal, but it sounds like that he would be open to potentially signing another 1-year deal next year if things work out here in Pittsburgh. And if that's the case, you got Rodgers for the next 2 seasons as your starter, and hopefully things go well. And, the Steelers don't plan on starting a young quarterback again, like a first or second year guy. If everything goes according to plan, they're not planning on having that young quarterback start for them until at least 2027. That's 2 years. So, and at this point in the draft, there's no quarterbacks that, in my opinion, have the upside to be a legitimate star-level quarterback in the National Football League. I think if Jalen Milroe fell to the Steelers in round 4, they would have taken him. I truly believe that. And they were kind of hoping that he would fall to them. But he ends up not going to the Steelers. He goes to the Seattle Seahawks. But I don't doubt that they'll take a quarterback at some point in this draft, whether it's at 185 here and just a few picks coming up, or whether that's in the 7th round. They now have 2 7th-round picks. So I do think they're going to take a quarterback at some point in this draft. And it's going to be a competition between that rookie and Skylar Thompson to be the number 3 quarterback here in Pittsburgh. Steela for Life says, is it more likely that Aaron Rodgers is a Steeler because it seems as if they are afraid to draft a quarterback? So, yes, they think Aaron Rodgers is coming there. Apparently, according to Art Rooney, Rodgers has told them he wants to play for them.
We'll show you the quote here in a moment.
Yeah, we'll show you the quote from what Art Rooney said on Pittsburgh radio yesterday. Listen, man, Rodgers is dealing with some personal stuff right now where he's helping rebuild the lives of a lot of his friends who lost their houses and their livelihoods in the California wildfires, and he wants to make sure before giving the big commitment of being a starting quarterback in the NFL that he wants to make sure that those responsibilities that he has given to his friends are accomplished and fully taken care of before he shifts his focus fully to football, all right? Because he doesn't want to, be 1 foot in with the Steelers and then 1 foot in trying to help his friends. He wants to really focus on helping his friends out, making sure they're all good to go before he signs on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it sounds like Rooney thinks that a decision will be coming soon. This is what he had to say last night. We're still kind of getting the same signals we've been getting recently that he does want to come here. I do think we may get word soon. Obviously, with things starting to crank up here with the offseason program, etc., if he's coming, we would like to get him here soon for some of that. So I completely agree. You would at least want him here for OTAs, okay? And OTAs begin May 27th. Now, the offseason program has already begun, all right? Right now, we're in phase 1 where players can go to the building and they can work out and they can go to the trainers and they can have meetings, all right? But they're not on the field together. Next week is when they start getting on the field together in the phase 2 of the offseason program.
Is it OTAs next week?
No, OTAs start on the 27th.
Okay.
27th, so pretty much a month from now. So Rodgers has a month before he can take live practice reps against the defense with his guys. All right, so that I think would probably be the final deadline for Pittsburgh. But it sounds like a decision could come next week from Aaron Rodgers, which would be absolutely fantastic. And honestly, like, there's not much of a difference from him signing next week versus 4 weeks ago. There really isn't much of a difference in terms of, like, being prepared for the season. Do you disagree?
No, you'd like to get him in the building as soon as possible.
Sure,
though.
absolutely.
But no, it really doesn't make a massive difference.
Now, he's already thrown with DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
And he's already worked out with Kaleb Johnson,
Look,
the new running back here in Pittsburgh.
I don't have any concerns about Aaron Rodgers like being prepared for a season. Theoretically, and again, I hope this doesn't happen, they could sign him like the day before training camp and they would be fine.
God, that would suck.
That would suck. But they could, and that would be fine.
I feel like a lot of players would not like that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, like, there's a lot of very, very proud Steelers in this locker room. Cam Heyward. Now, Cam Heyward said at the draft party for Pittsburgh,
You're either with us or you're not.
no, he said, be patient. He said, let's have some patience with Rodgers. So I think that
everyone knows he's
listen,
in.
man, Heyward is a team captain. He knows what's going on. He knows that Rodgers is likely coming. I mean, Cam Heyward defended Rodgers on social media. There was somebody, I think it was NFL Rumors, tweeted out like, oh, people are praising Aaron Glenn for how he treated Aaron Rodgers in his meeting. And then Cam Hayward's like, why are people praising this? This is not cool. And he's like defending Aaron Rodgers. And then, he says at the draft party, be patient with the decision here. That tells me that he knows something and that it's going to be Rodgers. And the fact
the owner came out and said it.
And by the way, also Kaleb Johnson, who he's definitely been talking to throughout this offseason,
yeah.
They work out at the same facility. You don't think that, Rodgers hasn't talked to him a little bit about this?
Is it possible?
It seems like Kaleb Johnson knows he's going to be a Steeler.
I didn't even think about this. Is it possible that the Steelers get dinged for tampering with Rooney saying outward that a free agent wants to come?
No, because it's the legal tampering period. They're allowed to have discussions.
Yeah, but I don't think you're allowed to publicly comment on someone not on your team.
I don't know if that's true.
Maybe not.
I don't know if that's true. $2. Gary Frank says, does that make baby bus the short bus? Oh, my God. All right.
Come on, Gary.
On to the next here, Gary Frank.
What's up?
Sure. All right. Followers. There we are. All right, so
Patriots picking here.
Patriots coming up. Zoff Frazier out of UTSA down in San Antonio with those with them churros. Zoff Frazier loves him some churros. Going to Chicago. Then Jordan Hancock, cornerback out of Ohio State, national champion, going to the Buffalo Bills.
Steelers pick at 185, and then after that, we will be doing our cut for the first and that pick.
For Yaya, and then whoever the other pick is.
Quarterback?
It might be quarterback.
McCord? What are your sources telling? Your sources lied to you.
Well, our sources said that.
Misled? Okay.
I mean, our source said the Steelers would consider taking him in round 3 or even trade up for him in round 2. Well, I mean, I always think, though, that, I think every single prospect in the NFL draft thinks they are, especially ones that go on day 3, think they're going higher than they actually end up going.
Absolutely. Is Micro live? Yeah. I don't know. They're picking. Both.
He's definitely alive. I don't know. Like, good point. All right, thanks. Yeah, I'll send them to you. Oh, you sent them to yourself? Cool.
Miles Frazier.
Okay, Miles Frazier, guard out of LSU. Not bad pick here, especially in round 5 for the Detroit Lions. 317 pounds, big boy here, man. 5.24, 40-yard day. You got to love those 40 times from the big guys here, man. Obviously, he goes up against SEC competition. There's a lot of interior linemen, NFL defensive linemen that he has gone up against. This is Chubby's, yes. DM on Instagram. Got it. Yeah, it's their choice. Dude, Yaya Black is 6'6", 336. That is a big boy, man.
That's a big boy.
It's a big boy.
Would you rather have had Deion Walker or him?
Him.
Really?
Walker's not a good run defender.
At that size?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. He's a pass rusher.
That's crazy.
It's weird. He's like an athletic, quick pass rusher at that size.
That is nuts.
And he's bad against the run. He plays a terrible pad level. So, in terms of a true run-stuffing nose tackle, which is an important part of your team, by the way, Yaya Black is going to be able to really play that position well for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Really excited about his future here. And so far, Coop, you look at how Omar has used the picks. Derrick Harmon, round 1, love that pick. That's an A grade for me. DK Metcalf with your second-round pick. That's a number 1 receiver with your second-round pick. That's an A+ for me.
Yep.
I gave an A+ to Kaleb Williams, who I have.
Johnson.
With Caleb Johnson. I keep saying Williams. I'm such an idiot. But Johnson fell to you. Perfect fit for your offense. That's an A+. Sawyer, I could take or leave a 4th edge rusher in round 4, but I'd probably go C+ or B- for that. I like the football character with him, and I think he can be a serviceable player. And then Yaya Black, especially that round, I like that quite a bit. Probably a B+ for me.
If you had to put together a depth chart right now for running backs, is Kaleb at 1?
No, Jalen's 1.
Okay.
Jalen will start at 1 during the offseason program. And the thing about Mike Tomlin that I appreciate is that he forces his rookies to earn him.
Fair enough.
To earn it. And, Caleb's going to have a lot of opportunities, man. He's super talented and a perfect fit for this offense. So they're going to give him opportunities to rise up the board. But, I think Jalen Warren starts the offseason program as the RB1, and then, we'll see how things shake out in Latrobe, because those guys are going to be competing against each other, and we'll see who ends up getting the true RB1 kind of role. I kind of expect him to get similar amount of snaps, if I'm being completely honest with you. They're going to want to go outside zone pretty heavy on early downs. I think they probably want Kaleb on the field for that, and then when you get to the 3rd down, you want your pass protector in Jalen Warren out there. So I do think that they'll both get lots of work, and I think they're both going to have great seasons. And I'm excited for Go Blue, Roman Wilson, coming back from that injury from last season. Okay, cool. So we have our winner for the Chubbies giveaway here, and the winner is Patrick DeAngelis. Patrick, we have requested a DM on Instagram from our Chat Sports Instagram account. Okay, so look out for Chat Sports in your DMs on Instagram, Patrick. Let us know whether you want the shirt or if you want the shorts. And if you want the shorts, let me know which shorts you want. So that's the shirt. Those are the first shorts. With the black and then the lining on the inside with the design, or if you want the design on the outside. Personally, man, if I'm making the call here, Coop,
it might be those.
I'm picking the shorts. I think these are dope, man. So, Patrick, whatever you want, the polo, the shorts, and if you're doing shorts, let us know which ones you want. So, appreciate your support, Patrick. And and by the way, thank you guys so much for subscribing, for following, for doing all that stuff today. You guys are the absolute best. Reminder, we are giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of today's coverage of Day 3 of the NFL Draft.
We only have 2 entries. Well, we have Elevate, who's got a bunch of them, and then one other one. So we might...
What do you mean?
Because we did 20. We've gotten a lot of less than 20s.
We only have a couple 20s? Mm-hmm. Really? Well, we're giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of today's stream, and it's $20 to get in on the raffle. We only have a few 20s today, though. So, honestly, a $20 Super Chat gives you a pretty darn good chance of winning a Steelers jersey of your choosing at the end of today's show.
It's basically a 2-way race between Robert Locke and Elevate LTs.
I believe that. Elevate's been a real one, man.
Oh, yeah.
Elevate over, I think, $600 today from Elevate.
Oh, yeah.
What a day from Elevate, man. A black diamond sort of day. A good pick from LA here. Chris Paul Jr., I think this is actually one of the better linebackers in the class. He's severely undersized, but I think he plays with good instincts, man. And I think that he's going to be a good kind of rotation, pass coverage type of linebacker. And I think I have him ranked as like my 4th linebacker in this class. So really good pick from the Los Angeles Rams here. They're putting together a pretty good draft here with Jarquez Hunter, Chris Paul Jr. Not bad at all, man. Not bad at all. All right, I gotta use the bathroom here, Coop. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break.
You got a Waz?
Yes, I do.
Or among other things.
Still Damian Martinez on the board, man. That's enticing.
Steelers are picking in 10 picks, so hurry up.
I will hurry up.
All right. Jack will be right back. I'm going to take over for a bit. Best available on the board right now, Antoine Powell-Ryland, edge out of Virginia Tech. Cam Williams, offensive tackle out of Texas. He's played both guard and tackle in college. Damian Martinez, I'm a fan. He's Tom Downey's number 100 overall player. And then Dorian Strong, also out of Virginia Tech, a cornerback. I don't think the Steelers will go in that direction. Maybe. Hollip Sism, you are in the jersey raffle, my friend. Hollip is in the raffle. What's up, fellas? Max, we completed the trenches nicely. Absolutely. Really like the Yaya Black pick. Really like the Derrick Harmon pick. You guys know how I feel about this. Football is won in the trenches. And that's exactly what the Pittsburgh Steelers have done so far in this draft. You win the game up front on both sides of the ball. Now, I have grave concerns about the Steelers. I'm going to straighten my camera here. I have grave concerns about the Steelers' offensive line. I don't think it's very good. But they want to see what Broderick Jones looks like at left tackle. Whether you agree with it or not, I don't agree with it. That's what the Steelers are going to do. That's what they're going to do, unfortunately. Hollip with the 20 says, I want that jersey. You're in the raffle. Again, $20 gets you in the jersey raffle to win a Steelers jersey of your choice. We will be giving, we already showed that one. We will be giving that jersey away at the end of our show today after the draft is completed. After the draft is completed, $20 to get in. Chris says, McCord or Cam Williams would be fire. Yeah, I would like either. I'm obviously a Cam Williams guy as well. Gary, we already got you in, brother, but we'll get you in again. Gary Frank. Cam Williams, he can play guard or tackle. He played right tackle last year for Texas. He has a holding problem. I wouldn't hate it, though. I mean, you're in the 6th round at this point, so you might as well take a shot on a guy with tools. And Cam Williams definitely has tools. Big size, really strong, can play either guard or tackle. So I wouldn't hate the pick. I also wouldn't hate it if they went McCord here. Or if they went, with my guy Quinn Ewers. Either way, I think that'd be cool. What up, Kingdom? Why no help on the back end of our defense? Jim, they could go corner here. It's possible they could go corner. I don't think they really need corner, though. They're good on safety as well. You got Darius Slay. You got Joey Porter Jr. You have, I'm having a cough. You have Beanie Bishop at the nickel. Plus, what's his face? Brandon Nichols. So you have options. You certainly have options. You have Corey Trice as well. He was hurt, he's been hurt, but W. Travis, I don't think Xavier Restrepo is an option for the Steelers. He was really slow in his testing, and he just didn't really wow anybody in his workouts. So I don't know if Restrepo's going to be on the table there. June Hill, you are in the raffle. Oh, yeah. Sounds good. John Stevenson, my guy. What up? I guess they do have Ryan Watts. Is he on? He might be on the practice squad. I don't believe he's on the active. I don't believe he's on the active roster. Keith, you're in, brother. Keith would like to donate to Ali in honor of your brother. Keith, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. June Hill, you're entered to win the jersey. You're entered to win. Hey, dude says I'm drinking booze. I'm jealous. I wish I was drinking booze. That'd be cool. Pearl Jam, I kind of agree. I think left tackle is a problem. I don't think Broderick Jones is the answer. I don't. Keith Zeckman says, let's go. I'd like to donate my raffle to Ali in honor of your brother. Thoughts are with you always. This is why this community is the best, man. This is why this community is the best. We're always looking out for each other. That's love right there. That's love right there. Get some water? Oh, yeah. Extreme Junior says, what do you think about our QB situation? What does the future look like? They're going to sign Aaron Rodgers, I believe. And Rodgers will play 1, maybe 2, probably 2 years, to be honest. And then after that, Lord knows, they might draft one here coming up in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They might draft one next year to be their franchise heir apparent. I think they can go in a variety of different ways. Jack Sperry would like to answer this question as well. He is almost back from his potty break. You all right?
I am fantastic, ladies and gentlemen.
Relieve the bladder?
Oh, yeah. All good stuff here. I am back here, guys. Extreme Junior, good question. I think the future of the position is very much up in the air, but that's kind of okay to the Steelers right now because
exactly
for the Steelers, they're on a 2-year timetable. They have 2 years left of Cam Heyward. They want to try and get him a ring. All right? So that's why they're not drafting quarterback early this year. That's why they didn't take quarterback early last year. That's why they went and got Russell Wilson and they gave up on Kenny Pickett last year. It's because they're trying to win this year.
Y'all are killing me in the chat.
So the reason why they're going with the older kind of quarterbacks is because they're trying to win now. And whether you agree or not with their philosophy that they can win now, I completely understand why people are skeptical of the offensive line, but they are trying. And I at least commend them for trying to get Cam Heyward a ring. And if they really felt like they couldn't do that, I think they would trade him so that he could have a chance somewhere else. But that's what it is. Coop, drink a beer, clear that throat.
I'm not drinking for the rest of the month, Gary, so May 1st, we can revisit.
May 1st. $2
we can revisit.
From my friend Chris. Can we have Trump tariff the Browns for stupidity? Unbelievable.
That's good stuff right there, Chris.
So,
if anything, Trump needs to give the Browns a break because they're
so apparently, it's not Yaya Black. It's a Yaya.
No way.
Apparently, it's Yaya Black. Okay.
Yaya?
Yaya, according to Jerry Dulac.
What does he know?
I don't know, but he knows something, I guess.
Hey,
Mike Tomlin is talking with Rich Eisen right now. I'm turning this shit up. Where's the remote?
Oh, it might be up there.
It's up there. So Mike Tomlin is talking with Rich Eisen on NFL Network right now. He's going to ask him about Aaron Rodgers here. He's talking about Derrick Harmon, how he likes his physical nature and style play. Now they're asking him about his mom passing. $20 from William D. Says, if Steelers sign Rodgers at $10 million a year, do we have cap space to make another move? Yes, they do, but they're not going to go tackle. Like I said, they believe in Broderick for now. He says that Harmon's doing remarkably well dealing with the passing of his mother, which, of course, our hearts go out to him and his family. There are some hilarious memes about Dylan Gabriel getting off the plane in Cleveland to find out they've drafted Shedeur Sanders. But William, they do have room to make a move, but I think they're going to probably save that cap space to make a move at the trade deadline if they need to. I don't think they're going to make another big splash move in free agency. Who knows? Maybe they get Asante Samuel Jr. Coop to be their slot corner. I don't know if he'd agree to do that. I think he'd want to play on the outside, but.
Say again, sorry.
Cassie says I have a Venmo. Oh, I do. Sorry, guys, I wasn't looking.
He's talking about Rodgers.
All right, Rodgers.
He said we've had really productive talks, but he's not going to speculate.
He's wiping off the sweat. He says he's particularly excited
about the
future of that particular area when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. So it certainly seems like he's hinting that Rodgers is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. He just doesn't want to break Aaron's news for him, essentially. Got a couple of Venmos as well.
Someone said we are bad when we go live, so I just banned him from the chat.
We are bad when we go live? What does that mean?
I don't know, but I banned him.
Yeah, go have fun watching a different stream then, pal.
Yeah, enjoy, buddy. We'll hang out with the other 1,500 people.
So now they're talking about drafting Pittsburgh next year.
Chills.
Talking about how excited he is for that. Got a pick coming up. Mike Tomlin is it's on Rich Eisen when we're up in less than 10 picks. That's funny, man. He says Big Blue's always in consideration.
Tomlin, I want to run through a wall for the guy every time I hear him talk.
I mean, the guy does have a way with words.
Yeah.
That is true.
Pittsburgh fan 412 coming in with the 20.
My man, Pittsburgh Steelers fan 412. Hey, Pittsburgh fan 412. If you're just joining us, we have some brand new merch. All right, $100 for the Steelers Talk limited edition hat. We only have 2 left available, so there's only 2 more hats available. $100 total on the stream to get your hat. So Pittsburgh fan 412. If you want to put in another 80, you can get this hat, plus you get the extra raffle tickets, all right? So right now, you have 2 raffle tickets for the Steelers jersey raffle. If you put in another 80, that's another 8. I'll just throw that out there, my friend. If you want one of these hats, there's only 2 left. There's only 2 left, Pittsburgh Fan 412. You're a real one. We love you. All right, then Gary Frank, another real one here.
Gary.
It's a Cash App here, actually. And he says, $20 for Mason, QB1, Cousins, QB2, McCord, Gary, they're not getting Kirk Cousins to be a backup.
Oh, yeah. What?
That's not.
I think Mason's better than Kirk.
That's not happening. If they trade for Kirk Cousins, it is to be the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. If they wanted to just start Mason, they'd just start Mason.
If they trade for Cousins, it should be a competition between Mason.
It won't be.
It should be.
But it won't be.
But it should be.
So it's a moot point.
Your point is mute.
Mute. Dorian Strong, a really good pick here in round 6 for Buffalo. I think he might be a contributor for them. Dorian Strong, I think, is a really steady Eddie type of corner. He's not going to blow you away, but as like a really good backup corner or maybe even as a low-end number 2 corner, I think he could be really good. In round 6, that's a really good value.
We have 2 picks after this one too, right?
Yes. So a couple of the latest, 2 picks in the 7th round. We should combo the 7ths.
Yeah, but when is the other pick?
Good question.
Let me double check.
I think they're both really close to each other, though. I think they're both in the 220s.
Yeah, it's 226 and 229, so we definitely will.
Yeah. Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby is right. We just got a Venmo.
Oh, baby.
Man, I got to tell you, man.
Come on now, Chip.
I am so tired. I tell you what, man. This weekend, it's an amazing weekend. You guys have been fantastic. I love my job, and this is my favorite weekend of doing my job. I'm just saying, just physically speaking, it is taxing. All right? And I'm excited to get some much-needed sleep tonight.
I'm not getting any sleep because the Stars play at 9, baby.
Some of the latest picks, Jackson Hawes, tight end out of Georgia Tech, going to Buffalo. Denzel Burke, a slot corner out of Ohio State. Good pick for Arizona there. Robbie Oates, or however you pronounce it.
O's.
Out of Alabama. Tyler Barron, edge rusher out of Miami, goes to Baltimore.
Never heard of that guy. Robbie who? I know who some Bama players, but.
All right, there's just one hat left because this one's rolling in from Steelers Dead Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. You good, Coop?
I'm great.
Got a little cough going on over there?
I've had it for about a month now.
Steelers Dad says, absolute great coverage of the draft. Really appreciate your hard work. Really appreciate your support, Steelers Dad.
Steelers Dad, DM Sperry so you can get the shipping info for the hat.
Yeah, DM me or email me, Steelers Dad, for the hat. It is yours. Thank you so much. We have one more hat. Who wants it?
Just one.
We have only one more hat left to give away this today. But listen, man, you guys have been phenomenal, okay? Thank you to Elevate LTs. Thank you to all the people that followed me on Twitter. All right, we got another super chat.
All of a sudden got super cold. I wasn't cold earlier.
That's why I brought the shacket today. That's why I brought the, little. By the way, the studio that we've been using for these live streams, guys,
it's 65 degrees.
Absolutely freezing. 65 degrees. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So we do have a.
What the hell?
I like this super chat that comes in here. So Steelers Dad, DM me your shipping address that you want me to send the hat to. Appreciate your support. And again, guys, we only got one more hat. One more hat for this first wave of Steelers Talk hats that we convinced our bosses to let us try, and we said we can sell these things.
Oh, yeah.
And if we sell all 10 today, I think there's a good chance that we're going to be able to sell more of these at a lower price in the future. Plus, we can maybe even get more stuff like T-shirts and hoodies and other things for you guys to help support the channel. We greatly appreciate your guys' support. Luis Noblicia, my man Luis. He says, give me a Brady type of gem for a pick, LOL.
Hey, man, Brady was $199.
He was $199. By the way, Miami took Ollie Gordon
Good pick.
out of Oklahoma State.
McDaniel will love that.
Will he?
Oh, yeah.
He's got bad vision. Bad vision. He reminds me a lot of Najee.
The crazy thing about Ollie is he had an unbelievable sophomore season.
He did, and then last year it was just so bad.
Horrible.
Oh, baby.
Hey, relaxing turtle. I'm in on that one. Draft Quinn, baby.
I would be okay with Quinn. I actually think Quinn might have the highest upside out of any quarterback left.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think.
No way.
Yes way. Again, $20 Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals, and Super Chats get you in on a Steelers jersey raffle we are doing at the end of today's live stream.
But we have no hats left.
Just give me a second here.
We have no hats left. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Oh, I know.
I'm just telling them.
Oh, okay. $20 from Luis, and then we've got no more hats left to go because we got one from Justin Yankuski. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Oh, the Raiders took J.J. Pegues.
Oh,
What a steal!
pick.
What a steal in round 6. I love Pegues, man. Imagine Pegues at fullback, Genty at running back, and I'm in. Steelers Dad got your DM. All right, I'll make sure I get that to you. So Steelers Dad, and by the way, I think Steelers Dad, you won a what did you win earlier this week? Steelers Dad won the draft hat as well.
Yes.
So we will make sure to get both of those hats to you as soon as we can. Steelers Dad, appreciate you.
Wow.
Kyle McCord off the board. The Eagles take him. And honestly, he reminds me kind of a lot of Tanner McKee. So, like, you have two of some very similar type players. And I think when Cleveland traded up to get Shedeur, I think they were probably spot on that they were probably going to get Shedeur if he fell to them.
Is Quinn Ewers the pick?
I'm in. Okay, I'm officially in because
Yeah.
now that Shedeur and now that McCord is off the board, I think Quinn Ewers gives you the best chance to be like. Listen, I don't think it's a necessarily great bet. But, like, if you're going to go quarterback between Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, like, to me, or who else is available? Like, Max Brosmer.
Let's go look.
Curtis Rourke. Like, if you're going to go quarterback late in the draft here, like right now, Will Howard, Tom has him as his number 5 quarterback. I have him as my number 9 quarterback. Quinn Ewers is his number 8. He's my number 7. And then Riley Leonard. Terrible. And I'm a Notre Dame fan, guys. So if I'm saying that, you guys know what I'm talking about. Then there's just not a whole lot left. I mean, do they like Cam Miller out of NDSU? They have shown.
I watched Cam Miller play a couple times. He's all right.
He's all right. Maybe take a chance. If you want somebody that can be like a legit QB3, like Max Brosmer makes some sense out of Minnesota. He's not going to be a starter, but like in terms of NFL readiness, in terms of his like intelligence, pre-snap processing, quick release, if he had to start an NFL game, he might be able to hold down the fort, but obviously the upside severely limited with him.
Could this be a Quinn Ewers destination?
Could this be Jalen Reed? Is Jalen Reed still available, or did I miss his pick? Top safety's available. He should be the number 1 safety still on the board. Steelers did show some interest in him.
He is available.
If I'm the Steelers, that's the pick. I'm taking a quarterback in round 7. Like, who cares? Okay, like, they're going to be a backup. We're getting Aaron Rodgers. Mason Rudolph is our backup option for this year. Like, take a quarterback next year. It's a much better quarterback class.
Is it?
I think so.
With?
Dude, this kid out of South Carolina, I can't even remember.
Lenore Sellers?
Dude, I've watched a little bit of him.
I like him.
And I
like him.
I am fascinated with him, man. And then you've got Drew Aller. Can you imagine the Penn State guy coming here?
Arch.
And especially if he has a year to learn from Rodgers.
Arch if he comes out.
Yeah, but you'd have to be, I mean, we'll see how he does.
Yep.
I think the only way he comes out is if he's guaranteed number 1 pick and he wins the Heisman next year. So the Steelers are not going to be picking 1.
What about Nico Ayamalava?
Well, first of all, quits on his team.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. Oh, this one, Gary says Rodgers is holding out to be a Brown.
Dude, imagine if they add a 6th quarterback.
And then Chris wants Cam Williams for this pick.
I mean, I'd be fine with it, actually. You know, developmental tackle.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take a tackle here, can we look at the top tackles? Is Jalen Travis still available?
Let's take a look.
Or is pretty sure that's his name. Out of Iowa State.
Doesn't appear so.
See?
Or we only have 4, I think. Oh, no, we can go 8.
Yeah, because Jalen Travis out of Iowa State,
We only have 4 available.
148 on the consensus big board. Has he been taken? Does anyone know? Let us know in the chat.
What's his name?
Jalen Travis.
Iowa State.
Iowa State. He's still available.
Yep, still available.
I wouldn't mind that either because he's got some traits now. He's got some traits. And at this point, you're just banking on traits with some of these guys.
Oh, Brad, number 1 Browns fan. I feel so bad for him.
Is he still in the chat?
So bad for him.
Because the Steelers may only have 1 quarterback on the roster. Well, they have 2, but pretty much 1. But it's better than having 5 quarterbacks that are just terrible. And by the way, we're going to be adding one within the next week. Taco Man enters the raffle. Says, could also move Highsmith at the deadline for help if we need. Also help paying for TJ Watt. Yeah, man, if the Steelers stink at the deadline, like...
You could move Highsmith.
There's multiple people that they could trade.
I don't think Highsmith gets a new contract from the Steelers.
Yeah, we'll have to see on that. You know, I love Alex. He's a perfect fit for what they want to do here. See how everything plays out in the years to come. But I think that George Pickens is the guy they trade at the deadline if the team stinks.
Yeah.
If the team is done, just trade George for something.
The Patriots took a kicker. I think that's the first one.
The first kicker comes off the board.
Jake Moody at 100 overall.
Yeah, Jake Moody in 3rd round was crazy. Oh, boy. So was Shedeur the 7th quarterback taken? Is that right? Or 6th?
Shedeur was...
I want to say he was 6th.
Ward. Dart. Milrow. Shuck. Gabriel.
I can't remember. After that, I think he was the first one off the board today, so that's 6. QB 6, Shedeur Sanders. Apparently, Browns fans think is going to be the savior of their franchise. Good luck with that, Brownies. Good luck with that, Brownies.
Why do I feel like there was another one?
Another what?
Quarterback. I don't know if there was.
There was a lot of picks. It felt like we were waiting on the Shedeur pick for a while. Dude, he wasn't even picked in the top 150 selections.
Insane.
Well, we have our answer for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I have not seen it. Is it a quarterback?
It is a quarterback.
No way.
The Steelers are taking a quarterback with their 6th-round selection. It is quarterback from the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, Will Howard.
Wow.
And
Will Howard.
listen, man, I don't think he's a very good QB. He's got some tools that the Steelers like, all right? Like, he's got decent arm strength. Obviously comes from a championship pedigree. Can move a little bit. He's big body. They run QB power a lot at Ohio State this past year. Did some under center stuff as well at Ohio State this past year. But the issue with Howard is that he doesn't have the most consistent stroke. Pause. Accuracy is kind of all over the place, if I'm being honest with you guys. I personally probably would have taken Quinn Ewers here because Quinn Ewers has shown throughout his career, like the first half of the 2022 Alabama game was like first overall pick level good. All right. And this last year, the tape wasn't good for Quinn Ewers, and he does turn the ball over too much. And, there was a lot of balls that fluttered on him on his film last year. But, like, he had the high-end highs when he was healthy. So he's had a lot of soft tissue stuff.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no. Sam messed it up. We're good.
Sam messed it up.
F Sam.
Sam. So listen, man, Will Howard is a true backup type. I don't see him as a potential future starter. Like, some people have compared him to Big Ben. Some people have compared him to Ryan Tannehill. I don't see it with those guys. Like, Will Howard was at the combine, and like his accuracy was so bad he was getting booed. So, I don't think they're getting a particularly good quarterback here. Plus, he played around fantastic talent around him. 2 great backs, phenomenal protection, had a really good defense, and of course, he had 2 excellent receivers in Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Egbuka. I don't want to crap on him too much. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler for that matter, and he's definitely not going to challenge Aaron Rodgers for the starting job. Let's put it that way. And he doesn't come with a circus like Shedeur would have. All right, so I'm perfectly fine with the pick. It's a round 6 dart throw on a guy with some traits. Who knows? Maybe he surprises me here, and I'd be happily surprised if he ends up being like a legitimate starter option for this team moving forward. All right, and in theory, his body type, his arm strength, some of the tools that he does bring to the table, sure. It could potentially work if he can develop, but he's got a long way to go. I don't think he got there last year, even though, he played his best football down the stretch. And I think that is something that we need to take into account here. And this is something that kind of applied to C.J. Stroud as well, another Ohio State quarterback, where he played his best football and kind of showed the world what he was capable of in the college football playoff game against Georgia. Very similar kind of run for Will Howard, where during the season, man, it was rough at times, especially with the accuracy, the ball placement to all levels of the field, by the way. But then when he gets to the college football playoffs, he's a lot more consistent. And I'm looking forward to seeing if he can continue in that growth. Am I necessarily expecting him to be a future franchise quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers? No. But is he going to be a solid QB3 that you can develop and see if he can become something that has some tools? Sure. So, if I'm going to grade this pick, I'll probably give it like a B. Honestly, it's a late round quarterback dart throw. All right. So there's not a whole lot of phenomenal kind of options. So I want to listen to this here. The Steelers selection is up on our TV screen right now, and then we'll get into our live cut. They have an Irish guy announcing this pick. He's wearing a Joey Porter Jr. jersey, number 24. Thank you. Keep saying thank you. I'm interested to see what they do with their 7th-round selections. Do they go like Ryan Watts kind of deal with a pick in round 7 again? Do they go offensive lineman? Here we go, Steelers. I love these. I love the energy from this guy, man. So listen, man, like 6th-round dart throw. He's got some excellent size. He does have some nice throws on his film. I'm not trying to say that there's no good on his film or anything like that. I just thought, there's a lot of spray throws with accuracy. Let's start with Heyward, and then we'll go to Black. The quarterback is just too juicy here. So we'll get into our pick cut here. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. The Steelers take their quarterback in this draft. 6th-rounder out of Ohio State. Another Ohio State player. 2 Iowa players, 2 Ohio State players this year. So lots of Big Ten talent coming to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And their 1st-round pick, Derrick Harmon, another Big Ten player. Sounds good. So grade the pick for me down there in the chat, A, B, C, D, or F. Steelers still have 2 more selections here, guys, so we still got a couple more to get to. But in the meantime, we got 2 picks to break down here. So without further ado, let's talk about Will Heyward. And let me just check again how you pronounce Yaya. Yeah, Yaya Black. All right, let's get it. The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected a quarterback in the 2025 NFL Draft, selecting a national championship quarterback out of Ohio State, Will Heyward. This has been somebody that has been connected to the Steelers for a very long time, even going back to around the Senior Bowl kind of area. This has been a quarterback that has been really highly connected to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have also taken Yaya Black, nose tackle out of Iowa. Yes, that is how you say his name. Yaya Black. Get used to it because I think he's going to be a big-time contributor for the Pittsburgh Steelers in run defense. We're going to talk about both of these players on today's edition of Steelers Talk. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button as well because we still have another pick cut for our 7th-round selections here. The Steelers have 2 7th-round selections coming up, and then I have my final draft grades video for the Pittsburgh Steelers, where I break down the Steelers' entire draft and I give it a grade. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we still got at least 2 more Steelers Talk videos to come later in the evening. Okay, now let's talk about Will Heyward, because even though this is the 2nd pick, Yaya Black got taken in the 5th round, and Will Heyward got taken in the 6th round, I want to talk about the quarterback here, because Will Heyward is somebody that won a national championship. He's got some great size, 6'4", and he's 236 pounds. Now, I think when some people compare him to Big Ben, it's just absolutely ridiculous because, Big Ben is an all-time great quarterback, and Will Heyward is a round 6 developmental type of quarterback that's a dart throw at the position. But, obviously I think the Steelers were not that high on Shedeur Sanders, and they were kind of targeting probably either Kyle McCord or Will Heyward here in round 3. With Shedeur and McCord coming off the board, it was the time for the Steelers to take their guy, and they were perfectly fine taking Will Heyward out of Ohio State. Again, a guy that has been really heavily connected to the Pittsburgh Steelers throughout the draft process. Here is our scouting report from Mr. Tom Downey on Will Heyward. Says not overwhelming physically, but mobile with a strong ability to avoid sacks, good touch on seam shots, and some success pushing the ball down the field. Runs into issues when facing pressure. And yes, he does have a trouble facing pressure, but he was somebody that was asked to manage the game at Ohio State. He had an excellent run game, really good protection, excellent weapons, and he played really well down the stretch towards the national championship for the Ohio State Buckeyes. So the fact that he got better as the season went on is a good sign of his development. And hey, it's a 6th-round dart throw on a quarterback with some nice tools, some good size. He's got a strong arm. I do think that the big bugaboo for me with Will Heyward is his accuracy. All right? He is somebody that, let's just face it, to all levels of the field, when you turn on his tape, there are some wide misses. Okay? And I think that is something that is going to have to really, really improve on at the next level if he wants any chance of potentially getting a shot to be this team's starting quarterback in the long run. Certainly seems like the Steelers feel like Aaron Rodgers is in their pocket and he will eventually sign with this team, and Heyward will end up being this team's QB3 as he develops, and we'll see if he turns into anything here. This is what Dane Brugler had to say about Will Howard. Says Howard has a couple plays on each tape that make evaluators question if his decision-making and placement are consistent enough for him to be an NFL starter. But he has the physical requirements, intelligence, and mental resiliency to stick as a backup and potential spot starter. And that's kind of where I am with Will Howard as well. I think Dane Brugler absolutely nailed it on the head. I think that he is a round 6 start throw on a guy with some tools. He's probably going to be a backup if he does make it in the National Football League, but that's okay. The Pittsburgh Steelers are not looking for a long-term starting quarterback right now. They are in a short-term, win-now kind of window over the next 2 years as they look to try to get Cam Heyward a ring. Aaron Rodgers is most likely going to sign here to be the franchise quarterback for at least the next year, potentially the next 2 years as they try to win now for Captain Cam. And then, because they're not really looking for a young starter to start for this team until at least 2027, at least that's the plan, I think it's perfectly fine to take a day 3 dart throw here on somebody with some tools here in Will Howard, especially somebody that probably interviewed very well at the Combine and somebody that does have some physical tools that you can work with. So it's red pen time. Let me know down there in the comment section. Grade this pick of Will Howard to the Pittsburgh Steelers here in round 6. Give me an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F for today's pin question. YouTube's going to throw you an ad break here in just a few seconds. And when that happens, let me know what your guys' thoughts are on this pick of Will Howard to the Steelers. For me, guys, like I've been saying throughout this video, it's a dart throw at quarterback here in day 3. Have no problems with this whatsoever. You needed to add a young quarterback just to see if you can strike gold with somebody here late, like the San Francisco 49ers did with Brock Purdy. Don't really expect that to be the case here. I do think Howard's film at times during the Ohio State season last year is pretty darn rough. But the good news is he's got some tools and he plays best football when the lights were brightest and the season was on the line. So those are some really good tools and some really good aspects of Will Howard's game that has me excited to see how he's going to do as most likely the QB3 for the Pittsburgh Steelers here in 2025. Before we get into Yaya Black, the new nose tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers here, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Game Time. Guys, I'm someone that likes to go to baseball games on the weekends to kind of take my mind off of things, take my mind off of Aaron Rodgers and when he's going to sign and all that different stuff. And baseball is actually my first love. I played college baseball, and I just love taking in a ball game every once in a while. And I always know that I can get guaranteed low-price tickets wherever I want to go see a baseball game, whether I'm in Pittsburgh, whether I'm here in Arlington, whether I'm in Minnesota. I can get a great price ticket from our friends at Game Time, which is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. It makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier, all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, and with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. A super easy-to-use interface really makes the experience enjoyable. And also, they got a bunch of great features like Game Time Picks, which can reduce the amount of time you spend researching yourself, and it already does the research for you to find the best deals with the best views, the best seats for any live event you want to go see. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. So now we move on to Yaya Black. Yes, that is how you pronounce his name. It's not Yaya Black like I've said on the show before. I got corrected on that. So it is Yaya Black out of Iowa. Nose tackle, behemoth of a human. 6'5", almost 6'6", 336 pounds. This guy is a run stuffer through and through. He's going to be able to plug up a gap himself. He's going to be able to two-gap if you need him to. Last year with the Iowa Hawkeyes, 34 tackles and 7 tackles for loss. He is somebody that is absolutely going to be a run-stuffing presence for the Pittsburgh Steelers moving forward. This is what Dane Brugler from The Athletic had to say about Yaya Black. Black looks every bit the part of a do-your-job defender who clogs run lanes and does the dirty work, although he will need to improve his disruptive skills to be a three-down player. He offers the scheme versatility to become a role player in any system. And in the Steelers system, guys, Mike Tomlin said it himself in the pre-draft press conference this week. nose tackle is a dying position because of all the nickel that NFL defenses are playing nowadays. And with nickel, you get 4 down fronts. All right, the Steelers base out of a 5 down front in their 3-4 defense. And when they do go to that base formation and they want a true nose tackle on a true run-heavy down, then Yaya Black's going to be in there as your true nose tackle, all right? And he's going to be able to do that at a very, very high level from day one, in my opinion, with his size, with his ability to anchor and, take on double teams. It's something that will allow Keanu Benton and Cam Heyward and, of course, Derrick Harmon, this team's first-round pick this year, to really be free to attack pass rushers, to be penetrative, and just allow Black to do the dirty work here. There in the middle of the trenches. Now, he's not going to be an every down player. He's going to be somebody that is going to be out there when it's most likely going to be a run. All right, you're probably going to have Keanu Benton and Cam Heyward out there most of the time with Derrick Harmon rotating in at times, but like short yardage situations, 4-minute drill when the other team is on offense, goal line situations, 4th and 1 situations. They'll put out Yaya Black out there as a true run-stuffing presence, and that is an important piece to your defense, all right? If you are down by 3 points and you need to get a stop on defense to give your offense a chance to win the football game, you got to find a way to stop the run, all right? And to have a guy like Yaya Black that can come in fresh and be able to stop the run the way that he can is something that's going to help this run defense out immediately, which obviously is important because you got Baltimore Ravens on your schedule twice a year, and we saw how the playoff game went last year when we had to go up against Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. Yaya Black is somebody that's going to be able to help those game plans out from day one, and I really like this fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers at nose tackle. So 1 round to go here, 7th round. We will have a video on this channel here later today breaking down our 7th round picks, but who will Pittsburgh draft next? Let me know down there in the comments section. Still some good players left on the board for the Pittsburgh Steelers to consider. I'm going to go wide receiver, and I'm going to go safety with our 7th round selections. We'll see. I could see offensive line as well, maybe corner. We'll see where the Steelers come up with here with our 7th round selections. But here's the picks so far. You got Derrick Harmon in round 1, got DK Metcalf with your 2nd round pick, Kaleb Johnson with your 3rd round pick, Jack Sawyer with your 4th round pick, Yaya Black in round 5. Then you got Will Howard, quarterback out of Ohio State, in round 6. I really do appreciate you guys making it to the end of today's show. Make sure you stop by later for my in-depth analysis of our 7th round selections this year, as well as my overall draft grades for the Pittsburgh Steelers here in 2025. Thank you guys so much for making it to the end. I'll see you guys next time. And until then, guys, here we go, Steelers. Riley Leonard got drafted. What a joke. I have an undrafted, I have a UDFA grade.
Ewers is being shadow banned.
Yeah, I guess he is. I remember Coop was sending me social media posts saying Ewers is going to go in round 2.
He's being shadow banned. He's being shedeured.
He's being shedeured from the 6th round?
Yep. What a joke.
Or maybe they see all the interceptions over the middle of the field. They see the ball fluttering in the air. They see all the soft tissue injuries he's already had in his career. The fact that he's older.
Did they also see he's not older. He's 22.
Oh, he's only 22?
Yeah.
I just feel like Quinn Ewers is older because he's been in college football forever.
Did they also see all the winning he did?
With an amazing supporting cast. He should have done more winning. To be completely frank with you.
He got to the semifinals twice. He was with
and he lost with like the best roster in college football twice.
His offensive play caller did call a toss from the fucking 1-yard line in the pistol.
Yeah, we know all about unsuccessful toss plays.
What a joke. All right, I got a Waz.
Coop says he has to Waz, so we'll let him go Waz.
Thank you. I'll be RB.
But overall, no complaints with Will Howard. I might have been lower on him than some other people. Like some people thought he was worth like a 3rd or 4th round pick. I think 6th round is around right for Will Howard. And he's somebody that if you keep him clean, he can make some good decisions. When he's under pressure, things really get tough for him. But when you can keep him clean, he's all right. But the accuracy does need to get a lot better to all levels of the field, in my opinion. Don't really see him as a starter, but as a future backup for this team, like I have no problem with Will Howard being drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers in round 6. I think he will be QB3 over Skylar Thompson. I think Thompson will probably get cut. But make no mistake, like Will Howard's going to have to earn the QB3 job, all right? He's going to be competing every day with Skylar Thompson for that spot. And if he stinks, like I have no doubt that the win now Steelers would keep Skylar Thompson on the roster. But I would say that Howard has the inline road to win that job. Some other picks. Oh, no, Jalen Reed went. God damn it. Tyler Loop, a kicker out of Arizona, goes to Baltimore. They do need a new kicker, by the way, for obvious reasons. Jalen Reed, unfortunately. I love the Texans draft, man. The Texans have done an unbelievable job in the draft, getting both Iowa State receivers, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. And then they get Jalen Reed. They get all the Jalens, all right? They get all the Jalens that I love. You also have Kaleb Mullings, running back out of Michigan, going to the Titans. And then Riley Leonard went to the Colts. And then Tim Smith, defensive tackle out of Alabama, back-to-back picks for the Indianapolis Colts. So, multiple Ohio State Buckeyes, multiple Iowa Hawkeyes being drafted by the Steelers this year. And, another thing that I'll say about Will Howard is that even though I think that the accuracy can be spotty down the field, I do think he has a good deep ball. I think that there's a difference there. The deep ball, when it's on target, he can throw it with touch. He can layer the football. Those are things that you want to see. But, there's just times last year where, the accuracy is just not where you want it. It's the combine. He was probably the least accurate quarterback at the combine this year. And then, at large portions during the season, he was spraying throws, even, skipping hitch routes. So if he can develop a legitimate accuracy to his game, I actually think he could be kind of nice. But that's going to be a big question mark with him, is just how consistent he can get his stroke to be. So it's definitely an interesting pick. I'm excited to see the kind of growth and the kind of player. It's going to make preseason football very interesting here in Pittsburgh, having a rookie quarterback in here for sure. You're going to have obviously you have Mason, and he's probably going to start some of these games. So you're going to give Will Howard a lot of run in these preseason games. And I can't wait. It's going to be fun. These preseason watch parties are going to be watchable this year with Will Howard in there at quarterback. And, I think that, it's pretty decent value. I had a mid to late round 3 grade on Howard, and I think this is about right in terms of the value. If you're going to spend a mid to late day 3 dart throw on a quarterback, this is around the time to go and get Will Howard. So I have no problem with the way the Steelers have addressed the quarterback position in this draft. And quite frankly, I would have been okay with Shedeur Sanders here, like in round 4 even, but if I'm being honest with you guys, I'm kind of relieved that we don't have to deal with the circus of Shedeur Sanders. We're already going to be dealing with the circus of Aaron Rodgers. Like, I don't know if I wanted more drama, than what we were already going to be dealing with Rodgers. So, Will Howard, good kid, championship pedigree. He's going to be a hard worker. So what do you guys think of the Will Howard pick? Let me know down there in the comments section what you guys think. I'm fine with it. I'm seeing some Fs. I'm seeing some Cs. I see Chris is giving it an A. Patricia's giving it an A. Woodrow's giving it an A. Darwin's giving it an A+. Olive is giving it a D. So Steel City in New York says, so what happens when we are losing with the QBs we have and we see the teams that took the QBs win? What happens to Khan, Tomlin? They get fired. They are Mike Tomlin is staking his future with the Pittsburgh Steelers on Aaron Rodgers, period. All right, so Mike Tomlin's making his bed and he will lay in it. If Aaron Rodgers sucks here in Pittsburgh, he will pay the price. He will, and as he should. As he should. And then, by the way, if that happens and you're restarting with a new head coach, perfect time to start with a new quarterback in the first round next year. All right, so perfect timing there. Miles Hinton, round 6 to the Eagles, Michigan offensive tackle. And then a guard out of Kansas goes to Seattle. Taj Brooks out of Texas Tech. This might be my favorite pick of the entire Cincinnati Bengals draft. Taj Brooks out of Texas Tech. Really productive player. I think Cincinnati has been one of the biggest losers of this draft. I think they've done a terrible job so far. But Taj Brooks is a pretty decent pick. Yes, the yearly snapshot of the photo of the ticket that was turned in for Tom Brady at $199. Because every quarterback that gets taken at this time is going to be Tom Brady, right? Every single one.
You got to have it every year, though.
Got to have it.
I would
just like every single year, they're going to show Brock Purdy with Mr. Irrelevant. Every single year.
I would comfortably say that Tom Brady's the best 199 of all time. I can't believe Quinn hasn't been taken yet.
Yeah. Listen, man, in terms of, like, I want to say this. Will Howard's not going to be, like, the plan for the franchise quarterback moving forward. Like, I want to make sure that's abundantly clear to everybody in this chat.
He's not the plan.
He's not the plan. He is the maybe plan. Like, if he shows a lot of good things in practice this year and in preseason, like, yeah, maybe they'll think about him.
He could become the plan.
He could become the plan, but as a sixth-round pick, you're being drafted as a backup. And, I think that he could be a fine backup. He's big. He's got some tools to him that you like, especially physically. He played much better down the stretch and when the lights were brightest, when you want to be playing good football. He managed the game at a high level. So, like, if you have a starting quarterback in there and, like, he gets hurt, you need somebody to come in, what's the type of quarterback you want? You want somebody that can manage the game, somebody that's not going to throw a lot of interceptions, and somebody that can help you win ball games. And Will Howard won a lot of ball games last year with the Ohio State Buckeyes being a true game manager type. And was he perfect? No, not even close, especially during the season. He was a lot better as the season went on. And I'm actually really excited to revisit the tape with Will Howard to kind of see, my impressions of him going over his tape here now that I know he is a Steelers fan.
We talk about supporting cast. I think I could have won 8 games at quarterback with Ohio State last year.
What's that?
I think I could have won 8 games as Ohio State's quarterback.
Yeah, maybe.
Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Egbuka, definitely.
Steelers' dad asked the question, says, did you see the Browns' draft room response to drafting Sanders? Almost seems like it was an owner decision. Honestly,
I wouldn't put it past them.
Honestly, I'm not going to put it past Jimmy Haslam to say, you have to take Shedeur Sanders. You have no choice in the matter, even though you've already taken a quarterback in round 3. Was Shedeur Sanders Bo Callahan and like the fake from like
no one went to his birthday?
No. Well, yes, nobody went to his birthday because nobody could afford the cover charge to get in to pay for his giant chains. God, I'm gonna have so much fun making fun of Shedeur Sanders now that he's a Brown. God, I'm so excited for it.
Chris says, guys, do you draft Ewers in the 7th round as insurance?
No, man. Unfortunately, Jalen Reed got picked.
Zox, what'd I say?
Dude, look at all these Jalens. There is 10 Jalens that have been selected already.
Spelled like 7 different ways.
Yeah, a million different ways. There's Jalen with an O, Jalen with a Y-L-I-N.
Jalen with an E.
There's multiple Jalens with an E. That's the normal way to spell Jalen.
Y and an E.
What's that?
With a Y and an E as well.
Oh, man, Luke Newman out of Michigan State. Good pick for Chicago. That's a good dart throw at that position.
Whomst.
So, obviously, quarterback probably won't be on the ticket for the Steelers here in round 7.
You think?
Have a competition for QB3 between Thompson, Ewers, and Howard.
I'm in.
You're in?
I'm in.
I wonder if Ewers is even getting picked.
My sources tell me the Cowboys might have interest.
That's QB3.
Mm-hmm.
So Jalen Ramsey still hasn't been traded. Could we see him get traded for a future pick? It's probably what it would have to be at this point.
So for round 7, we're going to do the combo. We're going to wait like 10, 15 picks, and then we're just going to do grades.
Oh, yeah?
We're just going to do it.
Just do it right after.
We'll do that. We'll wait like 10, 15 picks, then we'll just do it.
Cool. Sans good. It's been fun, man. It's been fun. This entire weekend has been phenomenal thanks to you guys.
It's about 7 p.m. on Christmas night.
7 p.m. on Christmas night. Is it already?
No,
I was going to say.
I'm saying because it's almost over.
Jesus, man. I thought it was already 7 and I lost half my day.
If it was 7, I would be pissed.
Jalen McLeod, linebacker out of Auburn, goes to Jacksonville. Again, guys, I want to give you guys another opportunity here, another reminder that we are going to be giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of today's show. $20 to get in, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chat. $20 to get in, and if you do Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, you get double the raffle tickets. We don't have any more hats to give away, right?
Hats are out.
Hats are out. Did you just say sorry?
He's an Irishman. I'd like to take the time to apologize to absolutely no one.
To absolutely no one.
The double champ is what the F he wants.
So, have they not updated the Luke Newman pick? I'm guessing not.
It's just not pulling, I guess. Pardon?
Edge rusher from Boise State, Ahmed Hassanin. I can't wait for the first mailbag we do after this draft is over, and people ask, is Will Howard going to be the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
People will ask.
People will probably ask.
Chris with the 2. We should trade our 7th to go get the Texas left tackle Cam Williams.
They might take him anyway at their
fall to him.
At their pick. Jalen Travis, toolsy guy out of Iowa State, still available too. My guy Willie Lampkin out of UNC still available.
Mm-hmm.
I love Willie Lampkin, man.
Steel Eye with the 20.
My man Steel Eye with the 20, and he says, welcome 2 new Buckeyes. Happy to have 2 new Steel Eyes to join Cam.
Oh, yeah.
Great draft coverage this year, Jack and Coop. Appreciate you, Steel Eye. You're in the raffle.
Thank you, Steel Eye.
Greatly appreciate your support, my
friend.
friend.
Tune in at the end for the raffle.
Tune in for the end. Steel Eye's always watching our watch parties. He's a real one.
First player from Egypt to play FCS football.
Oh, that's crazy, really?
Yeah. Got to imagine he's the first player from Egypt to be drafted as well.
Yeah, I mean, if there's nobody that's played FCS football, there's no way, right? Houston is up. They've had a really good draft.
This was a trade-up as well.
Trading up for Quinn? Backup?
Could be.
I mean, they got Davis Mills, but... We'll say, man.
I would love Quinn to go to the Packers.
Yeah, I will say I won't hate. I don't hate Will Howard. I don't hate the pick.
hate him either.
I don't hate the pick. I do think he's got some things he's got to clean up, and he's going to have to continue to prove himself.
No way.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
No way.
Coop's mortal enemy just got drafted, and it's Graham Mertz, quarterback out of Florida, to the Houston. How did he go before Quinn? How? Somebody explain it to me.
I will say this about Graham Mertz. He played decently last year.
Yeah, but we're taking a guy that, well, I mean, Riley Leonard played decently last year.
Exactly.
And he got drafted too, I guess. But over Quinn Ewers?
Mertz?
I mean, whew. If I'm Quinn, I'm pissed.
Oh, me too.
Dude, Quinn was being talked about as a top 10 pick for the last 3 years before the college football season started. Held off for multiple years and then finally came out this year only to go in round 6 or 7.
What a joke. Someone gave him bad advice. Or maybe he was just like, I'm done with college.
Well, honestly, he wouldn't have gone that high in previous years. And they kept saying, hey, come back and maybe you'll be a first-round pick.
He had another year.
And he should
have gone to the portal. He should have gone to Carolina or something.
Yeah. He should have gone to Carolina. Quinn Ewers and Belichick, that would have been electric.
Guess he just loved the Longhorns, man. Didn't want to disrespect them.
Did I just hear the name Xavier Restrepo?
I did.
By the way, Kobe Bryant, still available. Undersized corner out of Kansas, could play nickel corner for the Steelers and compete with Beanie for the job right away, in my opinion. That might be the pick for me, man. Kobe Bryant is a damn good player.
Graham Mertz?
I know. Graham Mertz is
what?
crazy, man. Graham Mertz. Cameron Williams, good player, too. Chase Lunt, another guy that could be developed, in my opinion. I would be thrilled to get Kobe Bryant in the 7th. Not as thrilled to get as I was to get Corey Trice. But we'll see what they do here. What's their next pick? It's 224?
226 and 229.
226 and 229. Got it. Oh, the Saints got Devin Neal? I love it.
Did you see Jeremy? Grade F-.
For who? For Graham Mertz? Yeah, it's a bad. Listen, man. Houston's had a hell of a draft. They can afford to make one stupid pick.
Nick Caserio should be fired. For that
No,
pick.
he shouldn't.
For that pick, he should.
I'm pretty sure getting Jalen Knoll, Jalen Higgins, Jalen Reed, by the way, went to the Texans. They got all the good Jalens that I like.
Doesn't make up for it.
Oh.
Dude, Quinn Ewers should be so angry right now. He came to the draft, thought he was going to be a day 2, maybe early day 3 pick.
Oh, he came to the draft to the green room?
No.
Oh,
But I'm saying he came into the draft. He might not even be picked.
dude.
Graham Mertz?
How did Graham Mertz and Riley
I forgot
Leonard
about him.
And Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard cannot throw the ball down the field to save his life.
I completely forgot about Graham Mertz as a human being.
I'm kind of hoping for Kobe Bryant, man. Put him in the nickel. He's undersized. Who cares? Physical as hell. Fits the Steelers brand. He can be, the little chihuahua that's just barking at the opposing offense. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 QBs have come off the board. And Quinn Ewers is not one of them. This is a nightmare for a Longhorns fan here.
That's all right, man.
It's a nightmare.
He's no longer a Longhorn.
That's true, but he is. If you had to give a % chance Aaron Rodgers plays for the Steelers this year, what would you give it? I'm giving it around a 97%
I was going to
chance.
say 90.
You still think there's a 10% chance he retires?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Working out all offseason, including with DK and Kaleb Johnson?
Yeah, 10%. Never know.
Anything's possible. He's open to everything and attached to nothing.
According to himself.
According to himself, yes. No way. Tone Diggs, from McAfee, just posted a picture of Will Howard. Then he posted another picture of the Spider-Man thing where he puts his glasses on, and the vision he sees is Ben Roethlisberger. He's not Ben Roethlisberger. He's just not. And it's okay that he's not, a future Hall of Fame quarterback. It's okay. It really is.
You don't think he's Ben Roethlisberger?
We can't set these expectations on a 6th-round pick. We just can't, guys. I understand that people don't love the Rodgers thing and they want to believe in a young quarterback, and I understand all those things. And it's okay to say that he's going to be a decent quarterback or that you think he's going to develop or all these things. A 6th-round pick turning into the expectation being that he's going to be Big Ben Roethlisberger, who won 2 Super Bowls for this franchise. It's not going to happen. And if it does, I'll be the happiest person to say I was wrong about Will Howard, but he's more of a backup, all right? And that's okay. It's okay, guys.
My dad just texted me. My dad, who is a Florida fan, he went to Florida, just texted me and goes, "That can't be possible."
That can't be possible. When do the Commanders pick here? Commanders haven't picked in a long time. They're picking up. They're picking up here soon.
205.
205.
205 and 245. Wasn't that? No, it wasn't. Okay. No, never mind.
Still got 2 more picks. The Steelers traded down from their, I believe it was their 5th-round selection to pick up an extra 7th. So obviously the Steelers have 2 guys on their mind that they want here in round 7.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who those guys are, but Packers just took Warren Brinson, Georgia defensive tackle. Graham Mertz got drafted. In the year of our Lord 2025, Graham Mertz was not even a 7th-round pick, a 6th-round pick. It's almost as bad. It's almost as bad as Sean Clifford being a 3rd-round pick for Green Bay a couple years ago. And you got a Chargers pick here at 199. Will Howard has already gotten an interview, and he said that he hoped that the Steelers would draft him after meetings with Mike Tomlin all throughout the draft process. Listen, man, it's kind of like Jack Sawyer, where it's championship pedigree here. These guys are national champions, and these guys are high football character dudes, and they're going to represent the organization well. And I expect Howard to at least be able to have a chance to establish himself as a good backup for this team long term. And who knows? Maybe, he strikes something where his accuracy can get a bit better. Maybe he finds a way to handle pressure better than he did at Ohio State, and he becomes a good starting quarterback. That's possible too, but let's go get Kobe Bryant. I want a person named Kobe Bryant on my team, Coop, because teams that have a guy named Kobe Bryant on their team tend to win championships.
You could say that.
You could say that. Now, DK Metcalf would be Shaq. Because he's just a physical specimen.
So he'd be the better player, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Let's see who gets the Tom Brady pick here.
Yeah, Tom Brady pick.
Looks like it's
Branson Taylor out of Pitt. Tackle out of Pitt, Branson Taylor.
Go Panthers.
Good for him, man. Good for Branson. You know, everyone in his family is being like, Tom Brady was picked at 199,
Oh, yeah.
so you definitely have to work out.
Gary.
Gary with a 5 says, if we sign Cousins, well, you have to trade for him, not sign him. Then Rodgers wants in. Do you sign him? No. The only way that
Absolutely.
no.
Yes.
Because here's my reasoning. Once you cut it off with Rodgers, you cut it off. And that's when you make the Cousins move, is when you're done with Rodgers.
As soon as I think I'm out, they pull me right back in.
Because, you can't let Rodgers dictate you in that way, where you say you're out and then you come back in and you go against your own word. That's not the way you start a relationship. Listen, man, I'm okay with the Steelers waiting on Rodgers. It sounds like Rodgers wants to play for them, and he will play for them this next year. So I've been fine with them waiting for this entire time, all right? Because at the end of the day, if he's wearing black and gold week 1 of the NFL season, as long as he's not missing extensive OTA time, I'm fine with it, all right? It's been frustrating. It's been anxiety-ridden. It's been, like I said, frustrating as hell because remember, Coop, we were sitting there first day of free agency over a month from today.
Oh, I remember.
And we were saying it's happening today, and it didn't happen, and then it didn't happen more, and it didn't happen more, and then it didn't happen more, and then we thought it was going to be the big night out, and it didn't happen there, and then 2 more weeks passed, and now we're at the NFL draft. But it does sound like a decision is coming, and it's coming soon, and it's going to be Aaron Rodgers being the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Steelers want it to come soon.
True. And listen, man, once you decide to go to Cousins, he's your starting quarterback because you are trading draft capital for him and you are going to be paying him. So the only way you go on and get Cousins is if you completely cut off Aaron Rodgers, which I don't think the Steelers are going to do really anytime soon. I could see a trade developing for Cousins. If Rodgers waits another month or something like that and he's still not ready to sign, then the Steelers might be like, all right, Aaron, you've made us wait long enough. We're going to go get Kirk Cousins so that he can be here for OTAs. Maybe that happens. But if you sign Cousins, you have to be completely out on Rodgers, in my opinion, at that point. So if you're not ready to be all out on Rodgers, don't trade for Cousins. It's that simple to me. $5 from Chris.
That's an old one.
That's
Oh, no.
no,
He
we
just
got a
said
new
that.
one. Minnesota takes Kobe King out of Penn State. Linebacker. I don't hate that pick, man. Thumping linebacker. Is our super chat stuff just slow right now?
Yep. Why are they showing a Cam Ward interview? Chris.
Chris with a 5 says Watt needs to get paid. Rodgers won't cost much, but Cousins would make paying Watt hard. No, it wouldn't. I don't think it would make it hard. I think that the Falcons would take on a good portion of his contract. I think Rodgers and Howard's are the plan. This is the way. Yeah, man. This is their plan. Is to pay Aaron Rodgers $10 million because Rodgers said he'd play for $10 million. So I expect it to be 1 year, $10 million, which is an awesome deal for the Steelers, by the way. If you're getting what the Steelers are hoping for is that they're getting the late career Vikings magic from Brett Favre. They're hoping they get the late career magic from Tom Brady in Tampa. They're hoping they get the late career magic from Peyton Manning in Denver. Former future Hall of Fame quarterback going to a new team with a good roster. And don't tell anybody this, but the Steelers have a damn good roster, especially if this offensive line can actually develop. And they're very talented. They've got the talent to be a really good unit, man. I'm telling you, if this offensive line develops next year and Aaron Rodgers, second year off the Achilles, is even a top 15 level quarterback, this team's going to be able to do some damage if they stay healthy. I mean, just look at the upgrades they've made so far, Coop, on offense. Last year, you had Van fucking Jefferson as the second leading snap getter at wide receiver on this team.
And they traded for Mike Williams, and he didn't do shit except for like that one touchdown catch.
Then this offseason, instead of George Pickens, Calvin Austin III, Van Jefferson, you have George Pickens, or you have DK Metcalf, George Pickens, Calvin Austin III, and then you're going to have Roman Wilson being able to establish himself this year as well. And then you got Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Connor Heyward, running back. So you've got Kaleb Johnson, who's a perfect fit for this team, and Jalen Warren. Kenneth Gainwell is a really good third back. Then on defense, you've got one of the deepest defensive line groups in the entire league with all the investment you've made on that defensive trench this draft. You drafted 3 defensive trench players in this draft coup. You're good at linebacker with Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, Cole Holcomb, and Malik Harrison. And then in safety, you've got Minka, of course, Deshaun, and Juan Thornhill. It's a really good 3 safeties right there. And then in the cornerback room, you got Joey Porter Jr., you've got Darius Slay, Corey Trice Jr. is coming back, Beanie Bishop Jr. Like, I still think this team could add another corner if they really wanted to. Maybe it's going to be Kobe Bryant. I would love for him to fall to the Steelers here. But, you know, I think the Steelers have a very sneakily good roster. People are sleeping on the Steelers right now, and I'm loving it.
Wow, Quinn didn't go to the Cowboys. The brother's getting undrafted, dude.
I don't know, man. Cowboys still have more picks.
They do.
They have another pick coming up.
A Johnny Cornelius.
Guard from Oregon. $2 from Note Cap, Stay Low.
He also sent it another one with a message. So are we going R.J. Mickens or Cameron Williams?
I would go Kobe Bryant.
Over both of them?
Over both of them. I would be fine with Mickens. I'd be fine with either one of these guys, to be honest with you. Cameron Williams would be a good developmental tackle. Hell, Jalen Travis would be a perfectly fine one. Let's see. So this was the exact answer that Mike Tomlin gave Rich Eisen when he asked if it was fair to assume Rodgers would sign with the team. He goes, Rich, I'll give you the latitude to run with it because I know you will anyway.
Yeah.
We've had conversations. We feel good about our plan at the position. We're excited about what potentially awaits us there in terms of Aaron Rodgers. So you absolutely love that from Mike Tomlin. It definitely sounds like Rodgers will be a Pittsburgh Steeler in just days at this point. But before we get into the rest of our coverage here and we react to the Steelers' final 2 picks of the 2025 NFL Draft, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Prize Picks, which is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks, and you can also turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to basketball's championship series this year. Every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes 2 ticket sweepstakes, which could get you and a +1 a VIP trip to the championship. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play just $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday, where every Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. You guys can see here, you can do futures projections for football, professional football here. So I'm taking the less on Lamar Jackson because F the Ravens, taking the more on DK Metcalf receiving yards and the more for George Pickens receiving yards because despite the trade rumors, he's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler next year. You can book it. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. See who the Commanders take here. It's been a while. I'm surprised the Commanders didn't trade down at any point in this draft because they only had 5 picks. Oh, did Ja'Cory Brooks get taken? Oh, no, they're talking about Shuck to the Saints. Trizzy Trace's new favorite.
Oh, yeah.
You think he's going to have me on his show to talk about Shuck and talk about why they should be excited?
Enjoy Derek Carr, buddy.
Kobe Bryant just posted a photo of the George Pickens meme of him looking at his TV on draft night. You guys remember this? This is what Kobe Bryant, Kansas cornerback, just posted on his Instagram.
That's funny.
The iconic George Pickens draft stance.
Did you see Yoda
Make
Slack?
him a Steeler. What's that?
You see Yoda Slack?
No, what did he say?
Let's just push this again. Just because he hasn't responded.
What do you mean? Oh, he hasn't responded. So Patrick DeAngelis, if you are watching, you followed us on IG today. If you're still watching, Patrick, we sent you a request for a DM on Instagram. So from Chat Sports.
I think it was a friend request. He accepted to follow him. Or we requested to follow him.
We requested to follow Patrick DeAngelis. So you have to follow us back so that we can DM Patrick. So appreciate your support. If you want your Chubby's reward, make sure you give us a follow. Kane Medrano from UCLA. Okay. Kane Medrano.
You watch his film?
I can't say I did because I hate this linebacker class. Yeah, I didn't watch his film. So, oh no, I did. I forgot. I was around 6/7th grade. He's got a lot of speed, man. Athletic freak. 222, so kind of very undersized. Very bad run defender. Yeah, I probably watched 2 games of this guy and I skimmed through them. But he's got a good profile here. Really good speed. I only gave 2 A grades for speed at the linebacker position this year, and Medrano's one of them. So he's got incredible speed for a linebacker, and that's probably what the Commanders really like in him. So we got a super chat here, by the way.
Yeah, look at the one on screen, dude.
Another guy, so I would love Kobe Bryant at corner. I would also love Willie Lampkin, guard out of North Carolina. He's undersized, but he's got really long arms, and he plays with great technique, and he's always going to win the leverage battle, which I love. So if you want to draft him, and I think you'd have a chance to develop into a future starter for the Steelers. $5 from hashtag Pickensburg.
No cap one is first.
Oh, we got another one from No Cap Stay Low. Says, could we also develop Seth McLaughlin? Seth McLaughlin. No. $5. Pickensburg says, we're about to be the most stacked 10-7 team in history. Listen, man, could it be 10-7 again this year? Sure. I think this ceiling is higher than 10-7, though. I really do. And this Steelers team last year, before the defense completely crumbled, and before, George Pickens got injured and the offense, the run game was so bad down the stretch. I mean, they were on track to be like 12-win team. So if Aaron Rodgers comes in and he plays well, which is the hope here for the Pittsburgh Steelers, like, is it impossible that they win 11, 12 games and they get past like the 10-7 that they've had the last 2 years? I think it's absolutely possible because I think the question, Coop, is could Aaron Rodgers, is it possible that he's the best quarterback that they've had since Big Ben?
Definitely possible.
More than possible. Because Russell Wilson was the best quarterback that this team has had since Big Ben retired. Sorry, Mason Rudolph. But it was Russ last year for a stretch, for sure. Aaron Rodgers has a chance to be much better than Russ was last year here with this team, especially because the offensive weaponry around him is better. The offensive line should be better because it's another year of development for these young guys. You replace Najee Harris, who is not a good scheme fit for Arthur Smith's offense because he didn't have good vision, and you replace him with somebody with the same size as him but has actually got good vision in Kaleb Johnson. And Jaylen Warren is Jaylen Warren. We love him. Then you add DK Metcalf, a legitimate running mate at wide receiver with George Pickens. You still have Freiermuth. You still have Calvin Austin, who's a way underrated player, in my opinion. Cameron Williams off the board, by the way, to the Eagles. Fuck me. Of course the NFL allowed Cameron Williams to fall to the Eagles.
What a joke.
I'm not a fan of Rodgers' system fit. I would disagree because, listen, man, Aaron Rodgers has his system that he likes to run, but the best years of his career was when he was winning MVPs with Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. And and Arthur Smith wants to run a very similar system to that, where it's a lot of outside zone. I don't think Art is as creative as Matt LaFleur. I don't want to put him in the same category. LaFleur is an awesome play caller and play designer. But, when Rodgers was playing more under center, more play action than he was, especially with the Jets, that was working for him. And I think he sees the vision with Kaleb Johnson, all right? He's been working out with him all offseason at Proactive in L.A. So I think he sees the vision. I think he's going to be willing to go under center with the play action game, throw the ball down the field. He still has the arm talent to throw it up to DK and George. I think that he's a perfectly fine scheme fit. And by the way, he's going to throw the ball. He's going to throw the ball over the middle way more than Russell Wilson did. So that's going to be a much better scheme fit than Russ was, at least in my opinion. So that's where I'm at with it right now, guys. And we continue to wait for the Pittsburgh Steelers pick. We're currently at pick 208. This is definitely the part of the draft, Coop, where things start to drag a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
This is the part of the draft where it should be a 1 minute or 2 minute clock. Pick somebody.
Yeah, seriously. You say, I say 30 seconds. You have 5 guys, pick one.
Yeah, pick one. Well, why do we need 5 minutes? I mean, Roger Goodell talking about how he wants to make the first round faster in the NFL draft. How about we make day 3 go faster? Make it 3 minutes. Make it 2 minutes. Make it 30 seconds. Pick a player. Because, I mean, when you got 4 rounds to get to in one day. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Mitchell Evans, my guy in round 5, went to Carolina. Good for him. Is this a joke? Chicken Man said Mason outplayed Josh Allen in the playoffs. Mason completed like 50% of his passes in that game. All due respect to Mason, he did not outplay Josh Allen in that football game, man.
Let's be for real.
Yeah, I'm going to look at Mason Rudolph's stats in that game in case anyone forgets just how bad of a performance it was.
Bob Locke. Nobody craps harder on Rodgers than me, but it's time to shut up and swallow the medicine. Swallow what medicine?
The Rodgers ayahuasca plant medicine. So, I want game logs in 2023.
Chris, is there a wide receiver you like for a 7th round pick?
Jimmy Horn Jr. Jimmy Horn Jr. I love. Let's see who's still available.
Let's go look.
No! Just when I say Jimmy Horn Jr., he goes to Carolina. F
Brutal.
me.
Nick Nash?
I don't hate Nick Nash.
He was electric for San Jose State.
Ricky White. Keep your eye on Ricky White, man. He's a special teamer. He blocks punts. And the Steelers are definitely a team that prioritizes that.
Elijah Badger, Dominic Lovett, Isaiah Nair.
Yeah, don't love any of these guys. So Jimmy Horn was my guy for sure. I love
Isaiah Bond.
There is still Isaiah Bond.
If you want to take the character risk.
7th round, who cares?
Yeah.
He's electric. He could be Jalen Waddle.
He could be. He actually could be.
He actually could be Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
He's that fast. Now, he's not that good on tape. I want to make that abundantly clear. He's not nearly as good as Jalen Waddle, even was coming out of Alabama. All right, so I'm just saying in terms of the physical skill set, he could be Jalen Waddle if he develops. Nick Nash, yeah. Kobe Hudson out of UCF, really like him. Really good route runner.
Tom's number 64 overall player is still on the board.
Efton Chisholm the third still available. Will Shepard still available. Antoine Wells Jr. from Ole Miss still available. And that's going to... Lan Larison? I would love Lan Larison out of UC Davis.
I remember you talking about him.
Running back / wide receiver. So there's definitely some receivers that I would be willing to take here in the 7th round. I would really want Kobe Bryant. I would love Willie Lampkin, guard out of UNC. Steelers haven't taken an offensive lineman yet. If they don't take an offensive lineman in this entire draft, I think it tells you pretty clearly that they like the depth that they have. You know, they still have Spencer Anderson, who started games for this team last year. He's all right. Calvin Anderson has been their swing tackle as of late, and they really like him. They signed him to a 2-year deal, so they like Calvin Anderson as their swing tackle. I think if they take a lineman, it's going to be an interior guy, which is why my mind goes to Willie Lampkin out of UNC if it's going to be an offensive lineman.
Remember how you said you were dragging? I'm dead.
Dude, I've been there for 2 hours.
I am.
But I'm gonna have to get like a celebratory like Chipotle tonight or something. You know, I got to treat myself
You got
tonight.
McDanks last night at 2 a.m.
Dude, and honestly, I was feeling it when I tried to go to bed.
Yeah, I bet, dude.
Dude, my stomach was reeling last night. I'm not gonna lie.
Gage Rodgers, Heyward over Sanders all day, no distractions, please.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a good point. You know, with Sanders, you know, you're getting a quarterback that's going to be your 3rd stringer this year that everyone is going to be clamoring to start. And, like, no, he's not ready to start now. And even if he does start and he plays well, like, he's going to be, oh, what a pick by the Baltimore Ravens. Fuck you guys, man. Anais Peebles out of Virginia Tech. What a steal here in round 6 for Baltimore. God, I hate how well Baltimore drafts, man. It just pisses me off. But yeah, you know, Heyward is certainly somebody that I am a big fan of his football character. All right, there's no bad words to say about the person that you're getting. Pennsylvania guy, big body, corn-fed dude. You know, blue collar as hell, national champion. He can throw with some touch too, which I like. He's got some tools to work with. All right, that's all.
That's all you're asking for.
That's all you're asking for out of a
6th
round pick.
Yeah.
And you're not necessarily expecting him to be the franchise quarterback. If he turns into your franchise quarterback, great. But it's a 6th round pick.
Rez!
Hey! 129 sack! Go Steelers, Jack and Coop. How much will you guys mock the Browns? Chat sports section. If you guys have one after the Sanders pick, what kind of contract do you think the Steelers have offered Rodgers?
We have already mocked Shedeur Sanders plenty amount.
Yes.
I have told Matthew Peterson I'm sorry for his loss.
The Browns have had some very perplexing moves in this draft. Let's just put it that way.
You could have stopped it. Perplexing moves. They're a joke.
In terms of the contract the Steelers have offered Rodgers, it sounds like 1 year, $10 million. Rodgers said on the Pat McAfee show that he told teams he'd play for $10 million this year. So my guess is it's a 1 year, $10 million deal. And for a guy like Aaron Rodgers, like 2nd year off the Achilles, good fit in the offense, in my opinion. I think that is a hell of a deal.
Oh! Intern Sam.
Steelers had a very, very fucking good draft.
We had a good draft.
We still got 2 more picks, though. I haven't seen the entire class from Philly, but usually Howie does pretty good. Cameron Williams is a good pick.
Cameron Williams is a good pick. You said it was bad. Oh, okay.
$5 from Robert Locke says, take Cassie someplace classier like Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesecake Factory's fire.
Honestly, I would be very open to going to Cheesecake Factory tonight.
Dude, you will not get in.
That's true. It's Saturday night. I'm not getting into the Cheesecake
Factory's fire, though. What's your go-to there?
I've never been.
Really? Dude, you need to go.
I know. I've heard great things.
It's a little expensive, but it's good.
I love Cheesecake Factory. I love cheesecake, though.
They have these fried mac and cheese balls as an appetizer.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Chris,
my man, says, guys, I think we prioritize the culture this year. What does that mean? Like the guys that they brought in,
the
like
good people.
The good people. And, that's always been something the Steelers tend to do. Now, they've made some controversial moves, like Antonio Brown had some character concerns coming in. Deontay, George, wide receiver is a position they tend to be okay taking some risks on, which is why you should keep your eye on Isaiah Bond here, by the way.
Yes, sir.
But, yeah, man, Jack Sawyer, Will Howard, all these guys, high upstanding dudes. It sounds like, Kaleb's a great guy too. Derrick Harmon is a phenomenal human being. I completely agree with this, Chris. I'm happy that we're getting good ambassadors for the Pittsburgh Steelers franchise. I'm happy that is happening. Absolutely.
Dude, Chipotle does sound so good, bro. I might get some too, honestly.
Should we go? Because Cassie, I know, probably wouldn't want to go.
It depends. Depends what time we get out of here. Because the Stars game as well.
Cassie, let me know if you want Chipotle or what you want for dinner. Because I want to get something to celebrate the end of a draft.
Is it Skyrocket?
Ooh, Skyrocket might be a move. I'm not going to lie. Skyrocket sounds pretty good. All right, man. Hayden Connor, a guard from Texas.
Nice.
Goes to the Cardinals. Another Longhorn. Seems like there's a lot of Longhorns going off the board here.
Except Quinn Ewers.
So just so you guys know, we will be giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of this show. If you haven't gotten in on the jersey raffle, it's $20 to get in. You get double the raffle tickets if you do Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. Super Chat, you get one raffle ticket, and we're going to be doing the raffle at the end of the show today. Which we are getting really close to round 7.
Dude, if it was closer, Chili's.
Yeah, man, Chili's. I'm not gonna lie. Everything sounds good right now, though. That's the
I'm
thing.
actually so hungry.
I'm actually so
and I
hungry
don't know
right
why.
now. Yeah, I don't know. Cassie says, "What time are you even getting out of work?"
Roughly 8.
Yeah, around 8 o'clock, I'd say. So it's gonna be a later dinner, but I don't know, man. Like Chipotle, a lot of food. It just sounds so good to me right now.
They also said if we ran out of food out there, we might order Cane's.
I don't see. To me, this might be a raging hot take. I don't know if they have Cane's in Pennsylvania. I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's regional. I think Raising Cane's is overrated, and Cassie loves it. So she always asks if we can go to Raising Cane's, and I'm like, because she loves the toast, and for good reason.
I love Cane's, dude.
Cassie says if we get Chipotle, she's gonna pass. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. I mean, it's going to be later tonight, so if you don't feel like eating late, babe, you
can. My God. That's the most egregious thing Cassie's ever said in her life.
What? What'd she say?
Look at the chat. What a joke.
Popeyes does not
What are
suck.
you talking about?
This is what I've been talking about, man. Like, come on. Popeyes is so good.
You're out of your mind. Popeyes is so good.
Especially when the service is okay. Like,
you go to Popeyes expecting your service to suck.
Yeah, but then if they forget your sauce, or if
true.
Like if you're getting chicken strips at Popeyes and they forget your ranch or whatever, the chicken strips alone are not good enough to just be eaten dry.
At Popeyes or Cane's?
Popeyes or Cane's, by the way.
I would actually agree with that.
I love Popeyes, but you got to have the ranch with it if you're gonna have chicken strips.
The blackened ranch.
Either one's fine with me. I like their regular ranch there too.
Here's what the Steelers have done so far in the draft.
Yeah, man.
Oh, they do have Cane's in Pittsburgh.
Oh, nice. Obviously, this team prioritized defensive trench play, and they saw last year. Final game of the season. It really does tend to dictate, your feelings heading into the offseason, what you want to prioritize. Plain and simply, this team got ramrodded by Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, and they ran out of gas at the end of the season. So what are they doing here? They are getting depth at defensive tackle and edge. And in the edge group right now, you got really good depth. You've got TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig, and then you've got Jack Sawyer coming in as a rookie. And then in the defensive tackle room, you've got Keanu Benson, Cam Heyward, Derrick Harmon, Yaya Black. You've got Daniel Ekuale, who this team really likes. You still got Montravius Adams, Isaiah Loudermilk. You drafted Logan Lee last year. You've got a lot of people.
Was Logan Lee last year?
Yeah, you also have DeMarvin Leal still on the team, even though he kind of stinks. But you got great depth at all the positions that you need, man. And, teams that are trying to win Super Bowls now, they try to add good depth to all positions. So that's why I kind of feel like corner, offensive line, or wide receiver are probably going to be the positions they target here. Coming up, and we can finally see the Pittsburgh Steelers pick on screen here. Baltimore takes a longer beam, Robert Longerbeam out of Rutgers.
Pardon? A longer beam. That's a crazy
Can we take
name.
a look at the most recent picks here? See if we missed anybody. Professor says we all picked it. We all picked well.
We've picked well.
We've picked well, Steelers Nation. I agree, Professor. I think it's been another really solid, definitely above average draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Honestly, man, first three, the way that you utilized your first three picks was elite by Omar Khan. All right, you got Derrick Harmon at 21, who was obviously their top draft target this year. They really wanted him in round one. They got their guy. Round two, you traded for a number one wide receiver in DK Metcalf, who, by the way, is 1 year older than Tyler Shuck. Kind of crazy to think about that, but he is. He's 27 years old. Signed to a 5-year deal.
That's wild.
And that is a bona fide number one receiver you're getting with your number two selection. So that's an A+ for me. And then another A+ with Kaleb Johnson, getting him in round 3. I mean, what a pick that is. Mm-hmm. Then you get Jack Sawyer. Fine pick. I'd probably say B- level pick if I'm being completely honest with you guys, just because you could have probably gone another position if you wanted. But, hey, you're getting good players and you're getting good people. All right, so that's what's important. Then you get Yaya Black, who's going to be a contributing nose tackle right away, over 330 pounds, super strong. Then you get Will Howard, with some nice tools to bet on as a dart throw on day 6. No problem with that. And now you're going into round 7 here with the best available players on the board being Damian Martinez somehow is still available. I mean,
let me throw another suggestion at you for dinner.
Okay.
Biscuit bar.
Nah, too late.
Dude, biscuit bar late night. So good.
I don't know, man. Oh, so the Raiders finally take a quarterback. Tommy Mellett. Tommy touchdowns from Montana State.
Quinn is going undrafted.
Dude, there must be medical stuff. That's what I think it is. He's Carson Strong this year, where he's got too much medical concerns where teams are like, he's not good enough to take a chance on even in round 7. Could the Steelers sign him as a UDFA?
I'm in.
Where's
Where's John Rice Plumlee?
Yeah, John Rice Plumlee.
Damian Martinez still available. Tez Johnson. Kobe Bryant. Some quality players still available.
Yeah, man. I would love Kobe Bryant. I also love Willie Lampkin.
I like Brashard Smith. We don't need a running back, but I like him.
Yeah. I like LaQuint Allen, too, out of Syracuse. Jared Ivey, good run defender, but he can't move. His athletic profile
You like
sucks.
Hunter Wooler.
Hunter Wooler is a true strong safety, which I don't hate at all. Commanders should take him with their next pick. Commanders need a strong safety. They haven't taken one in this class. Yeah. We'll see what happens here, man. So, Kane Madrano from the Combine was first in the 40, tied for third in broad jump, and tied for fourth in vertical. So he's an athletic freak that the Commanders got. So good for them. LOL. Oh, there's a tweet from Filipponi going viral right now because he said, based on what I just heard, Will Howard has a 0% chance of going to the Steelers.
Filipponi said that?
Yes. Oh, my
awesome.
God. That is so funny, man.
Chris, my only knock on this draft is no O-line.
Yeah, it's fair, but I've been trying to tell you, Chris, they're not gonna go O-line. They believe in these guys. And maybe you don't, but they do. And that might be a mistake in your mind, but it's not to them. Oh, man. All right. Steelers pick coming up here relatively soon. And by the way, Chris, they might take offensive line here in round 7. And if they take Willie Lampkin, I will say I'm gonna give that an extremely high grade. Because that is a damn good pick for round 7 if you can get him. Dun, 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 dun.
Are we in fucking round 7 yet? Jesus.
Yeah, we're not. We're not even in round 7 yet, guys. And there's a lot of picks still left to go in this.
Steelers have 2.
Steelers have 2 more. They're very close to each other, so they'll be the final 2 picks. And then we can get to our grades. I'll say, we'll do the final 2. We'll do the final 2 picks. Then we'll do the raffle. Then we'll sign off, do the grades, and then get out of here as soon as we can, bro.
Are we doing Commanders grades?
Yes. Commanders grades as well later. R.J. Pickens comes off the board, so there's the safety option that the Steelers could have taken. Good value for the Chargers and R.J. Pickens in round 6. I think he's somebody that's played a lot of football. For most of it, didn't look all that good, then played really well towards the end of last season. So do the Steelers think about – no, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. I was going to say, do they think about double dipping with Damian Martinez? Like, he's a good player, but
I'm in.
I think that Kaleb and Jalen and Kenneth, these and KG, these guys, I think they're fine. Now, maybe they go another one here just to be absolutely sure. And, I wouldn't necessarily hate it. It's a good player, but. Who do you guys want to pick? Let us know down there in the chat. Is it just me or has it gotten colder in here?
Oh, dude, it's gotten significantly colder.
Dude, it is freezing.
That's why I opened up the windows earlier to try to get some heat.
I mean, I'm in a shacket right now. You guys see me? You see me with my corduroy kind of shacket deal here? I've got a long sleeve T-shirt on. Ooh.
What's up?
All right, I got a Venmo here from today's MVP.
No way.
Raiders take another quarterback. Cam Miller out of North Dakota State before Cam Quinn
They just took
Ewers.
2 QBs in a row?
They just took 2 QBs in a row. I guess they're going to have Cam Miller and Tommy Touchdowns go head to head.
Cool.
So one more pick in round 6, and then we finally get into round 7 here. By the way, if you're watching us here on day 3, this is for all the sickos. This is for all the real ones. These are for all the football nerds and the people that are really dedicated to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So thank you guys so much. A $5 here from today's MVP, Elevate LTs. Over $600 donated today. Everybody give it up for Elevate LTs, man. Elevate has had a dominant performance today. He is the MVP, by the way, of the entire draft stream that we've had here. So he's spent the most money over the weekend. You've been a real one. So big shout out to Elevate LTs.
So apparently this Montana State guy that the Raiders drafted, they submitted as a wide receiver instead of a
So
quarterback.
Julian Edelman.
Correct.
And, he's athletic as hell. He ran in the 4.3s this year.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's fast. Elevate LT said, Browns are so stupid. Could have gotten Travis and Sanders. What a waste of a team they are. You're so right, Elevate LTs. You're so right. They could have had Travis and Shedeur. Oh my gosh, man! What a missed opportunity, and it just classic Browns, classic Cleveland Browns.
She asked me what was the capital of North Carolina.
I said Washington, D.C.
She said,
No, you're wrong. He says it with such derision. Like, how dare she say he's wrong about something? She said, no, you're wrong.
I said, you got a lumpy butt.
Oh, fuck, man. These headphones are starting to... Ugh. Starting to hurt.
What the hell?
What the hell,
Motherfucker. You can tell the delirium is set in.
Oh, man. It is. We're starting to get to the final hours here. With final pick of round 6 here.
You need some water?
No, I'm good.
I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee.
I will say, man, I'm excited. Chipotle sounds damn good right now, man. I'm not going to lie. Steak burrito. So who do you want the Steelers to take down there in the comment section? Let me know. I'll give some shout-outs. DeJuan McBride with a 2. We'll get you up on screen when Coop gets back here, DeJuan. Appreciate the $2 super chat. Well, kind of important if you want coffee. Shout out to DeJuan. DeJuan says he wants Kobe Bryant and Mello Dotson. Mello Dotson would be a good pick too. Yeah, absolutely. 2 corners. And DJ KJ says he wants Jack Sperry nose tackle. JT Production says he wants Kobe Bryant. Lots of Kobe's. I see Jack Nelson from Wisconsin. I see Isaiah Bond. I know Isaiah's dealing with some kind of allegation type stuff right now. So, like, you might not even have Isaiah. Like, you know what would be great? If the Pittsburgh Steelers got Isaiah Bond as a UDFA, like no risk whatsoever, but all upside. That would be terrific if they take Isaiah Bond, if they get Isaiah Bond to come here. Or maybe they just spend one of their 7th round picks on him here to make sure no one else gets him. How much you guys want to bet Dino Tomlin gets the UDFA contract tonight? Give Dino. I mean, is there anything more obvious in this entire draft than Dino Tomlin getting a UDFA contract from his dad here in Pittsburgh? I mean, nobody else is going to take him. Here's another thing. Isn't Torrey Horton still available, or did he get taken? Did Torrey Horton get taken? Xavier Restrepo still available? Oh, yeah, the Seahawks took him. So a punter comes off the board for Denver. Jeremy Crawshaw out of Florida goes to Denver. A 6th round pick, not a 7th rounder. First punter off the board. And now we've got Dallas. Yeah, I could see this being yours. There will be some people that say play Ewers over Dak. There will be people that say that. Chris coming in with a 2. He says, why is Bond not listed on the best available? It's because it's Tom Downey's best available, not mine, so don't get mad at me. I don't make the graphics. Tom probably just feels like he's an undraftable player because of the stuff, the allegations that he's dealing with right now. DeJuan McBride, appreciate you, DeJuan, with the 2. Real one. Only the real ones are still watching here on day 3. Over 1,000 people still watching, by the way, so thank you guys so much for sticking with us here. Of course, the Steelers are coming up here momentarily, just a few short picks away, and then the Steelers pick very shortly after that. They have 2 picks in the span of 4, so we're going to see who the Pittsburgh Steelers finish off this draft with here momentarily. There's another punter here? No, never mind. There's an Australian punter. Oh, that's Crawshaw? Oh, that makes sense. He's from Australia? And he's got a mustache? What a fucking legend. Oh, man. Gary Frank says he wants to sign Jeffrey Cooperstein to play center. Dude, Restrepo is still on the board.
Gary, I appreciate that, but I'm not smart enough to play center.
And then you probably can't afford to take head trauma every single time you snap the football.
I would not love that.
Chris says, $2, if Bond is a rare talent, then draft him ASAP. I don't know if he's a rare talent. I think he's a great physical, ability. Great athlete.
I wouldn't call him rare.
I don't know if I'd call him a rare athlete. But Jay Toya, defensive tackle out of UCLA, goes to Dallas. I mean, I wouldn't be upset with Isaiah Bond, especially if the legal situation kind of checks out. But I feel like if the legal situation was checking out, then he would have already been taken. Because you look at the consensus big board right now, Isaiah Bond is listed as the 131st overall prospect in the class. So, tape's underwhelming with him, but he's got the speed and the explosiveness to potentially be like a Jalen Waddle type. For example, in my rankings here, I've got God, Shamiri DK was such a steal. He's actually pretty good, man. I like DK a lot. $5 from DeJuan. Appreciate you, DeJuan. We'll put you up on screen momentarily. Oh, my God. We got a fatty, says our Cowboys host, Tom Downey. So we're currently at pick 218. Steelers pick at 16? Is that right?
226.
226, that's what it was. I think the Steelers, there's a pretty decent chance they spend one of these picks on a wide receiver. Jack Nelson, tackle out of Wisconsin. I saw some people saying they wanted him to go to the Steelers. He goes to the Falcons here.
DeJuan McBride, Kobe Bryant and Triple Crown slot, Nick Nash. Here we
go, Steelers. Here we go. I don't mind Nick Nash. I mean, he's got some numbers,
dude,
man.
He put up massive
He
numbers
has got
year.
some numbers, man.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Nash. Oh, shit. A decent athlete. I think he's more of like a big slot, though, in the league. He's really old, too. Nick Nash is old. 6th season, 6-year player, college player out of San Jose State. So I wouldn't necessarily hate Nick Nash here. He's a super productive college player, but obviously lower level of competition. And honestly, his build is kind of a weird one, if I'm being honest. He's built like a Z, but he's really more of an X. Or not more of an X. He's more of a slot kind of weapon.
Some would call that a Y.
Y tight end?
Chris, Bond and Johnson in the 7th for an amazing wide receiver room.
Yeah, I think that they may take one or the other. You know, Tez Johnson, good route runner, but he's just so undersized.
Isn't he kind of slow?
And he ran in like the 4.5 area, which is terrible for somebody of his size. Like, if you're going to be tiny and super light, you have to justify that by being an absolute burner. You have to, like, it's almost a requirement to be 4.3 at his size. 4.3 speed, that is. He's 4.5. That's why he's falling. I will say at this point it's a steal, though. He's ranked the 128th overall prospect on the consensus big board this year. So, I mean, on the consensus big board right now, he is the highest ranked wide receiver available. The next highest is Xavier Restrepo. Next up is Nick Nash. The next one is, I believe, Kobe Hudson. So we'll see who's still there. Oh, and I forgot Isaiah Bond, of course. Isaiah Bond is actually right behind Tez Johnson. So the 128th, 131st, and 137th overall players in the class at wide receiver are still available. Tez Johnson, Isaiah Bond, and Xavier Restrepo. Let's see if anybody takes a shot at one of these receivers. I got to say, man, after these 3 days, you know, when we're live for over a half a day, you know, over this 3-day stretch, your voice just gets cooked. Like my vocal cords hurt so bad right now. We got a 5 here from June Hill. Thanks, June.
Shout out, June.
Get the super chat up on screen here momentarily.
Come
on now, Chip.
Tired of your bull, Chip. I worked too hard for your bull, Chip.
I worked too hard for your bull, Chip.
June Hill says 100% Kobe, 74-year-old Steelers fan in Kansas.
Nice,
surrounded
June.
by red.
Appreciate you, June. Thanks for the 5. I would love Kobe Bryant too, June. I would.
What do you mean? It's round 7.
Did
you see it?
You know,
go look at it. It's funny.
Hey, we're just chilling, man.
Yeah, we're just like Lopez out here.
We're just chilling out here, producer Sam. Electric Divergent says, "I love the way they're talking to you, Chip."
I love the way they're talking to you.
Or as our friends down south call
Chip.
you, Jesus. God, what an iconic scene, man. What an iconic scene.
Chip, you brought the song, man.
Chip brought the song, man. His kids are bullying
That's real sweet of you, Cal.
Yeah, his sons are bullying their grandfather, and they're cheering him on.
Divergent.
Woo! Come on, get some, boys.
At Chat Sports, we watch that every Friday.
Yeah, we watch that every Friday here at Chat Sports, so we know that scene well. Come on, y'all, been slaving over this for hours. It's Taco Bell, KFC,
and pizza. Or Domino's.
Taco Bell, the always delicious Taco Bell.
And he does the required by my contract. We have to talk about Powerade and the
Yeah.
release of Mystic Mountain Blueberry.
Mystic Mountain Blueberry. $5 from Chris. Says Watt needs to get paid. Did we? I don't think we watched. Did we?
Yeah, we got that one.
Is this Kobe? No, Marcus Bryant. I saw Bryant and I thought, oh shit, Kobe Bryant got taken. But the tackle from Missouri gets taken. I'm hoping Kobe is here, man. Come on. I want Kobe. You know, I kind of have a similar feeling here, Coop, where I was hoping we would get Corey Trice 2 seasons ago. In fact, that we were in this very studio when they took when they took why am I blanking on his name? When they took Corey in the 7th round a couple years ago, I was in this studio.
G?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So it has a similar feeling here because I think Kobe's probably if we can take a look at the best available corners.
Let's do it.
I think it would be simple. You know, I think you go Kobe with this pick, and then if Willie Lampkin's there with the 2nd 7th rounder, I'd take him, or I would take a wide receiver.
Everybody just keep eating.
Everybody just keep eating. She gets turned on by him yelling at her father. It's unbelievable, dude.
So good. Corey Black.
I'll hold your hair.
He goes, yeah.
Listen, man, there's some good corners here. Kobe Bryant, I think, could be a really good nickel. He's undersized, but he's a dog. Would love him. Zy Alexander, keep your eye on him as well. Steelers met with him at the Combine. Tommy Hill, really long corner too. I could see them taking any one of those corners. I could.
Is Zy Alexander a longer guy?
Yeah. Let me check his arm length here. Just double check. Zy Alexander. Yeah, he honestly, yeah, 31 inches, not super long. It's not terribly short, but like it's definitely not long. Same arm length as Quincy Riley and Maxwell Hairston. It's not long. It's pretty good for a corner, I'd say. Decent speed, but I would rather have Kobe or Tommy. Well, way more than I would rather have Zy, though. Like, Tommy Hill is my number 14 corner this year. I have around 4 to 5 grade on Tommy Hill. That would be a steal right here, ladies and gentlemen. Really strong corner. Really strong corner. Really good in run defense, and he's really good in press jam. And then he's really good in cover, too, with the long arms that he's got. So keep your eye on Tommy Hill. Because if you're looking for somebody to potentially develop behind...
Damian Martinez is off the board.
What a pick by Seattle here. In round 7 to get Damian Martinez, who's one of my favorite running backs in this entire class. I thought he was going to go maybe late day 2, early day 3 today.
Now, according to Brett Coleman, he slipped because he had maturity concerns and he did not interview well.
Really?
That's
okay,
what Brett
well,
Coleman
that
said.
makes sense. Sam Pugh, what's up, Sam? Says, let's get Big Watson.
Yeah, man.
Desmond Watson from Florida, our big back package. Listen, man, you got Yaya Black. That's what he's for. So you're not getting Watson.
Why not?
If you get him as a UDFA, I'm cool. I'm cool with the UDFA. I will say, man, some good receivers on the board. Good receivers on the board. You got Isaiah Bond, Xavier Restrepo, Tez Johnson, Nick Nash, Kobe Hudson, Ricky White, Efton Chisholm. You got Kobe Bryant, Tommy Hill available at corner, and at safety, Sebastian Castro would be an awesome player here. Another Iowa player, potentially. And then Willie Lampkin would be the guys that I would be looking out for here, guys. So the Steelers are coming up, but Houston's up at 224. But we are almost at the end here, folks.
Almost there.
Almost there. We got these 2 picks. We're going to combine my coverage and our cut for the final 2 picks. Then later tonight, I'll be releasing my official draft grades for the Pittsburgh Steelers 2025 NFL Draft. And, I think that we're going to – I'm pretty happy. And my overall grade is probably going to be pretty darn good at the end of it all here, Coop.
I'd agree.
I think that the first 3 picks, which is like the first 3 rounds, if you get the first 3 rounds right in the NFL Draft, you're going to have a high grade from me because that's where you get your starters. That's where you get your impact players. And, everything else in day 3 is kind of the cherry on top. So I think they did a really good job with their top 3 selections, okay? Obviously, Derrick Harmon's going to be, if he stays healthy, he does have a shoulder issue, a partially torn labrum. That's going to be, a big risk, but if he hits, he's going to be unbelievably good. And he could be a Steeler for life. Then use your round 2 pick to trade for DK Metcalf, a legit number 1 receiver that you paid this offseason. A+ for me there. A+ from Kaleb Johnson in round 3. I mean, you could not think of a better running back fit than Kaleb Johnson in this offense. So the Steelers are on the clock officially with the pick being in from the Arizona Cardinals. So we'll see what they do here. I would love Kobe Bryant. I would like Tommy Hill. I would like Willie Lampkin. And then if they get a receiver that they like here, even better. Even better. I'm also interested to see the UDFAs that they can land here. Mm-hmm. Could they get a receiver in the UDFA? Now, the receiver they're definitely going to get, Coop. Dino Tomlin.
Yeah, Dino will be on the team.
Dino will be on the team for training camp this year. I think. I mean, unless Tomlin's like, I don't want him to be a Nepo, and I'm not going to take him.
He's taking him, dude.
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be able to resist if Dino's not getting a whole lot of calls around the league.
I don't think he will be.
Could he be the first UDFA that's announced? Could it be after the Steelers select their final 7th-round pick?
Might be during the draft.
Yeah. This is a bad time to need the piss.
Yeah.
But again, guys, it's not too late to get in on the jersey raffle. We're going to be giving away a Steelers jersey of the winner's choosing to one lucky Steelers fan at the end of today's show. We gave away 10 of these Steelers Talk hats today. I think with us selling out today, Coop, we're going to be able to get more of these in the future.
I would believe so.
And hopefully that leads to more merchandise. Hopefully that leads to T-shirts and hoodies and other stuff that we can get for Steelers Talk and for you guys to support our show. So Kitten Crawford was the safety out of Nevada that gets taken by the Arizona Cardinals. So now
Keaton Crawford.
Nope, Kitten Crawford. So now
Steelers are on the clock.
And Kobe Bryant is still on the board. I think I would love him as the nickel corner here, man. I would also love Sebastian Castro out of Iowa. I think that is a huge steal at this point in the draft.
Is there any pick you would give an F?
No, it's 7th-round pick. I'm not Will Scott. I'm not giving an F for a round 7 pick.
Spam go. We're on the clock.
The pick is in. Who's it going to be? The first of 2 7th-round picks here. The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Who's it going to be? Prediction.
Kobe Bryant. Come on, Kobe. Come on, Kobe.
Come on now, Chip.
Come on now, Cope. Dude, getting Kobe Bryant. I mean, where is he on the consensus board here? He is the 149th overall prospect, getting him at 226, even though, he's super, super undersized. But you put him in the slot, that's okay. Super physical. It's going to be an enforcer.
Kobe. Kobe.
I would also be okay with Willie Lampkin. I'd be okay with a receiver here, even though I think you can probably get Kobe and then get a receiver 2 picks from now. That's not an issue.
Where'd Danny Woodhead go to college? Josh Jacobs. Who's it gonna be?
Oh, hello, Pat Tillman here in round 7 pick.
R.I.P.
All right, who are they going to get? I'm intrigued. I think it's going to be wide receiver, safety, corner,
QB, defensive
offensive
end.
line. Not QB,
Punter,
defensive end.
kicker.
No. God, why is it taking so long to announce the
Fullback.
pick? Come on. Fullback. Is there even any fullbacks that are in this class?
I don't know, to be honest.
I remember they got Monty Pottybomb a couple of years ago from Iowa.
Was that English?
That was English. Monty Pottybomb. That was his name. And he had a mullet. Unbelievable. Can't believe he was a real person.
Pony said Will Howard could be QB1 by Thanksgiving.
No, he could not. Dude. All right, so we got somebody here coming out to announce the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't want to see the pick. I don't want to see it. I want to listen to it. All right, let's see here. 226th overall. So they have a Pat Tillman Foundation ambassador announcing the pick here.
Let's go here.
This guy's got crazy eyes, bro.
Make the pick.
This guy's got crazy eyes. We take a linebacker out of Washington, Carson Bruner. I don't know, man. I think that with other players on the board here, more, I don't know, with Kobe Bryant being a potential nickel for you, sitting there, I think I like that. I would have liked a lot more picks more than that. But, hey, it's round 7.
And they got a pick coming up again.
Yeah, man, I didn't even watch film on this guy. I watched film on 21 inside linebackers. I did not watch a single minute of tape of Carson Bruner.
No way.
I don't even have a scouting report to give to you guys on that. I'm sure we got something from.
I'm sure we got something.
I'm sure we got stuff from Brugler and others, but
grade the pick.
I honestly don't love it because you have 4 interior linebackers already. Unless you're really not confident in Cole Holcomb to be able to be a part of the
it's also
rotation.
a 7th-round pick.
And I know it's just a 7th-round pick, but there's players that could help you this year on the board. Why are we taking a 5th inside linebacker that might not make the team?
Maybe he's the special teamer.
I mean, maybe, but I don't know, man.
In Con, I trust.
To me, this is a C grade.
Tom says his dad is a Steelers scout.
That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. Steelers just taking family right there. So cool moment for sure. I'm sure they're probably going to have that on the Steelers' social media. You know, his dad probably giving his son a call.
There'll be some tears.
San Francisco takes a quarterback, Curtis Rourke. Quinn Ewers.
He's not drafted.
Dude, there's a million quarterbacks taken in this draft, and Quinn Ewers is not going to get drafted.
It could be the medicals.
It definitely is the medicals. There's no way you can justify Riley Leonard, Curtis Rourke.
Those guys are not better than Quinn.
Yeah, they're just not.
The Chiefs have traded Mr. Irrelevant to the Patriots.
Won't be Shedeur.
We know that.
So Chiefs moving up here in the 7th.
What?
And then the Pittsburgh Steelers will be back on the clock. You know, special teams player, that's probably what I'm expecting from Carson Bruner. We're in a 4.58 40. Got decent arm length. So apparently this Bruner guy is bringing a lot of toughness to the table, and that's his calling card. He's a good tackler. You know, he's going to be a special teams player as well. So you can never have enough special teams help, is what I'll say. But he doesn't have a ton of speed. And he doesn't have the best processor in the world, as according to this scouting report here. He doesn't have the best frame in the world. Doesn't have great short area quickness. He's more of a downhill kind of tackler, and he's not much of a blitzer. So this very much seems like a 7th-round linebacker type out of Washington. Brashard Smith, running back out of SMU.
Good pick.
Good pick by Kansas City.
Hopefully he doesn't end up like Rashee Rice.
Yeah, no kidding. Now the Steelers pick is in here at 228.
229.
229, my bad. So let's see. We got Bruner, Carson Bruner from Washington. Downhill run defender and special teams player. So let's see, man. Final pick for Omar Khan in the 2025 NFL Draft. Could this be Kobe Bryant? Could this be Willie Lampkin? You know, there's enough receivers out there. They take cornerback Dante Kent out of Central Michigan, not Kobe Bryant.
Boo!
Dante Kent. I don't know, man. Listen, I love the start of this draft. I'm not loving the end of this draft. When you had Kobe Bryant on the board, you had Tommy Hill on the board, who I really like, and you're going out and getting these two guys? Let's see. Because I didn't watch film on this guy this year either. So according to this scouting report right here, it says he does a good job getting his head around in time when playing with his back to the line of scrimmage, has the ability to cover quickness underneath, top-end speed is good, and is capable of turning and running in press coverage. Kent also shows good instincts when sitting back in zone and looking into the backfield, willing and successful blitzing off the edge. So this might be a blitzing slot corner here.
A blitzing slot corner?
He's 5'11", 187 pounds, so he's not super big. But apparently he's a good athlete. He's a really good blitzer. He's a sure tackler. He's got some good arm length, some good speed and quickness. I mean, listen, man, this is somebody that I can work with. All right, I didn't watch film on him this year. I watched film and graded a total of, let me see, total of 31 corners. All right, so this guy was not on my list of 31 that I watched this year and graded. But, hey, man, I'm kind of enjoying what I'm reading from Dante Kent's profile here. He ran a 4.38 40. He has 31-inch arms, which is pretty decent. Not bad, anyway. He didn't have a great shuttle time or three-cone. His hand size isn't fantastic. Dante Kent. Let's look at the production here that he had at Central Michigan. So last year, 0 interceptions. He's a fifth-year college player, so he's a little bit older. Had 9 pass deflections, 1 tackle for loss. And he's been a 4-year starter. 4-year starter for Central Michigan, 5-year college player. So, sounds like this is somebody with, some nice quickness, some really good long speed, some hip fluidity, some tools to definitely work with here. It sounds like he could play in the slot, and he's a pretty darn good blitzer in the slot, which is something that we know Mike Tomlin is really So we're going to get into our cut here of our 2 7th-round selections.
Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Carson Bruner and Dante Kent out of Central Michigan. So we do get a corner. And I would guess that the Steelers now probably get a wide receiver as a UDFA because it sounds like there's going to be quite a few. Isaiah Bond still available. Xavier Restrepo still available. Obviously, there's still quite a bit left to go here in the 7th round, but I think there's going to be some good players available as UDFA options for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year, especially at the receiver position. So,
game time as well.
Game time, cool.
Yeah, we'll start with Bruner.
All right, so after our round 7 pick cut here, we're going to do the raffle, and then we're going to go off so I can use the bathroom and we can recoup our resources. Then we'll do our grades cut, and that will be out later today.
We'll recoup?
We'll recoup. There we go.
I get it.
All right, here we go.
Because it's my name.
I get it, Coop. Okay. All right, let's get into it now. Round 7, Carson Bruner and Dante Kent are Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's talk about them right here on the show. Are we good on graphics here?
We are. One moment.
Sounds good. Are we ready? All right, let's get into it right now. No way! I called that one too! How many did I get right?
Best pick of the draft!
I love the fit between player and team there. So I predicted Cam Ward, Titans, 1 for 1. Shedeur Sanders, Browns, 2 for 2. Jalen Milroe, Steelers, X that one. Jackson Dart, so that's 2 for 3. Jackson Dart to the Giants, that's 3 for 4. Tyler Shuck to the Saints, that's 4 for 5. Kyle McCord to the Rams, that's 4 for 6. Quinn Ewers to the Dolphins, 5 for 7. Dylan Gabriel to the Falcons, 5 for 8. Will Howard to the Raiders. 5 for 9. 5 for 9. Over 50% is not bad. But over 50%, especially the guys at the top, that's not bad at all, man. All right, let's get into it right now. Let's talk about the newest Steelers draft picks right here on Steelers Talk. The Pittsburgh Steelers conclude their 2025 NFL draft class with a couple of picks in round 7. Carson Bruner, linebacker out of Washington, and then Dante Kent, undersized potential nickel cornerback option for the Pittsburgh Steelers out of Central Michigan. Today we're going to be talking about both of these prospects and their chances of potentially making the Steelers roster and helping the Steelers win in 2025. But before we get into our Round 7 pick cut here today, make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Later in this evening here, we've already put out multiple cuts on today's show, but our final video will be me giving my final grades for every single pick that Omar Khan made during the 2025 NFL Draft this year and giving my official team grade for the NFL Draft this year for Omar Khan, the Steelers GM. All right, so we can talk about Carson Bruener here first at 226 overall. He is the son of a Steelers scout. And, you know, he's somebody that's known as a downhill run defender. Now, he's also known as a special teamer, and that's probably what his role is going to be because with the Steelers right now, obviously you have Patrick Queen, obviously you have Peyton Wilson, obviously you have Cole Holcomb, and you have Malik Harrison as well. So Bruner's slotting in as your number 5 linebacker, and if he's going to be making the team for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year, guys, he's going to have to really win as a special team type of player. This is our scouting report from Tom Downey, saying special teams ace with the potential to contribute on passing downs, quality athlete who plays hard and tough and will always lack power and struggle in the run game. So listen, man, like he's a special teams ace. He's going to be able to bring that element to the game for sure. And, you know, he's going to bring a lot of toughness. And it sounds like, once again, it's a culture fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's kind of been the theme of this draft, is getting good people that fit the culture that the Steelers want to have here in the Steel City. Here's what The Athletic's Dane Brugler had to say on Carson Bruener. Bruener will be limited by middling agility and play violence, but his production represents an ability to always be around the football. He projects as an NFL backup with the speed and mentality of a core special teamer. So, you know, I think that Bruener is somebody that will absolutely contribute on special teams for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's going to have a chance to make this team because of that. So he's going to have to prove himself in that regard, and, you know, if he doesn't do that in the preseason and in Latrobe and all that different stuff, we can probably see him not make the team this year. Of course, you know, this team has carried multiple linebackers before, and a good collection of linebackers, especially ones that help on special teams. So Bruner's going to have a chance to upgrade the special teams unit for sure, and also be somebody that's played a lot of football at Washington, and played in a lot of big games, and like Brugler says, is around the football quite frequently. So this is not anything game-changing. It's a round 7 pick. All right, but the Steelers have been trying to get players that are going to be, be able to fill roles throughout this squad, and special teams is certainly one of those areas that they need help in. So grade the pick for me down there in the comments section. Give me an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F for Carson Bruener, linebacker out of Washington with the 226th overall pick. In just a second here, I'm going to tell you about our sponsor today at Game Time. While I'm talking about Game Time, give me an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F for Carson Bruener. Now let's have a little discussion here about our friends at Game Time. And guys, I'm someone that likes to go to a baseball game every once in a while to get my mind off of football for a little bit, and, you know, maybe get my mind off of Aaron Rodgers and stop worrying about that. And I love going to a baseball game because it's my first love. You know, I was a college baseball player, if you guys didn't know that. So I always love to go to a ball game, whether it's here in Arlington and watch the Rangers play, or whether I'm in Pittsburgh watching the Pirates. I really love being able to just take in a ball game and not have to worry about Aaron Rodgers or anything else Steelers related for about 3 hours. So Game Times is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, and makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier, all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, and with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets with great features like Game Time picks, views from your seat, all that great stuff on the Game Time app. You guys can have the most seamless experience buying tickets you will ever have in your life. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. You can create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS at CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Now we can talk about a very intriguing prospect here out of Central Michigan, potential slot cornerback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Dante Kent. All right, now Kent is somebody that's bringing not phenomenal size to the table. He's only 187 pounds. He is from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, though. Redshirt senior, a 5-year player. for Central Michigan. And, he didn't have any interceptions last year, but did have 8 pass breakups and 53 tackles. Now, Kent is somebody that's known as kind of a burner, and he's got some really good speed. And he can keep up with guys in press man coverage. He ran a 4.38 at the combine this year. He's a really good blitzer out of the slot. We know how important that is to Mike Tomlin to play this position, and I think he's going to compete with Beanie Bishop Jr. here to be the starting slot cornerback for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. He says, or Dane Brugler says this about Kent. Kent is an above-average tackler for the position, at least 50 tackles each of the last 4 years with NFL-quality speed, processing, and special teams value. So another guy that can bring special teams value as well. Now, the ball production isn't necessarily there, but the tackling is certainly there. 31-inch arms for somebody that's only 5'10" is a pretty darn good arm length for somebody of Kent's size. And, he can play in the slot. He can play outside if you really need him to. You get more cornerback depth here, and it's going to be another piece that's going to compete for a job on this Pittsburgh Steelers roster. And, who knows? We saw Beanie Bishop Jr. as a UDFA last year come in and win the Week 1 starting job for the slot cornerback position. Now, Dante Kent is going to be able to compete with Beanie. And, Beanie played some good football last year. He had a lot of interceptions for especially a rookie in the slot. Now, he's very undersized. So, this is going to be the battle of the undersized nickel cornerback types. So, I think Kent's going to have his work cut out for him to beat out Beanie Bishop Jr., even though I think Beanie is even smaller than Kent is. But this is a player that certainly has NFL tools with the speed and the arm length and the tackling ability and the processing ability as a defender. So this is someone that I'm intrigued to see how he does in rookie minicamp and during OTAs, and kind of see how he compares to Beanie Bishop Jr. on the field in Latrobe when I'm there for Steelers training camp this year as well. So overall, pretty good pick here in round 7. Make sure you guys, let's take a look at the Steelers selections to this point. And we're going to be breaking all these down here. This is the complete Steelers draft class for 2025. Derrick Harmon in round 1. Then you get Kaleb Johnson in round 3. 2 great picks to start to really solidify the rest of your starting caliber players on this roster. Then Jack Sawyer will be a backup edge rusher. Kind of in that Preston Smith kind of role where if somebody gets injured, he's more than capable of coming in and providing some help. Yaya Black, nose tackle out of Iowa, will have a very defined role in this defense as a true run stuffer. Will Heyward, your quarterback that you get in round 6, I mean, people are already talking about him replacing Aaron Rodgers. That's how much people really don't want Aaron Rodgers to be the Pittsburgh Steelers starting quarterback. But, man, it's a round 6 projection there, round 6 pick. He's being brought in as a backup. I expect him to be the QB3, but, man, it's going to be fun to see a rookie quarterback sling that thing during the preseason this year. And then Carson Bruner and Dante Kent, who we talked about today, round out the rest of the draft class. Now, predict it for me down there in the comment section. Will Bruner or Kent make the 53-man roster this year? I think it's a pretty good bet that at least one of these guys makes the roster, if not both of them. So let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. And I know, there's other players that the Steelers fans really wanted here. Kobe Bryant was another kind of undersized nickel type that was still here, and they went with Kent instead. Willie Lampkin was somebody that was really popular. There was a number of really good wide receivers available. But I think that we should watch out for the UDFAs here, guys, because I think there's going to be a number of receivers that the Steelers can look towards with the UDFA signings. And, I'm really excited to see what this UDFA list ends up looking like for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Of course, we'll have news updates. We'll have the complete list of UDFA signings for the Pittsburgh Steelers probably tomorrow. If it happens tonight, we'll have a video tonight, but we'll also have our entire full 2025 NFL draft grades for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'll let you guys know how I feel about this entire class later on today. All right. I need to go to the bathroom so bad here. So do you want to take over for just a little bit here, Coop, while I run to the bathroom real quick? And then we can do the raffle.
All right. Spare Dog's going to run to the restroom real quick. I will hang out for a bit. Then we're going to do our raffle. And then we're going to sign off for the draft.
Yep. Okay. There we go. Ugh.
You all right?
Tom Grossi.
Oh, no way. Just unplugging, dude? You're not going with your headset? I think he's going to, number one, Dave. Number one. Steelers draft is over. 7 players selected. I think they had a pretty good draft overall, man. I think it's a pretty good draft overall. As we have less than 20 picks left now in the draft is Green Bay just selected Micah Robinson, excuse me, DB out of Tulane with pick 237. What do you mean by that, Gary? Oh, get it up before you ask Chipotle. I'm dead. I just saw what you said. That's hilarious. Just fix my camera here. Okay, cool. Much better. We'll ask you guys this right now, but stay tuned for our grades video that will go out on the channel later. One second. Grade the 2025 draft for the Steelers. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm also going to make this our live poll. A, B, C, D, or F. All right, cool. Go vote in the new live poll and grade the draft for me. See a lot of B's in the chat. I would honestly give it close to a B+. I think they had a really solid draft. There were a couple of picks where I was like, they could have gone in a different direction there. 7th round picks, I just can't get too worked up over about. They got a couple special teams guys. The Jack Sawyer pick was probably the most surprising of them all. But I thought they did a really good job. I think Derrick Harmon's a really good pick. Obviously, you got DK with your 2nd. I love Kaleb Johnson. So I think the first 3 rounds are an A+. Didn't love the Jack Sawyer pick. Didn't love the Will Howard pick. Yaya Black, I don't know much about him, to be honest. That's a decent pick, I guess. So let us know. A, B, C, D, or F. Early returns on the poll. 50% of you are saying B. I think that's fair. Gary says, I think Omar took too many of my gummies. I'm dead. Gary, that's going to be me later tonight. Once we get home, that's me tonight. J-Man saying A-. Shoddy, you can't throw a draft after round 5. Round 6 and 7 are just dart throws that you're hoping are going to work out. 80, Gary? 80's crazy. I'm a 10 guy, and that gets me going. 80? You're nuts for that. The people are grading the overall draft a B. I think it's a B+. I say B+. Yeah, that's fair. Chris? That's exactly what I said. You have to give more weight to the earlier rounds. I'd give it a B+, though. The only pick where I was like...
I'd probably lean A-, honestly.
The only pick where I was like, meh, was Jack Sawyer.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Oh, as ready as I'll ever be.
Cool. I'm going to get the raffle together. We're cutting off the raffle, by the way.
Cutting off the raffle. Thank you to everybody that entered the raffle to win the Steelers jersey.
I think you have one last Venmo.
I do have one last Venmo. Don't have to put this one in the raffle, by the way.
Do or do not?
Do not.
Okay.
Well, I mean, 47 passes defended in Dante Kent's college career is quite a bit. That's pretty good ball production. Only 2 picks in his career. But I don't hate those 2 picks at all.
You got a 50 coming in.
5th. Yeah, my lovely grandmother, my grandma, coming in with a 50. Thank you so much, Grandma. Appreciate you. Says, not crazy about football, but love you and Cassie. Thank you so much, Grandma.
Damn,
we love you so much. Thank you for watching, even though I'm sure you were bored to death with all the football. But
she doesn't love me. That's crazy.
Yeah, she doesn't love Coop, I guess.
Wow.
She just loves me and Cassie.
Kind of messed up, man.
Kind of messed up.
So I'll let you talk about this, and obviously don't give away too much because we're going to be doing a video later, but give your overall thoughts on what the Steelers did over the past 3 days while I get this raffle ready.
Yeah, I think that overall, listen, man, people had certain guys that they wanted in round 7 and the Steelers didn't take those guys. It doesn't mean the guys that they ended up taking in those spots are bad players or bad picks. I think Bruner is good. Both of these guys are going to help on special teams. And then I think this guy Kent, based on what I'm seeing and reading from him, I'm excited to get into his tape. I can't wait to watch his tape. Same thing with Bruner. I didn't get to their tape this year as a part of my draft process, but I'm excited to see more from these guys and give you guys more of an informed opinion. But based on what I'm hearing, like good ball production from Kent, good blitzer. He's got good long arms for the position. He's a solid tackler. He can play in press man coverage if you need. He can play in the slot. He's got inside-outside versatility. He can blitz from the slot. There's a lot of things to like about the players that they took in round 7. It's just people were dead set on Kobe Bryant or a receiver or somebody else. And, I think that people let that affect kind of the way they feel about this draft. But at the end of the day, guys, you got Derrick Harmon at 21, who has a chance to be a legit stud at the defensive tackle position and the heir apparent to Cam Heyward at that spot. Then you have DK Metcalf with your round 2 selection, straight up. That's an A+ to me. Kaleb Johnson falling to you at number 83 overall. That's an A+ to me. Jack Sawyer, I could take or leave. 4th edge rusher. You're getting a good person and a good player there. To fill, your coffers and give you depth heading into next season. So I don't hate that pick, but I don't love it. Then you get Yaya Black to be your nose tackle. Love that pick. That's like an A- pick to me right there at that spot in round 5. Then you get Will Howard in round 6. I mean, that's perfectly fine. I give that a B. Good backup prospect that's got some good physical tools to work with. And then, Carson Bruner, I would give that probably a decent C+ grade. And then Dante Kent, I'd probably give a B grade.
Like I said, if you're
there's no bad picks. That's the thing. There's 0 bad picks in this draft, and there's a lot of excellent picks.
But also, if your letter grade is going down because of the 6th and 7th round, you're just not looking at it correctly.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially if you take into account the fact that you used a 2nd round pick for DK Metcalf, and that has to go into the equation as well, in my opinion. So, honestly, I'm leaning towards an A-, and that might make me sound like a homer or whatever, but...
No, I think they had a very good draft.
I think it's a very good draft. Your best picks were at the beginning. That's where you want your best picks to be. And then even the ones that were, maybe not the ones I would have made necessarily in the later rounds, it's not like they were bad picks. And maybe they will end up being bad picks. Who knows? We'll find out in the years to come. But I think that the profiles that you're looking for, you're finding contributors on special teams. You're finding contributors that are going to help you stop the run. You're going to find people that are going to help you, have a really, really good chance to avoid, catastrophe if you have injuries. Give you good depth, all that stuff. So I actually think this has been another really good draft by Omar Khan. And you guys will know my final grade when we put out our grades cut later tonight.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's finish up today's live stream here by giving away a jersey. Thank you to everybody that has donated to the channel. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. And who's going to come away with that jersey? Is it going to be Elevate LTs or is it Robert Luck? Robert Luck! Robert. You know what I'm going to do? Elevate LTs put in over $600 today.
For that.
We're going to give him a jersey too.
I think that's only fair.
I think that's only fair. Elevate LTs was the MVP of the draft for us, so we're going to give him a jersey as well. So thank you guys so much for all the support that you have given to me and Coop. I'm going to add this to my list here. So both Kurgan and Elevate LTs, send me an email if you want to put that in the L3 there, Coop.
Yep.
Jersey for Elevate LTs. And then jersey for Robert Locke. Congratulations to you guys. Both people put in over $100 today, so shout out to Robert Locke.
One of our best streams in a long time.
It's been a really, really freaking good stream today, guys. Thank you so much. I know the NFL draft is still going on. If the Steelers somehow trade a future pick to get back in the 7th, which I highly doubt, we'll come back on and we'll give you a pick cut for that pick. But we're gonna start going into our pick grades kind of video here.
Yeah, even at this point, we'll just combine it with grades.
Yeah, probably. So we will have a video out later with my full grades of the 2025 NFL draft class for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think it's another A tier kind of draft from Omar Khan. Like every draft, is every pick going to be an A+? No, but I think overall the best picks came at the beginning. You got DK Metcalf with your second-round selection, and overall, you're looking at a really good draft class and a good collection of rookie talent being added to the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. So thank you guys so much for sticking with me to the very end here. Right now we have over 500 people still watching. So you guys have been absolutely fantastic today. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. I will see you guys later. And until then, here we go, Steelers.
Peace.